This audiobook contains 514 censored sentences and 526 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. But unsure if it was Surzek's doing, they first sent someone to inquire. Rias pondered for a moment, unsure of Greyfia's intent. After a brief thought, she decided to tell the truth. After listening to Rias' explanation, Greyfia sighed softly. I didn't expect you to actually be able to kill Azazel. Azazel specialized in researching and creating sacred gears. His strength was indeed slightly lower compared to others of the same rank. But no matter how low, he was still a Devil King-level powerhouse. It was unexpected that he would be taken down by a group of, more accurately, by Ethan and Rias, two upper-class devils. Greyfia did not press the matter further, changing the subject. May I see the adult chosen by the Red Dragon Emperor? The status of the Heavenly Dragons was very high. As their inheritor, their status was no less than that of a pure-blood devil. Although Greyfia was strong, as Surzek's servant, in terms of status, she needed to use an honorific when referring to the Heavenly Dragon's inheritor. Rias didn't answer, instead asking, Greyfia, what exactly does the Devil King mean? Azazel was killed by my own hand. If there are any consequences, Lady Rias, please don't worry. Greyfia interrupted Rias. Since you resolved Azazel with your own power, we will handle the ensuing matters. Then why do you want to see Akira? My dear sister received such a powerful servant. Is it wrong for me to show concern on behalf of Surzek? Rias was silent for a moment, then explained Ethan's current situation. Unconscious? Greyfia nodded. If you don't mind, I can help take a look. Perhaps I can discover the cause. The strongest queen of the devil world, her power was undoubtedly Devil King level, perhaps even stronger. In terms of knowledge, she also surpassed Rias. She had a rough guess as to the reason for Ethan's condition. Asia, take her to the bathroom. Yuma should be almost done by now. Rias wasn't worried that Greyfia had ill intentions. Although they didn't appear close, their relationship was actually very good. Greyfia had appeared several times as the Devil King's secretary rather than as Rias' sister-in-law. Maintaining a clear distinction between professional and private life was necessary. When the blonde little nun entered the bathroom with the silver-haired married woman, Centurato, since he couldn't react quickly enough, the Barado naturally stirred and began to awaken. How could this happen? Mr. Akira, what is going on? The blonde little nun wanted to turn around, but with someone watching, she felt too flustered. After stamping her foot adorably, she quickly ran out. Centurato, and please close the door on your way out. Greyfia was not an inexperienced girl. The appearance of the young Akira had caught her attention briefly, but it was not enough to disturb her composure. She briefly explained her purpose to Yuma Amano. I see. Yuma Amano shifted her stance slightly. She had just been about to move on to the main event when she was suddenly interrupted, and she felt intensely uncomfortable. Miss Greyfia, are you in a rush? If not, could you please wait outside for a moment? Miss Yuma, the examination will be quick. Besides, if Lord Akira regains consciousness, Centurato, if Greyfia truly developed feelings, Yuma Amano would be even happier. If Ethan could train alongside the strongest queen through a partner-based energy exchange, he would very likely break through to a higher level. If Ethan's strength increased, Yuma Amano would gain more benefits from their joint training. Perhaps after a few more sessions, she too would become an S-class powerhouse. Honestly, she makes it sound like I'm trying to steal her man. The bathroom door closed, and Greyfia sighed with a hint of helplessness. Despite having such a cute face, he must be quite remarkable. I can't help but be curious about what the fuss is all about. Centurato, twitching a few times, then sharply shaking its head toward her direction. Sophia Sobright. Like a young girl who had found a treasured prize, the silver-haired beauty reached out toward the Barado with her pale white hand, then carefully closed her fingers around the creature. The slightly cool Centurato Greyfia wouldn't be hypocritical enough to ask Yuma Amano to outfit Ethan. Silver-white magic power slowly shimmered around Ethan, materializing garments over him. Moments later, the silver-haired beauty withdrew her hand and slowly stood up. She looked at Ethan, then subconsciously glanced down at the impressive dragon sculpture, muttering to herself, "What a remarkable piece." She then crouched down again, her hands carefully examining the detailed carving. After inspecting it for a while, partially checking, partially teasing, the silver-haired beauty finally confirmed her findings. As I suspected. Before leaving, Graphia retaliated by flicking the little Akira one last time, leaving the motionless Ethan speechless. After Graphia left, Yuma Amano walked back in. Seeing the great dragon, Centuredo. "It seems your charm wasn't enough to secure a barato from the strongest queen." Ignoring whether Ethan could hear her, Yuma Amano climbed over him while teasingly commenting. While Yuma Amano enjoyed the thrill of confronting Ethan, Rias and the others anxiously watched Graphia, awaiting the results of her examination. "Graphia, is Akira just too tired? Will he be fine after a few more days of sleep?" "Lady Rias, your assessment is possible, but the probability is very small." The silver-haired beauty smoothed the hem of her maid's skirt and explained, "According to my examination, Lord Akira's soul has been trapped by the immense energy due to the forceful use of Juggernaut Drive." "What does that mean?" Graphia didn't rush to answer, instead asking, "How much do you all know about Juggernaut Drive?" Everyone looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Ethan had rarely discussed the Longinus with them and generally avoided using it. This time, he immediately used a variety of dangerous abilities. They only knew the side effects were severe. They didn't know what Juggernaut Drive specifically was. Rias knew a little, having read related content in books before, but not much. Juggernaut Drive is the forced, temporary removal of the Red Dragon Emperor's seal, liberating the sealed power. It allows the user to gain strength comparable to a god for a short period, but the risk is immense, as it severely reduces the lifespan afterward. Graphia explained succinctly. That's how it should have been. However, Lord Akira forcefully removed the seal for 5 seconds using his own control over the sacred gear, likely without negotiating with the Red Dragon Emperor. The silver-haired beauty looked around, delivering the final conclusion. Therefore, when the seal was restored, his soul and consciousness were trapped along with it. Everyone was stunned for a moment. After a long pause, Rias asked Graphia, "What can be done to free Akira's soul and consciousness?" "There are methods, but I need to go back and research them." A silver magic circle appeared beneath the silver-haired Bowtie's feet. "Lord Akira is not in any life-threatening danger right now, so there's no need to panic." Rias nodded. It was a good chance to see if Ethan would wake up on his own in the next few days, though the possibility was minuscule. The moment the silver magic circle was fully formed, Graphia instructed Rias to report all of Ethan's information to her in as much detail as possible. After thoroughly examining Ethan's body, the silver-haired beauty had found several unusual anomalies. Coupled with Azazel's death, Ethan's existence would definitely be exposed to the scrutiny of the major powers. Rias hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed. Even if she didn't agree, if Graphia truly wanted the information, it would only take her more time to investigate. Besides, she would have to tell her brother, Surzex, about Ethan sooner or later. Excluding Ethan himself, Rias was arguably the person who understood Ethan best, having witnessed his growth from an ordinary person to his current state. Energy-sharing ability, suspected ancient devil bloodline, martial artist background, magic prodigy, acquisition of a Longinus, missing parents. She even had a vague suspicion about his ability to copy talents and skills, something Ethan hadn't told anyone, but she didn't include this speculation in the letter. After Graphia left, the others began to act according to Rias' previous instructions. Upon hearing the news, the 3 women of the Takamine family immediately demanded to come and see Ethan with Akino Himejima. Yudo Kiba's group of 4, meanwhile, raided the Chuch's basement. Azazel was dead, and the remaining fallen angels, none of whom were A-class, were no match for them. However, With the three factions conference imminent, they did not execute them. After securing all the documents, they finally understood Azazel's true intentions. Azazel had specifically come to Kuo town for the boosted gear. Incidentally, Yudo Kiba's holy sword was also part of his plan. The reason he hadn't pursued Asia further was that he planned to enter the Occult Research Club, conquer everyone, and thus acquire Twilight Healing as his own. The plans didn't detail the specifics, but regardless, being viewed as guinea pigs was inherently repulsive. In the Occult Research Club room, Rias looked at the two figures in the bathroom. Her face first flushed, then she yelled in concern, "Yuma, we still don't know if Akira is okay, and you're still messing around in here." Yuma Amano, looking exhausted, leaned against Ethan for bravado. "President, wait. I'm almost done in here," she said apologetically. "President, Akira has a special training ability. I'm helping him, you see." With that, she adjusted her posture and continued her demonstration. "President, wait a little longer. Akira hasn't finished yet. The training effect isn't complete yet." Cinchuredo, three solutions. Rias looked at the pink hearts in Yuma Amano's eyes and strongly doubted if it would be once or a billion times. Ultimately, whether the little Akira contributed its power was entirely up to her to determine. To prevent any unexpected complications affecting Ethan, Rias decided to take her time with her bath, keeping an eye on Yuma Amano to prevent her from over-extracting. After Grafia returned to the Devil World, the fact and reason for Azazel's death quickly spread. Ethan also began to be the focus of attention for various factions and powerhouses. This attention wasn't solely due to Azazel's death, but primarily because he was identified as the successor to the contemporary Red Dragon Emperor. The appearance of the successor to any of the 13 Longinus always drew attention. Due to the deep-seated rivalry between the Red Dragon Emperor and the Vanishing Dragon, their successors were particularly regarded by all races. The Wheel of Fate, which should have been set in motion by Issei Haidu, began to turn again in a different manner due to the world's self-correction. Meanwhile, the fallen angels were highly dissatisfied with the Devil's response. But when Grafia released the news that Ethan had used the Juggernaut Drive and was currently in a coma, the fallen angels, however unhappy, could only temporarily restrain themselves, unless they wished to ignite another war, which the angel faction would be more than happy to see. Of course, since Azazel was responsible for his own downfall and was slain by his juniors, the Devil's side still secretly offered the fallen angels some benefits to quell the situation. Also, because of this incident, the day for the three factions conference was finally firmly set. Having already suffered heavy losses from the war, the various factions did not want to see such a situation happen again. Every Devil King-level powerhouse was not only a top combatant, but also an excellent genetic resource. Excellent next generations were essential for the prosperity and strength of a race. In mid-April, as the weather in Tokyo began to warm, the Azazel incident completely subsided. The fallen angels in the Grand Church shamefully departed from Kuo town. The Grand Church, which had repeatedly been used as a fallen angel base, was also completely destroyed during the search conducted by Yudo Kiba's group. On the 10th day of Ethan's coma, Grafia visited the Occult Research Club again. Rias, having been notified in advance, summoned all her servants, awaiting the silver-haired Bowtie's investigation results. "Lady Rias, are there still no signs of Lord Akira waking up?" "No." Rias shook her head. For the past 10 days, she had been by Ethan's side almost constantly, even sleeping next to him. "There are 3 ways to wake Lord Akira." Grafia mused for a moment, then slowly said, "The first is to find powerhouses of the Dragon God level, or several God level powerhouses, to temporarily break the seal from the outside in a joint effort. Once Lord Akira's soul and consciousness are freed, the seal can be reapplied." Rias's expression darkened. Dragon God-level powerhouses were virtually impossible to find, and while there were God-level powerhouses among the devils, asking several to come at once was practically impossible. What about the remaining 2 solutions? The silver-haired beauty slowly replied, "I'm not certain if the remaining methods will definitely succeed. As long as there is a sliver of possibility, we must try." Rias said with unyielding determination. Grafia nodded. The second method is to try to awaken the Red Dragon Emperor and have him voluntarily push the seal open. If Lord Akira's soul and consciousness are not dormant, he should be able to get out immediately. Awakening the Red Dragon Emperor was not entirely difficult, but not difficult. Rias was momentarily stumped on how to do that. The silver-haired beauty continued. There is one more method. Increasing Lord Akira's power. If Lord Akira can reach the ultimate class devil level, there might be a chance he can break free of the seal. Just ultimate class devil? Akino Himejima asked doubtfully. Isn't that seal meant to contain a heavenly dragon? The others had similar confusion. Could such a powerful seal truly be broken by the power of an ultimate class devil? Grafia shook her head, explaining, the seal is targeting the Red Dragon Emperor's soul. Lord Akira's soul was only affected by some residual sealing energy. And I did say only a possibility. It might require Satan class or even Devil King level power to succeed. Grafia only mentioned this method because Ethan's current power was a hair's breadth away from ultimate class devil. Since Ethan could not actively cultivate, a forced external push to break through the bottleneck was possible, but nothing more. Because of Lord Akira's unique ability, even if the breakthrough isn't completely successful, stimulating his soul and consciousness increases the possibility of the inside and outside cooperating to escape the seal. The women nodded, a blush rising simultaneously on their flawless, delicate faces. Censuredo, after all these days, no significant changes had been observed in Ethan. On the contrary, the three of them had become noticeably more charming and charismatic, and their individual strength had grown steadily. If this continued, Yuma Amano's trio might reach S-Class even before Akino Himejima. Lady Rias, if you wish to awaken the Red Dragon Emperor, I suggest you retrieve the original host. Grafia advised, seeing that Rias had made her decision. Rias had already informed Grafia how Ethan acquired the boosted gear. The silver-haired beauty was surprised, and her estimation of Ethan increased further. Compared to a typical successor, where luck accounts for half the success, Ethan's situation was rare, almost unheard of. Yet, to gain the Red Dragon Emperor's approval under these circumstances proved Ethan's potential. Why should we find that boy? Rias was puzzled. Issei Hayadu was now a completely ordinary person. She couldn't imagine how he could be helpful. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot hold two tigers. To fully grant the authority of the Longinus, it appears the Red Dragon Emperor's soul is completely dormant and will only awaken when Lord Akira reaches the Dragon God level. Grafia stated her theory. Otherwise, after recovering from the injury, Lord Akira should have actively communicated with the Red Dragon Emperor. The only hope now is that the Red Dragon Emperor still has some residual soul fragments in the original host Barado. The Red Dragon Emperor's appearance that day was prompted by a sense of life danger to the host, and the extraction ritual was aimed at the Longinus, meaning it was aimed at him. Currently, removing the gauntlet from Ethan's left hand is equivalent to extracting the sacred gear. Using that method again is clearly not possible. Of course, even if it is removed without the Red Dragon Emperor's approval, anyone else who obtains it will simply possess an indestructible gauntlet. Yudo, go bring Hayadu-kun here. Rias did not hesitate. While taking the boosted gear off Ethan's hand, she instructed Yudo Kiba to fetch Issei Hayadu. Before Issei Hayadu arrived, the women tried various methods. For instance, intentionally attacking the boosted gear, taking turns injecting magic power into it, or constantly trying to communicate with the Longinus using spiritual power. After much effort, aside from making the disguised gauntlet look wrinkled, nothing was achieved. President, I brought him. Thank you, Yudo. Issei Hayuda's eyes sparkled at the sight of a room full of beautiful girls. He secretly fantasized about whether his time had finally come. With great difficulty, he snapped out of his fantasy and asked nervously, Rias-senpai, what do you need me for? Rias glanced at Issei Hayadu and asked, Grafia, what should we do next? He'll handle it. Even if the Red Dragon Emperor does have a residual soul fragment, you wouldn't be able to detect it with your current power. The silver-haired beauty curiously examined the original successor of the Red Dragon Emperor in this era. He had a nice personality, but seemed a little too simple-minded. Compared to him, she still felt Ethan was far more suitable to inherit the boosted gear. As the silver-haired beauty approached, Issei Hyuda's gaze was completely captured by her striking presence. Before he could activate his brain's save function, his vision went dark, and he lost consciousness. Chapter 193. The candidate Graphia placed her hand on Issei Hyuda's forehead, and a faint, silver glow appeared at the point of contact. The silver-haired beauty moved very carefully. A common person's soul was incredibly fragile, and if the Red Dragon Emperor had truly left behind a soul fragment, it warranted respect. All the women watched Graphia with anticipation. As time slowly passed, this anticipation gradually turned into worry. About half an hour later, the silver-haired beauty sighed softly and withdrew her hand. Graphia, Rias whispered, "Is it not possible?" The silver-haired beauty nodded gently. "I checked 3 times. It seems the Red Dragon Emperor has truly abandoned this host, choosing to fully slumber within the sacred gear, waiting only for the day Lord Akira's power is sufficient. The Red Dragon Emperor favoring Ethan should have been a good thing, but now they wish the Red Dragon Emperor had been more suspicious. The method of awakening the Red Dragon Emperor had essentially failed, leaving them only the option of trying a combined training method to help Ethan break through. The excuse Yuma Amano had used to take things slowly had actually become their reality. Rias's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked, "Yuma, middled, Calawarner, did you notice anything different about Akira during your recent training sessions together these past few days?" The trio thought carefully, then hesitated. "We feel like Akira's energy flow is slightly easier to sense than before, and the power output is greater." Centuredo, of course, that doesn't count." Yuma Amano's trio exchanged a look and shrugged. "Then nothing. According to the information you provided, Lady Rias, in order to help Lord Akira's training progress, a stronger ally is required." Graphia maintained a composed expression, as if stating something mundane. "With all due respect, no one else here, apart from Lady Rias, is likely suitable, even those who are still inexperienced in advanced spiritual practice. While the rare spiritual essence is incredibly beneficial for partner cultivation techniques, a higher level of power and attainment is more crucial. To give a simple example, no matter how much natural spiritual energy an ordinary girl possessed, it wouldn't compare to one focused training session between Ethan and a B-class female." Everyone subconsciously looked at Rias, their expressions changing. If they could, Kaneko Tiju, Asia, and Akino Himejima would all willingly take Rias's place, as their feelings for Ethan were already beyond friendship. However, based on Graphia's assessment, their substitution wouldn't be very effective. Should Rias really make such a sacrifice just to awaken Ethan? Rias was willing to do whatever it took for Ethan. The two had even made a promise. Centuredo Lord Akira is currently at the peak of upper-class devil, and Lady Rias is only at the same level. The chance of success is not great, but this is the strongest woman we can find. Mid-sentence, Yuma Amano's gaze slowly fixed on the silver-haired beauty, her expression becoming strange. "Miss Graphia, as the strongest queen of the devil world, your power must be very high, right?" At this remark, the others also reacted, with Rias staring at the silver-haired beauty in shock. "Graphia, you are my brother's wife, and you already have a child." Facing Rias's interrogation, the woman could no longer maintain her composure, responding with a slight panic. "I didn't mean that. How could I possibly betray Lord Surzex?" The women remained silent. Confronted by this silent rebuttal, Graphia hastily said, "I meant for you to hire a powerful female. Centuredo and their private lives can be much more chaotic than men's." The women watched Graphia with suspicion, but she was Rias's sister-in-law after all, making some things difficult to say directly. The atmosphere fell silent until the silver-haired beauty received a call, and, with a trace of awkwardness, bid farewell to the group. Lady Rhys, I must return to preside over the affairs of the Devil King's castle. Grafia bowed slightly and said, the Three Factions Conference will be held in a month. I hope Lord Akira can attend then. Rhys nodded, signaling her understanding. Although she killed Azazel, no one would forget who the primary culprit was. Ethan was nominally her servant, and the Three Factions Conference would inevitably involve arguments about this matter. If he wasn't present, the Devil's side would be inherently at a disadvantage. After Grafia left, the women breathed a sigh of relief. Centurato, I don't trust individuals of unknown origins. Setting aside any potential hidden flaws they might have, if they harbor malicious intent during a partnership, it would only cause more trouble. The deepest form of mutual cooperation involves close physical coordination. Many binding contracts and curses require a high degree of close cooperation to be cast. If the hired person was malevolent, Ethan would be completely vulnerable. So, are you planning to help Akira personally? Akino Himejima had grown up with Rhys and knew her well. She couldn't help but worry, what if the Phoenix family finds out? Akino, I will not marry that man. My future belongs to whomever I choose. Rhys was not the kind of person who would passively submit. Regardless of how the timeline changed, she never intended to accept a forced marriage. In the original timeline, had Grafia not intervened in time, Rhys would have made a hasty decision with Issei Haidu, for whom she had only a slight affection. If she could, Rhys would have wanted a calm and peaceful evening together, but sometimes reality was not so accommodating. After speaking, Rhys felt her emotions had run a little high. Akino Himejima had only spoken out of concern for her. Akino, don't worry. If Akira can wake up, the Phoenix family will no longer be a problem. She gently tucked her long red hair behind her ear, turned to look out the window, and her voice suddenly sounded distant. A fully grown successor to the Red Dragon Emperor, capable of killing a Devil King-level powerhouse, is far more valuable than a marriage alliance with the Phoenix family. The Devil King knows which choice to make. The marriage alliance between the Gremory and Phoenix families was nominally intended to maintain the pure-blood devil lineage. In reality, the weakening Gremory family was forced to agree to the marriage to sustain the family. The Phoenix family was also one of the 4 pure-blood devil families, and due to the nature of their abilities, their family power had been growing at a terrifying rate since the implementation of raiding games. If Rhys married into the family, she would inevitably have no autonomy, becoming merely a tool for the clan's purposes. If the goal was truly to perpetuate the pure-blood devil lineage, no matter how rare suitable pure-blood devils were, it wouldn't fall to Rhys, the next head of the clan, to make such a match. No one wanted their clan head to be reduced to someone else's pawn, and Surzex especially did not want his younger sister to suffer such a fate. However, neither Rhys nor Surzex could abandon their family. It was where they were born and raised. Their relatives and friends were there. Therefore, they could only abide by the rules. Chapter 194. Rhys turned looking at the pink hearts in Yuma Amano's eyes. The women lowered their heads and fell silent. Feeling Rhys' expression was as fragile as a bubble. Akino, how is the villa situation? It's nearly done. We just need to add some furniture before we can move in. Rhys nodded. Good, prepare quickly. Then everyone move over there. Cramming in here day after day is not a solution. Yes, President. We'll leave for today then. Akino Himejima and the others departed, taking the unconscious Issei Haidu with them, leaving the clubroom to Rhys and Ethan. Creak, the clubroom door was closed. Rhys instantly deflated, collapsing onto the sofa, burying her face in a pillow and squirming for a moment. She sat alone in the living room for a long time, until the view outside the window was covered by the night. Only then did she take a deep breath and gently push open the lounge door. Looking at Ethan's quiet and soft sleeping face, Rhys gently placed her hand on his cheek, murmuring, Akira. Sensing someone near, Ethan tried hard to open his eyes, but just like before, he couldn't control his body at all. He had been conscious this entire time. His only form of entertainment was the voluntary riding provided by Yuma Amano's trio. However, Ethan dared not fall asleep. He didn't know if he would ever wake up if he did, and he was also afraid of missing important information. Ethan had heard everything Graphius said and the discussions of Rias and the others. He tried once more to contact the Red Dragon Emperor's soul consciousness, but still failed. The deep seal on the Longinus was far more powerful than the energy trapping his soul and consciousness. He couldn't push outward. Feeling Rias' soft little hand stroking his face, an ineffable feeling welled up in Ethan's heart. He deeply cared for Rias, not just physically, but emotionally, unlike the unkind characters in certain stories. Once the problem with the difficult template was resolved, he wanted to marry Rias. He might have other women, but Rias' position was irreplaceable. Just as a mix of emotions churned within Ethan, Rias seemed to reach a decision, whispering, "If I can't get you to wake up, then I'll ask my brother to have Graphia help you increase your power." Ethan, huh? He was utterly shocked by Rias' words. Was she sure the Devil King wouldn't kill him for that? Rias was unaware of the change in Ethan's inner state. No matter what, she had to wake him up. In her eyes, Ethan's current state was due to her own lack of power as a master. If she could have dealt with Azazel, Ethan wouldn't have had to unleash the full bravado of the Juggernaut Drive. Rias dared to suggest this because she was confident in her knowledge of Surzex and Graphia. Excluding their mother, she knew them best. The silver-haired woman was Surzex's wife, but also his loyal attendant. If one act of strategic alliance could thoroughly secure Ethan, the Red Dragon Emperor's successor, who might one day reach the Heavenly Dragon level, Surzex would very likely agree. Of course, this wasn't because Surzex was overly pragmatic or uncaring about Graphia. Centuredo must not be spoken of category. This phenomenon existed not only among devils, but also within the angels and fallen angels. If Graphia truly needed to sacrifice herself, Surzex would likely pretend not to notice. It was an issue that the people involved would keep private. It was also because of this culture that devil beauties like Rias and Sona Shurtori often felt comfortable expressing themselves openly. They were pure in heart and didn't engage in casual behavior, but in that environment, they naturally developed a relaxed attitude toward their appearance. Rias was unaware of Ethan's concern. Centuredo Rias pulled back the covers and lay down next to Ethan. Her soft hands rested gently on him. Listening to Ethan's steady heartbeat, she smiled warmly and hugged him close. Her calm presence brought Ethan comfort as they settled in for the night. Centuredo Rias could only barely manage to look at the massive creature. Approaching the dragon was far too early for her. Her gaze moved carefully along its scales. She observed the ancient dragon intently, making the brave Akira tremble with awe. Ethan couldn't respond. Centuredo Centuredo, the pain of her ordeal was finally replaced by a tingling itch. Rias breathed a sigh of relief, and her tense form softened once more, collapsing onto Ethan's frame. Ethan could feel Rias struggle, and his heart ached for her, yet he was helpless to assist. If he could move, Centuredo. Chapter 195. Awakening, whether it was due to her innate strength or her devil physiology, after the initial shock subsided, the red-haired beauty quickly adapted to her new circumstances. Simply relying on her own resolve was no longer enough to satisfy her rapidly growing hunger for power. Centuredo, so she could only make up for it with effort. As time went on, Rias' technique became progressively smoother. Her hands no longer needed bravado from Ethan. She relied solely on her own strength and balance. Her free hands moved naturally as she practiced. Centuredo Rias struggled through her clumsy bravado as she fought the bravado alongside young Akira, who was finally exhausted from the long battle. Centuredo, the ancient walls shuddered with tremendous bravado, gripping the bravado tightly as the structure quivered and shifted. A powerful bravado seemed to drain every last bit of energy from Ethan. Just then, a pale blue light appeared on Ethan's Barato, and his previously still magic power suddenly began to flow on its own. Obtained talent. Devil Bloodline as the prompt sounded. Under the effect of the complete Devil Bloodline, Ethan's magic power effortlessly reached the level of an ultimate class devil. Riding the wave of power generated by the breakthrough, Ethan finally successfully sensed the presence of his body. Rias's eyes were fixed on Ethan, feeling his aura become deeper and more mysterious. She couldn't help but be secretly overjoyed. It worked. She really helped Ethan break through. After the effect of the complete Devil Bloodline ended, Cinchurado dissolved without a trace, like snow melting into the rain. When that energy dissipated, Ethan's soul consciousness naturally reintegrated into his body. The surging, immense magic power gradually calmed down. Under Rias's surprised gaze, Ethan slowly opened his eyes. "President, Rias, thank you for your trouble." Ethan tightly hugged the red-haired girl close to him. Looking into her tear-filled eyes, he comforted her. "It's all right. I'm back." Rias held Ethan close, whispering in his ear, "This time is an exception, but don't ever do this again. I want." Now that Ethan had successfully escaped, no one could guarantee that he would be so lucky if such a situation happened again. With one careless mistake, Ethan might have been doomed to forever keep the Red Dragon Emperor Company inside the Longinus. The two embraced and savored the moment, neither speaking another word. The warm, Cinchurado, her pretty face slightly flushed as she reached for Ethan's hand. "Akira, hold me." Rias, looking at the beautiful, delicate girl before him, Ethan's heart pounded. He could no longer restrain the overwhelming emotions within him. He leaned forward and gently barato her cheek, holding her close. Rias was completely inexperienced with close affection, but she instinctively responded to Ethan. They held each other tenderly for a long moment. Afterwards, they gently pulled apart, sharing a warm and heartfelt connection after their barato. Ethan wiped his barato and said softly to Rias, "Rias, I'm ready." Ethan and Rias stood together, both prepared for the challenge ahead. Rias reached up and placed her hand on Ethan's barato, her long hair swaying gently. Cinchurado, 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 Cinchurado. Ethan and Rias stood together as they completed their training exercise. "Rias, I'm going to continue." Ethan focused intently and prepared for the next round of their sparring match. "If you can't keep up, tell me. Don't push yourself. It's all right, Akira. Let's continue." Rias placed her hands on Ethan's shoulders, speaking softly. "Your energy transferability is truly amazing. Although I feel a bit tired, I can feel my condition becoming much better." Cinchurado, 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 Cinchurado. Akira concentrated fiercely, pushing beyond his previous limits. The red-haired girl, captivated by the moment, was completely lost in a trance. The utterly wonderful sensation, never before experienced, caused tiny hearts to appear in her beautiful eyes. Ethan steadied the girl as she stumbled. Cinchurado, 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 Cinchurado. Her energy surged through her as she reached a state of perfect enlightenment. Simultaneously, during this critical cultivation session, Rias's spirit and inner power reached their limit. After being infused with powerful life energy, she successfully broke through to SS class. Cinchurado playing in the water after Rias broke through to SS class. The energy resonance technique provided a powerful wave of feedback to Ethan. Gripping his companion's hand, the surge of strengthening power and sudden rush of energy caused Ethan to let out a deep, steadying breath. As the energy was slowly absorbed, Rias' power settled at the initial stage of upper-class devil. The red and blue confluence of magic power briefly flashed, then retreated, re-entering their respective bodies. Following the breakthrough, the girl's ability to absorb life essence increased again. Her slightly swollen lower abdomen visibly flattened at a speed perceptible to the eye. A few seconds later, it returned to its smooth and firm appearance, leaving only a small, round bulge near the lowest point. That was the barato of the baby's head, still resting in place before the birth. Centuredo, she wiped her cheek with her hand and asked, "What's wrong? Is my complexion bad? Or is something on my face?" Ethan gave her a gentle smile and said, "No, I just think you're so beautiful, Rias. I can never look at you enough." Even though they had just shared a meaningful moment together, Centuredo. Half-chiding murmur, the two entered the bathroom together. After a quick rinse, Ethan began to help Rias wash her beautiful, blood-red long hair. Only by personally washing these incredibly smooth strands of hair could he understand how much effort Rias put in daily. Although magic power could remove dirt, achieving such natural luster and brightness also required proper hydration and care. Ethan combed the bright red hair while applying high-quality shampoo. Once the shampoo was evenly distributed on the strands, he gently massaged Rias' scalp with his hands. Ethan's technique was average. This was his barato washing a girl's hair. But Rias felt it was even more comfortable than when the specialized maids at home helped her wash it. "All done, President. How does it feel?" Ethan rinsed all the foam from her red hair with warm water, smiling as he finished helping her relax. After this brief rest, Rias returned to her persona as the cool, authoritative president. She nodded faintly. "Not bad. From now on, my hair is your responsibility." The Rias from before had been charming, but looking at the president before him, Ethan felt his heart race just as strongly. Centuredo, her slender fingers playfully adjusting the barato as scales in various ways. Ethan couldn't help but hug her tighter. The girl pressed close with youthful warmth and energy. Rias' rosy face pressed close to Ethan's barato, and she smiled warmly at him. Centuredo, Ethan and Rias shared a tender moment together, holding each other close. She rested her head against his barato, smiling softly as they enjoyed the quiet evening together. Centuredo, the girl leaned forward, smiling softly as she spoke to the dragon. Ethan groaned, steadying himself and pushing forward with determination. The dragon's fierce energy flowed forward, and the girl stood her ground with quiet courage. Centuredo, the recently calmed barato, showed signs of growing larger again. Chapter 198, Barato? Ethan looked up at the time and abandoned his plan for another morning workout. It was almost 7 o'clock, and some diligent students were likely already at school, preparing for club practices or other activities. While most people couldn't enter the occult research club room, Akino Himejima was expected to arrive soon. He waited with Rias for a while. Once she was feeling better, Ethan helped her stand and walked her toward the bathroom. This time, Ethan kept things fully appropriate and focused on making sure she was comfortable. The situation in the club room was awkward, and Akira protested repeatedly until the other person backed off and controlled himself. Just as the two finished washing up and before they could change into clean, fresh clothes, the sound of Akino Himejima and Yuma Amano talking echoed in the club room. Centuredo, Yuma Amano winked at Akino Himejima, whispering, "Akino, it seems you don't know enough about our president." Tihi Akino Himejima gasped in surprise. She excitedly took 2 steps forward, her school uniform shifting as she moved. "Akida!" As she got closer, she vaguely saw Rias leaning against Ethan, resting, and quickly halted. "The president's clothes? I'll get them for you." Akino Himejima's fair, composed face briefly turned pink. Looking away, she quickly turned and walked toward the area where the clothes were kept, leaving Ethan behind as she went. 10 minutes later, Ethan and Rias were fully dressed, leaning against each other while eating the breakfast Akino Himejima had brought. The atmosphere between the two was sickly sweet, like a newly married couple. The usually composed Rias occasionally flashed a shy little expression as she accepted Ethan's feeding. The playboy Ethan was also surprisingly focused, interacting only with Rias, not paying attention to the other beautiful girls. Yuma Amano and Akino Himejima, sitting on a nearby sofa, felt increasingly awkward, which gradually turned into jealousy and envy as time passed. When Kaneko Tiju, Asia, and the others arrived sequentially, they were equally shocked by the clingy couple. Akino Senpai, what happened to the president and Akira? The blonde little nun, ignoring the question of Ethan's awakening, clutched the hem of her clothes, looking irritably at the pair who had been eating breakfast for nearly an hour. Akino Himejima spread her hands, helpless. Donwaskima, I don't know either. I only arrived a little before you. The girls exchanged silent glances, finally resigning themselves to waiting for Ethan and Rias to finish their sweet moment. Centuredo Rias picked up a napkin and elegantly wiped the corner of her mouth. Ahem, good morning, everyone. She instantly reverted to her usual sharp demeanor, acting as if she hadn't been the one performing those cheesy acts moments ago. Now that Akira is awake, we need to prepare for the three factions. President, the white-haired young girl interrupted Rias' speech with a blank expression. Before discussing anything else, shouldn't you explain to us what exactly happened last night? Rias feigned calmness, speaking indifferently. What else? We followed Greyfire's suggestion and successfully woke Akira. So, are the president and Akira a couple now? Kaneko Tuju asked the question on everyone's mind. The behavior of both Ethan and Rias was too strange. Setting Ethan aside, Rias' every action seemed like a declaration of ownership. Rias glanced at Ethan, hesitated for a moment, and gave an answer. Not yet. Last night, the two didn't just spend the time training together. They discussed many things. For example, Rias' family predicament, the forced marriage, Ethan's missing parents, the replication effect of their shared ability, the unique aura surrounding him, and the matter of his transmigration. After genuinely feeling Rias' burning affection, Ethan held nothing back. He wasn't someone with an extremely complex nature. After more than a year in this world without anyone to fully open up to, he had been struggling with pent-up feelings. To his surprise, Rias wasn't particularly shocked. Instead, she offered him an alternative possibility. I didn't detect any soul-body mismatch on you. Your situation doesn't look like soul possession. It looks more like past life memory awakening. This was Rias' exact wording. Past life memory awakening means awakening the memories of a previous incarnation. This past life could be any one of his soul's previous reincarnations, not just the one immediately preceding this life. Although Rias hadn't seen it, she knew how terrifying the top powerhouses of this world were. Mysterious concepts like soul and reincarnation were as simple as eating and drinking to them. Some daring beings had even attempted to manipulate time. Past life memory awakening had occurred several times in this world. It was rare, but not something utterly shameful. However, those who awakened past life memories were still from this world in their previous lives. Rias had never heard of a situation like Ethan's. Ethan still felt he had transmigrated. Otherwise, the familiar people and events in this world made no sense. But Rias' argument also had merit. Ultimately, the question was left unresolved. Regardless of the scenario, he was still him. After being honest with Rias, Ethan felt much lighter. Rias' reaction, in particular, alleviated many of his long-held worries. Knowing Ethan's concerns, Rias was understanding and agreed to temporarily postpone defining their relationship until the day his power was strong enough to resolve the lingering family issue. In return, Ethan firmly declared that Rias held the leading role by his side, and no one could replace her. Rias rolled her eyes at that, but she also understood that Ethan needed to maintain close alliances with others, both due to the requirements of a shared cultivation technique and because of his outgoing personality. Ethan admired Issei Haidu, because both of them were honest about what they wanted. However, while pursuing their goals, they kept within reasonable moral boundaries. Ethan revealed all his secrets, and Rias clearly understood Ethan's affection for her. After a playful moment, loving bout, the matter was settled. She and Ethan had been close since morning, not only because they were in a newlywed state, but also partly due to Rias' intention to declare her devotion. However, girls were very perceptive, especially the white-haired young girl with Nakomata blood, who got straight to the crucial point. "President, are you and Akira really not together?" Even though Rias had answered, Calla Warner, the blue-haired mature beauty, repeated the question. "Yes, we are temporarily not." Rias knew exactly what these sly women were thinking, purposefully emphasizing the word temporarily. Censurado, censurado, censurado. It was wonderful to be able to express one's feelings so honestly. She had been on the verge of taking the final step with Ethan once. Now, watching Rias bypass her, her feelings were complicated and difficult to articulate. Chapter 199. Enthusiastic classmates Akino Himejima wasn't sure what her feelings for Ethan were. She initially approached him with a goal, but discovered he was an interesting person. He was a bit of a womanizer, but surprisingly, not in an overtly repulsive way. During one ambiguous encounter, she nearly followed the mood and foolishly surrendered herself. After that, she became more cautious. Coupled with Ethan's focus on increasing his power and pursuing other girls, their relationship hadn't progressed. Following this recent incident, it goes without saying that the affection of everyone in the Occult Research Club for Ethan had increased a level, and Akino Himejima was no exception. Had Graphia not later mentioned that the advanced technique required sufficient power, the servants, including Akino, would have intended to try it themselves before Rias even opened her mouth. Sighing softly, Akino Himejima adjusted her mindset. Regardless, the outcome was good. As for her relationship with Ethan, she decided to let nature take its course. After some commotion, it was nearly time for class. Rias let out a lazy yawn and said, "We'll discuss the Three Factions conference after school. Everyone go to class. We'll rest a bit more." It was a long evening. Yuma Amano's trio were much more experienced than Rias and didn't react much, though the attention they gave Ethan became noticeably more intense. Censurado, censurado, he quickly peeled the clinging middle off him. "President, I'm going to class first. After being away for so many days, I kind of miss my classmates." With that, he bolted. Looking at Ethan's somewhat flustered figure, Yudo Kiba sighed in disappointment, but she knew she couldn't blame Ethan. Her current body looked exactly like the stereotypical handsome blonde boy. Anyone who wasn't gay would likely have the same reaction as Ethan. "It's all right, Yudo. When you fully master your power and return to being Yuko, Akira will probably be more eager than you are." Rias half-jokingly comforted Yudo Kiba, then continued, "Everyone go to class. We'll meet again after school." Yes, and before leaving, Akino Himejima deliberately turned back and said, "President, you have to go too." "Yes, yes," Rias said dismissively. "Only one yes is enough." Yes, Rias was quite resigned to Akino Himejima's occasional mischievous and dark humor. After Ethan woke up, the atmosphere in the club instantly lightened. The group chatted playfully for a while and happily went to class together. When Ethan appeared in the classroom, the second-year class immediately burst into an uproar. A swarm of female classmates, all of whom had been closely involved with him, surrounded him. "Akira, where have you been all this time? Akira, are you free tonight? Akira-kun, here are the notes from the past few days. I took them all for you." Akira. Excluding Takamine and her mother and daughter, essentially no one else knew that Ethan had been unconscious all this time. Telling them would not have helped and only caused more trouble. So, the official explanation was that Ethan was away on business. With the cooperation of the Takamine mother and daughter, even if the other girls had doubts, they couldn't say anything. Furthermore, most of the girls at Kuo Academy knew of Rias' extraordinary status. Some of those close to Ethan, like the Hamasaki Reina, Jaru trio, also knew that Ethan was apparently Rias' subordinate. It was thanks to this excuse Rias provided that Ethan found it much easier to deal with the enthusiastic girls. What could I have been doing? Just out on an errand, but the location was a bit far, so it took a while. Where? Sorry, the president said it's confidential, so I can't say. Yes, don't worry. They'll make up for this downtime with you all. Come on, give me a warm greeting. Surrounded by so many friendly girls, Ethan's tender heart, which had been startled by Yudo Kiba, was instantly soothed. The girls each greeted him in turn, leaving his handsome, delicate face covered with cheerful marks from their makeup. This extravagant scene, while making the remaining few girls shy, made them secretly curious about Ethan's charisma. Why were these classmates, who were all attractive in looks and figure, so infatuated with him? It wasn't until the class bell rang that Ethan managed to escape the girls' encirclement. He returned to his seat, wiping the lipstick marks from his face under the white-haired girl's annoyed gaze. A moment later, the blue-haired teacher, wearing a black skirt suit, walked into the classroom. Stunt. Bow. Seat. Open your books, too. Looking at Calawarner, Centuredo Calawarner slightly glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and said, "You Sujikun, you read the next paragraph." Huh? Ethan instinctively stood up. Before he could speak further, the blue-haired mature beauty put on a stern face and said, "Huh, what? Zoning out first thing in the morning. Go stand by the door." Glancing at the group of students below, Ethan shrugged and obediently walked to the door for his punishment. However, as he passed the blue-haired woman, he said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Calawarner, I hope you keep this attitude in the future." Calawarner looked away, her expression tightening. She pretended not to hear Ethan's words, walked to the other side of the podium, and said, "All right, everyone continue reading." Aside from being intentionally teased by Calawarner, Ethan's day was relatively calm. During the break, he also used his fully charged phone to send a group message to the other girls not attending Kuo Academy. Although he wasn't involved in the organization's affairs, he was its nominal leader. The girls in the organization had gathered because of him. If he didn't show up for a long time, it was hard to say what might happen. After school, Ethan politely declined the advances of the many desirous beauties and was dragged to the clubroom, his arms held tightly by Kaneko Tuju and Middlet on either side. "Kaneko, Middlet, am not going to run away. Is this really necessary?" "Yes. Akira is very such a handful. If we don't watch you, you'll disappear," the white-haired girl said with a poker face. Middlet laughed happily beside her. That's right. I haven't spent time with Akira for a long time either. We can't let those useless. Those guys get to him first." Yuma Amano's trio had been reformed for nearly half a year, but after being fallen angels for so long, some habits and attitudes hadn't changed yet. They generally didn't pay any attention to ordinary people or those with weak power. Ethan didn't want to force them to change their views, nor was it necessary. The contempt for the weak was common. Even among ordinary people otherwise, bullying wouldn't exist. As long as they didn't attack their own people, a little cheekiness was fine. In fact, aside from Middlet's occasional slip of the tongue, the other two had no such issue. "Middlet, you were just sneaking snacks a few days ago." Kaneko Tuju ruthlessly exposed Middlet's lie. "You three were secretly spending time together every day while Akira was unconscious. Don't think we don't know." Oh my, were we discovered, don't copy Akino Senpai's verbal tick, the white-haired girl deadpanned. "We helped him out with some chores." Middlet reverted to her usual personality, acting cold but caring. "It's only fair to get a little reward, right?" Seeing that the white-haired girl was about to say more, she quickly changed the subject. "By the way, Akira, why aren't you surprised after hearing that?" "Hearing what?" "Well, the fact that we were secretly sneaking around while you were unconscious." Ethan pressed her fluffy blonde little head and said helplessly, "Didn't you just admit to sneaking snacks yourself?" Chapter 200, Special Training. Middlet's cute little face flushed. She grumbled, "You're calling me out, but even when you were unconscious, that restless thing wouldn't stay still. If you were more restrained when you were assisting me, the little Akira would have behaved better too," Ethan said, rolling his eyes at her. "Although I couldn't move, I could sense things happening outside." Centuredo. startled shout drew the attention of all the girls inside the clubroom. Yuma Amano chastised her, middled. How many times do I have to tell you to be more composed? Yuma-sama, Akira said his consciousness was clear all these days. Middle's small face was slightly red as she explained, so I was shocked. Yuma Amano glanced at Ethan in surprise, apparently realizing something. A blush also appeared on her pretty face. She turned away, no longer interested in scolding Middle. Except for Rias, who had learned the truth of Ethan's unconsciousness last night. Everyone else was slightly surprised. However, aside from Yuma Amano's trio, who had indulged themselves, the others actually looked relieved. In that case, we don't need to explain what happened during this time. Akino Himejima narrowed her eyes and chuckled. You know everything Grafia-sama said too, Akira? Yes. Ethan nodded. He not only knew about the matters Grafia had announced, but also knew that Grafia had tested him during her examination. During an important moment last night, he carefully asked Rias if he could truly request Grafia to help him train in advanced magical techniques together once. Whether the Devil Beauty was dizzy with pleasure or truly unconcerned, she surprisingly told Ethan to do whatever he could and not to worry about her brother. Shaking his head, Ethan pushed the speculative matter to the back of his mind and focused on the important issue. He looked around and announced, I have good news for everyone. The President and I both broke through to Ultimate Class Devil, which is SS Class, last night. The strongest of the girls were only A Class at their peak. Hearing this, they all looked at Ethan and Rias with envy. They were all roughly the same age, yet Ethan and Rias were already SS Class. Ethan, especially, had only been practicing for a little over a year tops. Thinking back to Ethan's claim months ago that he would reach Devil King level within a year, they suddenly felt that it might not be an impossible goal now. Rias sat behind the desk and continued. Therefore, I have temporarily decided to arrange a special training for the club. The Three Factions Conference is still a month away. I hope that before then, everyone's power can improve a little more. Yuma Amano was the most eager for increased power. She firmly agreed. When does it start? I'm ready anytime. They'll give everyone 2 days to prepare. This training will be completely enclosed and is expected to last 2 weeks. Rias glanced at Ethan and added, Akira's paired cultivation ability is indeed very effective for increasing power, but during this special training, aside from breaking through bottlenecks, there will be no unauthorized mischief. Ethan was already SS Class. Training together with him would greatly boost the girl's power, but combat strength wasn't just about who had the most magic power. Technique, awareness, mindset, and control were all crucial abilities. As their power increased, these aspects absolutely needed to be strengthened. Otherwise, even with enough magic power, they wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone achieve breakthroughs. Akino Himejima, Asia, and Kaneko Tuju glanced at Ethan, their faces slightly flushed, lost in thought. Yuma Amano, Middle, and Calla Warner, however, looked disappointed. They had hoped to train during the day and train at night. After all, with A-class power, going without sleep was fine. Yudo Kiba gently let out a sigh of relief, showing an expression of immense relief. If paired training had been restricted, she feared that after this training, her power would be the lowest of everyone, even falling behind Asia, who had only been reincarnated recently. The girl's thoughts varied, but no one objected to Rias's decision. Although Ethan was deeply drawn to Akino Himejima and the others, he didn't want them to only engage with him out of self-interest or for the sake of improving their power. The girls of the Occult Research Club, or rather, the girls in this normal anime world, were subconsciously treated differently by Ethan than those in the fictional stories he was familiar with. He knew this was wrong, but knowing something doesn't always mean you can act accordingly. It's like everyone knows they shouldn't be lazy, but how many people can consistently maintain self-discipline? All right, if there are no more matters, everyone go back and prepare. I will handle the arrangements with the school. Rias clapped her hands, signaling the end of the Occult Research Club's activities for the day. The girls actually didn't need much time to prepare. Sorting out clothes for washing would take one evening. The 2-day period was mainly for Ethan to appease the other girls. Ethan had just returned after being away on assignment for so long, only to immediately leave for 2 weeks of closed-door training. The other girls were eager to reconnect with him first, especially Tuko Sakurate and Shirori Akazono, the two close Barado. The commotion from the Takamine residence barely stopped for those 2 days. The girls knew Ethan was leaving again in 2 days, so they came in groups, taking turns visiting. In Kuo Academy's second-year class, A alone, half the girls took leave on the first day, and the other half took leave on the second day. Ethan experienced strain and exhaustion simultaneously. The strain was naturally the act of the intense training itself. The exhaustion was that even the most rewarding discipline, when repeated nonstop, could become tiresome. This weariness might not last long, but it certainly appeared. Ethan couldn't show his frustration, as he felt he had already let down these beautiful, spirited girls enough. All his pent-up dissatisfaction was vented entirely upon Tuko, Sakurai, and the group of rebellious girls under her. The intense confrontation made them fear they would be overwhelmed by Ethan, but their strong attachment made them stay close to him even more. However, they would likely need a good period of rest afterward, unable to do anything strenuous. Early on the 3rd day, Ethan received a call from Rias. He gently moved aside the person resting beside him and got up to wash in the bathroom. Sensuredo. Ethan met up with Rias and the others at the Kuo Academy gate. One announcement before we depart. Rias, dressed in practical casual wear, declared the time for the 3 factions conference was finalized yesterday. The initial plan was to start as soon as possible, but some parties objected, so the final date is set for July 10th. Ethan checked today's date, April 30th. Golden Week was about to start. He couldn't recall the original date of the 3 factions conference, but Graphia had mentioned about a month. Now, it seemed to have been postponed by another month. For some reason, thinking of the sudden 1-month delay, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. There was no evidence or concrete reason, just a hunch. Ethan trusted his instincts implicitly. Every one of his hunches had proven true so far. Although the time for the conference has been postponed, our special training remains unchanged. Rias continued to explain, utilizing the Golden Week holiday, we can avoid hindering everyone's studies as much as possible. Because the conference was postponed, we can also consider extending the duration of the training if necessary. Don't assume that supernatural beings don't need to study. It's just relatively easier for them. Certain essential knowledge, especially in mathematics and physics, plays a significant role in magic and other aspects. Now, let's depart. 8 Underworld, Phoenix Gremory Territory. Riser, you still have 2 months. Finish up your affairs as soon as possible, and then take a trip to the human world. Rival Phoenix, the successor head of the Phoenix family, said to Riser Phoenix, who was being fed by his servants. If your engagement with Rias Gremory isn't finalized before the 3 factions conference, then the matter ends here. Chapter 201. Undercurrents. Riser Phoenix, tall, with bright yellow hair and wearing a red suit, lazily propped himself up from his queen's lap. So, you want me to go to the human world and pressure Rias, then? Laval Phoenix looked at his 3rd younger brother and his youngest sister, Ravel, beside him, and said calmly, if you cannot make Rias yield within these 2 months, the family won't be able to provide you with assistance after the 3 factions conference. Yes, I understand. We'll take a trip after the next raiding game. Riser scratched his messy, yellow hair. I remember it's at the Gremory Family's Academy. What was it called? Academy? Ravel, with her golden drill-style twin tails, scoffed. It's Private Kuo Academy, you idiot. In another part of the underworld, far from the 4 great pure-blooded devil families, almost on the border, others were also anxious because the 3 factions conference was about to begin. Maria, hurry to the human world and find Mio. The white-haired demon Sheila, with curved ram horns, urgently told her younger daughter. Maria Neruz, who looked similar to Sheila but with a much smaller, childlike physique, asked in confusion, why the sudden rush? After your father, Wilbert, passed away, those people intended to move against Mio. They were only hesitant due to the current Devil King and the regulations of the four great families. Sheila lowered her voice, speaking cautiously as if afraid of being overheard. Now that the three factions conference is about to begin, if they don't act now, they'll completely lose their chance. After peace is established, the Devil Kings will strictly investigate internal conflicts like this. Besides, once the Grimmery family stabilizes, we can seek their protection. The Grimmery family? Maria looked at her mother blankly. Does that noble family have any connection to ours? They have no connection to me, but your father and Mio's father, Wilbert, had a very close relationship with the Grimmery family when he was a Devil King. Cinchuredo Sheila has actually maintained contact with Grimmery, and their relationship remains good. It's just that both sides have been facing major troubles, leading to infrequent communication over the years. Just as Maria Neruz quietly went to the human world to search for her half-sister, Mio Neruz. As instructed by her mother, Sheila, the constantly restless Zest has also begun dispatching his subordinates. Zest, Lars, you two also prepare. If the initial attempt fails, it will be your turn to act. Lars, a masked devil, took a breath and slowly said, Zest-sama, why not let us handle it directly? Lars, do I need to explain my actions to you? The emaciated Zest, clearly nearing the end of his lifespan, spoke with a raspy voice, a massive wave of magic power rushing towards Lars. Lars grunted, stumbling back several steps. He knelt on one knee. My deepest apologies, Zest-sama. Umph. Zest snorted angrily, turning and walking into the darkness. Once Zest's presence disappeared, Lars slowly clenched his fists, filled with deep resentment but powerless. Tall and graceful Zest, with purple barato on her face, glanced at him, then strode away, unconcerned. Due to the three factions conference, individuals with various hidden agendas in the underworld were becoming restless. The same was true in the Fallen Angel and God factions. Even the Hero faction was affected, with various countermeasures being activated. May 9th, the second phase of Ethan's group's special training began. The first phase of cultivation went surprisingly smoothly. Thanks to the information collected from the Fallen Angels and the training methods provided by Azazel, those with Fallen Angel blood Akino Himejima, Yuma Amano, Middled, and Calawarner further strengthened their power. Akino Himejima was even on the verge of breaking through to S-Class on her own. Yuma Amano's trio also finally saw the possibility of a breakthrough. It was estimated that they could achieve a breakthrough as soon as they engaged in joint magical training sessions with Ethan a few times to raise their magic power. The other person whose strength soared was Asia. The blonde little nun's magic power aptitude was indeed impressive. Although she wasn't specialized in combat, with Rias' guidance, her power reached B-Class. Coupled with the healing ability of her sacred gear, her combat capability was comparable to an average A-Class devil. Kaneko Tuju and Yudo Kiba were melee fighters, and Ethan was responsible for training them these days. Around this time last year, Ethan was still enduring the young teammates' torment. He couldn't believe he had the chance for revenge so soon. Cinchuredo Yudo Kiba's swordsmanship improved significantly with Ethan's guidance, but there wasn't much progress in the magical aspect, that is, mastering the strange energy within her body. It wasn't that Ethan didn't want to help, but aside from his combat prowess, his knowledge was about the same as Asia's, who was a newcomer. If Rias couldn't figure it out, he dared not mess around. And definitely not, because every time they got close, Yudo Kiba's demeanor and actions gave him goosebumps. These days, Ethan and Rias didn't neglect their own training either. In addition to their shared practice at night, they sparred during the day, familiarizing themselves with the combat intensity of SS-class individuals. Purely in terms of magic, Ethan was slightly inferior to Rias because repeated partner practice allowed Rias' magic power to gradually catch up to his. Of course, he had also acquired the destruction ability. However, with similar power levels, Rias was clearly more proficient in magic combat, while Ethan's combat talent was primarily focused on melee. His martial arts had been stuck at S-class for a long time. The breakthrough in magic power didn't lead to a simultaneous breakthrough in martial arts as he had expected. Ethan had no intention of abandoning martial arts, but because his devil bloodline was complete, he had to temporarily set it aside to rapidly increase his power. In fact, he was already getting some vague ideas. During his battle with Azazel, he touched the threshold of the god level through Balance Breaker. At the time, he felt that from martial arts to transform into immortal arts, a crucial step was missing in between. It was like a mortal aiming for immortality. There must be a vital intermediary step. It couldn't be achieved in one go. Once he found that missing piece, immortal arts would no longer be just a dream. May 15th, Rias summoned everyone early in the morning. The second phase of training is over. I'm considering whether we should extend the special training. She rested her hands on her chin and slowly asked, "What are your thoughts?" After the second phase of training, everyone, including Yudo Kiba, was on the verge of a breakthrough, except for Asia. But progressing from A-class to S-class, while not as difficult as a qualitative leap in life essence, wasn't easy either. If they relied solely on their own efforts, it could take 3 days with good luck or 3 years with bad luck. Let's continue. Yuma Amano urgently responded. "President, you've monopolized Akira for so many days. It's our turn now." It had been agreed before the training that they couldn't do special training sessions with Ethan except at critical moments. However, Rias, as the president, naturally had privileges, and only her power level could still help Ethan through their special training. All right, but only one person at a time. Rias squinted at Yuma Amano's trio, whose breathing suddenly quickened. "I don't want this training session to get out of hand." Yuma Amano, Middle, and Calawarner exchanged glances, hiding their disappointment. They usually practiced with Ethan as a group, which was very engaging. Many of the techniques and experiences simply couldn't be covered in a solo session. Since Rias had stated it clearly, they had no choice but to comply. Occasionally having a moment, one-on-one session, and monopolizing his affection for an entire night didn't sound bad either. This thought spontaneously occurred to all three of them. "Aquino, Kaneko, you two make your own decision." Rias looked at the two who hadn't spoken, solemnly stating, "You must think carefully. Don't do anything you'll regret later." The girls' feelings for Ethan were an open secret among them, differing only in degree. For example, Yuma Amano's trio's love for Ethan was only a quarter of their motivation. The other 3/4 were the deep emotional connection and closeness they shared, the benefits of the shared training technique, and the admiration for a powerful figure. Rias' affection was pure love, but perhaps the romantic love wasn't as prevalent as her protective and caring love for a cherished servant. Chapter 202. The third phase of special training, the atmosphere in the villa fell into a brief silence. Rias finally made a decision. The third phase of training will last half a month. For the remaining month, we must be back at the academy, ready for any notice. If you don't wish to participate in the training, you can continue self-training or study during this time, which will make catching up on missed lessons easier once we return. Everyone exchanged glances and nodded silently. Rias' meaning was clear. The third phase of training was exclusively for paired practice sessions with Ethan. She wouldn't pressure anyone who couldn't overcome their mental block. In reality, only Kaneko Tuju and Aquino Himejima were conflicted. Yuma Amano's trio was simply eager to spend more time with Ethan and start collaborating with him. After a quiet period apart, they had missed his company and were looking forward to reconnecting with him as a team. Asia had always admired Ethan and was completely willing to bravado him in any way she could. Ethan had saved her from Freed and provided her with a place to live. He was handsome, had a good physique, and was powerful, aside from his tendency to have multiple female partners. He was exactly the ideal romantic partner in the blonde little nun's dreams. However, considering that the president and so many girls who came before her didn't mind Ethan having other women, Asia felt she didn't need to mind either. It wasn't that the girls didn't mind, but they knew that minding wouldn't help. Ethan had never hidden his intention to build a large team around him. To put harshly, he even created separate divisions within a group. There were members who considered leaving and cutting ties, and Ethan never stopped them. He only had one rule. While they were committed to the group, they could not be involved with rival organizations. If they left, they could never return. The truth was, even the most devoted women, after careful consideration, couldn't bring themselves to leave Ethan. It wasn't just because of his rare cultivation ability. After careful thought, they realized that Ethan seemed superior to other men in almost every aspect. Centuriato moral character, and so on. Ethan considered himself at least above average, if not outstanding. Especially in the three aspects of power, potential, and looks, he hadn't met a peer rival so far. Getting back to the main point, while Asia was willing, her power level was still a bit low. She reluctantly left the living room, heading to the open space outside the villa to continue practicing magic. Yudo Kiba followed closely. Before she could return to her female body, the third phase of training was irrelevant to her. She needed to become at least neutral to feminine and have the necessary opening below to engage in the training technique with Ethan, not necessarily a striking appearance like Rias or Akino Himejima. Watching Rias take Asia and Yudo Kiba outside to train, the expressions of the four remaining people in the living room grew complex again. Middle pressed her barato together. Akira is so powerful. It would be fine if we went together. Now, I have to wait another day. Calawarner looked down at her. Hold on. When did you decide you were second? Huh. Middle's mouth dropped open, revealing her sharp canine teeth like a startled kitten. Calawarner, you're usually not proactive at all. Are you trying to steal my spot now? The blue-haired woman's face was flushed. She swayed slightly. Who says I'm not proactive? Besides, I've been holding back for half a month this time. Compared to the younger-looking Middle, she longed for his company more than ever. If Rias hadn't been spending every night with Ethan, she might have tried to sneak into his room already. Let's have a duel. Middle stepped back half a step, cutely menacing, and challenged Calawarner. Whoever wins goes first. The blue-haired, mature, bow-tie's expression sobered. She adopted a fighting stance. Fine. The two looked at each other, electric sparks seemingly flashing in their beautiful eyes. Scissors, rock, paper. Looking at Calawarner's fair, long hand, Middle then looked at her own small fist and instantly deflated. I lost. Calawarner gave a motherly smile, gently patting Middle's small head, secretly pleased at how effective the duel method learned from Ethan was. It was a bit childish, but worked perfectly on Middle. Middle grumpily batted away Calawarner's hand, trying to vent her anger by hitting her with small fists. However, Centuriato, Middle turned her head away in a huff. No, I am not. While the two were making a scene, Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju glanced at each other and silently walked toward their respective rooms, preferring to step away from the commotion. As mentioned before, aside from his slightly complicated relationships with women, Ethan was completely the ideal partner, especially after the incident with Azazel, where Ethan disregarded his own safety to forcefully use Balance Breaker. They no longer had any feelings of rejection. However, making the decision to actively ask him for a closer relationship was inexplicably difficult to say out loud. This situation continued for a week. Yuma Amano's trio was preparing for their third event when the two girls still hadn't taken the next step. At dinner, Rias suddenly announced, Yuma, the three of you are already S-class. Paired training sessions with Ethan are prohibited for the rest of the training. Huh. Middle couldn't help but protest before Yuma Amano could speak, only to be silenced by a look from Yuma Amano. Yuma Amano gave a meaningful glance at the obviously distracted Kaneko Tuju and Akino Himejima, then nodded in cooperation. All right, President. In that case, can we end the training early? Yuma Amano smiled slyly. After all, no one else is going to take the third phase of training. Rias sighed, looking at the suddenly stiff Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju. They clearly wanted it so much. Why couldn't they just say so? Well, rest tomorrow, and the day after well. Rias, President, Ethan interrupted. Let's continue. The special training isn't over. Finished speaking. Centuriato, a week had been enough to gauge Akino Himejima and Kaneko Tuju's feelings. The only thing preventing them from speaking up until now was likely their girlish pride and anticipation. Confessed to by Ethan in front of everyone, the two were first surprised, then filled with joy and shyness. Although it made no difference who initiated it, a girl's heart is a strange thing. As soon as Ethan spoke, the two agreed with almost no hesitation. Unwilling, Ethan was also expressing his feelings so proactively and directly for the first time, feeling uncharacteristically shy. He instinctively rubbed the bridge of his nose, momentarily at a loss for what to say next. Chapter 203, Akino Hamajima's Special Training, Part 1 Ahem. Fortunately, Ethan was experienced with women. While he wasn't used to genuine confessions, unrestrained language came easily. After 2 coughs, he said, "It's settled then. Akino-senpai, remember to save me a seat tonight." Akino Himejima rolled her eyes at him. Her face flushed and nodded slightly. The white-haired girl, knowing she would have to wait behind Akino Himejima, expressionlessly snatched the fried shrimp from Ethan's bowl. Seeing such a cute way of expressing displeasure, everyone couldn't help but chuckle softly. Ethan gently patted the white-haired girl's soft, silver-white short hair soothingly. Akino-senpai is the senior, after all. Kaneko Tuju lifted her head slightly, resting her cheek against the palm of Ethan's hand. She wasn't actually that angry, and the small bit of annoyance vanished as the fried shrimp went down. The dinner ended quietly in a joyful atmosphere. Rias shooed away Akino Himejima, who was about to clear the dishes. Under the girls' curious gazes, Ethan held Akino Himejima's hand and walked together towards the villa. After a relaxing evening at the resort, Ethan guided Akino to the main bedroom, where they settled in for the night. Yet incredibly soft creatures and a Barado quietly stood up. Click! After locking the door, Ethan adjusted the curtains. The training location was deep in the mountains, and apart from the European-style villa, there were no other buildings nearby, so there was no fear of being watched. The bright moonlight filtered into the quiet courtyard, casting a silvery glow across the scene. Droplets of water caught the light like tiny stars. Akino Himejima stood quietly, her hair spilling outward like fine sandalwood. She held her arms close to herself, her expression calm and thoughtful. Senchuredo Ethan gently greeted Akino Himejima. Her delicate, straight willow eyebrows and long, curled, dark eyelashes added a touch of elegance and purity to her dreamy, large eyes, highlighting her gentle temperament. Her pretty little nose was delicately straight. Her full, vibrant, and tempting fragrant Barado framed her face. Her soft, smooth cheeks, like the moonlight, were exquisitely beautiful. Looking at Akino Himejima's beautiful, pure face, Ethan felt a deep admiration for her. She closed her eyes shyly, silently appreciating the heartfelt moment. Senchuredo Ethan smiled warmly at Akino Himejima as they chatted together. They talked and laughed, enjoying each other's company. The conversation flowed naturally between them, and they shared a pleasant moment together. Senchuredo, you didn't have to do this. Akino Himejima looked up at Ethan, her eyes soft and grateful, then lowered her head and continued carefully with her task. She might lack the practical experience Ethan had, but as a senior, she couldn't let herself be completely outmatched from start to finish. Akino Himejima possessed a graceful and elegant appearance. Her striking features seemed almost too perfect to be real, leaving Ethan in quiet admiration of her presence. He stood nearby, simply appreciating the moment. Senchuredo. The room filled with a pleasant fragrance. Ethan leaned down, reaching inside carefully, trying to find the source. Chapter 204, Akino Himejima's Special Training. Part 2. Ethan began Akino Himejima's focus training session, guiding her through the next set of exercises with care and patience. Next, Senchuredo, the dragon roared as it was struck, and streaks of light reddish fluid trickled down the creature's scales. The girl's expression showed intense determination, her energy continuously surging around the fully engaged dragon. Ethan, who had experience with many warriors, felt the powerful presence of Akino Hamajima's resolve. He couldn't help but inwardly praise it. How could it be so impressive? Could the legendary masterpiece truly exist? Half to be considerate of the newcomer, and half concerned about losing focus too quickly, Ethan took a deep breath, carefully steadying himself. After a moment, Centurado, 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 Centurado. The young man and woman held each other closely. Ethan admired the black ponytailed bow-tie's appearance. Akino Hamajima's skin was pale like snow, and a soft pink tone appeared at her elbows and the soles of her feet. The girl turned gracefully in the moonlight. Although the light was faint, the atmosphere around her seemed almost otherworldly. In the faint moonlight, their battle was perfectly visible. The massive dragon clashed repeatedly with Akino Hamajima, its powerful form covered in veins, striking with tremendous bravado before pulling back like a weapon drawn from a forge. Akino Hamajima struggled to maintain her stance against the overwhelming creature. Each moment was filled with intense emotion. Watching this dramatic scene unfold, Ethan was pushed to his absolute limit. Ethan gently held Akino close. "Akino-senpai, I'm going to give it everything I have now." Akino Hamajima's eyes were filled with determination. Centurado, Ethan's bravado was pressed tightly against the dragon as they struggled. With every wild movement, the dragon tightened its grip around him in the narrow passage, and Ethan could feel his strength fading. However, Centurado, Akino Hamajima reacted strongly to the intense energy, trembling once more. She curled up beside Ethan, resting against him. Ethan gently held Akino Hamajima, softly patting her back to comfort her. As the spiritual energy completed its transfer, a warm mystical aura rose around them. After the lingering moment faded, Akino Hamajima slowly opened her misty eyes, looking dazed, and gently leaned toward Ethan for bravado. After a quiet moment together ended, the black-haired ponytail beauty finally regained full awareness. Feeling the changes within her bravado, Akino Hamajima was pleasantly surprised to find she had broken through the barrier and stepped into the rank of high-class devil. Not only that, the effect of the first energy-sharing session hadn't been completely exhausted. The life energy in her abdomen was continuously increasing and purifying the magic power within her body. Chapter 205, Akino Hamajima's Special Training. Part 3. In addition to her surprise, Akino Hamajima quickly began to actively cultivate. She remained nestled on Ethan's body. Centurado, and the tension between them electrified the air. As time passed, the dragon's overwhelming presence could no longer be contained. The powerful creature swelled again, growing even larger than before. Without moving, Centurado, every time the dragon breathed near the glowing cave entrance, the powerful gusts and swirling winds made Ethan tremble. The surge of warm vapor pouring from deep within the cavern struck the dragon's face like a flood, and the bravado of the moment grew stronger with every breath. Centurado, sharing a warm moment together with bright smiles of contentment. Ethan held Akino Hamajima gently, and Akino Hamajima rested peacefully by his side. The two sat quietly together, taking in the calm. The next morning, Ethan and a glowing Akino Hamajima appeared before the other girls, hand in hand. Sensing her completely different aura compared to yesterday, although they had anticipated it, Rias and the others were slightly surprised. Whether it was because Akino Himejima had deep underlying power ready for a breakthrough, Shinshirado Akino Himejima's commanding queenly aura became even more pronounced. Simply standing there made people feel intimidated. After a quick breakfast, everyone dispersed. Akino Himejima didn't cling to Ethan either. She needed to train and adjust to her explosive increase in power. Ethan returned to his room and opened his newly refreshed personal panel. After fully achieving his training breakthrough with Akino Himejima, not only did his power advance further, but all the talents on his panel were also completely filled in. Name: Akira Su Talents. Fallen Angel Bloodline, Devil Bloodline, Power of Destruction, Thunderbolt, Mirror Reflection, Combat Instinct, Body Art, God Thought. Skills: Magic Power, Purification, Physical Mastery, Pocket Dimension, Sketching, Intermediate. Weapon: Boosted Gear, Overall Rating. SS. The suffixes for his talents had all disappeared. Power of Destruction and Thunderbolt were the unique talents of Rias and Akino Himejima, respectively, which, in this world's terms, were their magic power attributes. Theoretically, everyone has their own magic power attribute, but if it's too weak, it's not considered a talent. The changes in the skills section were significant. After becoming an ultimate class devil, Magic Power Extraction had become Magic Power Purification, and he no longer needed new methods of cultivation. Physical Mastery had also reached its highest level, with the suffix disappearing. For it to evolve further, he would likely need a breakthrough in his martial arts. He had gained a few life skills like sketching during his constant party days. As his physical control increased, these body control-related skills naturally improved. The dark blue magic power surged within him, and Ethan transformed into his devil form. Observing himself in the mirror, his devil form didn't change much after acquiring the complete bloodline, except that his wings were thicker and his tail was more robust. The only relatively obvious change was the appearance of 3 crimson markings on his face, 2 on the left cheek and 1 on the right, asymmetrical. Recalling Rias' previous description, it seemed he was getting closer to the appearance of an ancient devil. Other than that, there was no particular sensation. After adjusting to the new form for a moment, Ethan closed his eyes and began to mobilize the fallen angel portion of his power. HNNG. Ethan let out a soft groan. The power of the fallen angel and the devil clashed, but soon the two forces, which should have been natural enemies, quickly settled down in tacit harmony. A brief pain in his back, next to his bat wings, and a pair of jet black feathered wings slowly formed. This was different from Akino Himejima, who simultaneously used both powers, one type of wing on each side. Under Ethan's unique ability, both bloodline powers were fully utilized, resulting in different express characteristics. Ethan wasn't fond of this appearance. His original human look was the most pleasing to the eye. After confirming that the devil and fallen angel bloodlines, like the other half-bloods, not only didn't conflict but were stronger and more complete, he decisively reverted to his human form. The panel was put away. After summarizing his current power, Ethan made slight adjustments to his power advancement plan. Just as he was about to leave to train, the room door was pushed open. "Kaneko?" Ethan was putting on a shirt and asked curiously, "Didn't you go with the president to guide Asia's training?" The white-haired girl stared at him expressionlessly, but her slightly puffed-out, cute cheeks indicated she was very unhappy. Ethan's bravado froze. He tentatively asked, "Kaneko?" Shinshirado, she had been the first to express affection and the first to practice combat techniques with Ethan up close. Yet now, everyone in the club, except for Yudo Kiba, whose bravado prevented it, had rushed ahead of her. The white-haired girl felt that if she didn't hurry, even her new good friend, Shinshirado, in the story, Kaneko's expression showed mild annoyance as Ethan playfully called her a small bunny. As the scene continued, the two characters shared a light-hearted moment, with Ethan laughing and Kaneko crossing her arms, pretending to be unimpressed. This feeling of complete mastery was something he couldn't quite explain, instantly inflating Ethan's sense of pride and satisfaction. Kaneko Tuju hadn't said a word since entering the room. Even now, standing quietly in the dim light, she only turned her head slightly, pressing her barato together as she stayed silent. Centurato, his hand gently rested near her barato, and Kaneko looked up at him with a soft, surprised expression. Ethan smiled warmly, noticing the vulnerable look in her eyes. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Kaneko faced Ethan formally for the barato. As he offered a gentle, respectful bow, a shy blush appeared on her fair, peach-colored cheeks. The moment he extended his hand toward her in greeting, a warm feeling of pleasant surprise spread through Ethan's entire barato. He smiled warmly, and her shyness melted into a soft, proudly standing holy peaks, unwavering for a long time. Kaneko frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, her silver teeth clenched. Her innate reserve prevented her from fully relaxing. Caution and determination clashed, equally matched opponents in a struggle. Centurato seemed to contain a tense, unsettling atmosphere. Her fair, slender hands instinctively gripped the soft, white bedding. Hearing Kaneko's distress cry and seeing her overwhelmed state, Ethan could no longer hesitate. He moved forward, carefully reaching out to help her. Centurato, 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 Centurato. Kaneko gradually became overwhelmed. Just as Ethan completely let go, allowing the cat-eared girl to bite into his arm, she also refrained from using magic power to reinforce her barato during this act. Relying purely on her cat Sith and devil bloodlines, her physical constitution wasn't very strong. Centurato, that spot of mine might give out. Looking at Kaneko's slightly pale face, she looked tired and worn out. Although Ethan was still concerned, he decided to stop and let her rest. He knew that starting out, it was best to take things slowly, or it would cause great harm to the woman. If it left a psychological shadow, it would also affect Kaneko Tuju's attitude toward their training in the future. Kaneko finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when she saw that Ethan hadn't finished his technique, she said guiltily, "Akira, are you okay?" Centurato. But Ethan didn't stop her. After all, it was an important moment for both of them, and her willingness to barato him came purely from a place of deep care. He had no reason to refuse, even though he felt overwhelmed with emotion. After a while, Kaneko, who had been thinking quietly, blushed with a hint of shyness. Then she gently offered her hand. She held his hand gently with her delicate fingers, leaning in closer with a warm, comforting smile. A sense of ease spread through his barato. Ethan shivered slightly and opened his eyes, feeling a pleasant wave of relief wash over him. For her first training experience, the cat-eared girl was willing to go through this for him. It was truly commendable. Kaneko's actions were very clumsy. Her barato were occasionally awkward and uncoordinated. To be honest, Ethan wasn't really impressed with the performance. Ethan frowned slightly. He had been nipped again, not too hard, not too soft. Kaneko gently raised her head, her timid eyes showing a hint of apology and worry. Ethan's gaze was calm, and he offered a small smile. Kaneko let out a quiet breath of relief and lowered her head once more. The young girl with cat ears waited quietly. Centurato, 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 Centurato. A white-haired girl with cat ears and snow-white skin stood close to a tall young man in front of a mirror. Watching the reflection, Ethan felt a strong sense of excitement welling up inside him. Kaneko, however, looked uneasy. As Ethan stepped forward, Centurato, 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 They continued spending time together on the bed, moving between standing, sitting, and lying down. After a long and exhausting conversation, their once lively voices gradually faded into quiet, tired murmurs. Kaniko's legs tightened as she held on. Her toes curled restlessly as she moved alongside Ethan, adjusting her footing to stay close to the dragon. There was no gap between them. Oh, so strong. So close? So amazing. Kaniko softly expressed her joy. Cinchuredo, the immense pressure made it nearly impossible for Ethan to hold his ground. He shifted his stance and pressed forward with determination. The massive dragon head brushed against Kaniko, sending a powerful shockwave through her bravado. Cinchuredo, he let out a low roar, his entire frame trembling as a volcano violently erupted around them. He unleashed powerful streams of molten energy into the cavern below. The dragon continued to surge within the passage. Kaniko gasped, struck as if by a heavy blow. Her whole bravado immediately went numb, like a rag doll. Cinchuredo. They had been working together from noon yesterday until late at night. Asia had initially wanted to call Ethan for lunch, but hesitated when she approached and could tell they were occupied. In the evening, Akino Himejima came to call them, but the activity inside still hadn't finished. Although somewhat resigned, she ultimately didn't disturb them. Anyway, eating was just a habit for them. Not eating had no ill effects. Thus, Ethan and Kaniko Tuju rested for a while, trained together for a while, rested again, trained again. They continued until the young companion's energy and physical strength were completely depleted, and the two finally fell into a deep sleep, resting peacefully side by side. Due to their long training sessions, a large amount of life energy was left behind. Cinchuredo, Ethan gently stroked Kaniko Tuju's silver-white hair. After completing their first intense training session yesterday, he discovered that the white-haired girl was already S-class in strength. Kaniko hadn't offered an explanation, and the circumstances at the time didn't allow him to inquire or reflect. Only now did Ethan vaguely understand. No wonder Kaniko Tuju had suddenly burst into his room in the middle of the day, urgently asking for help with her training. Most likely, after finishing breakfast and doing some exercises, she naturally broke through. Then, the white-haired girl worried that after breaking through, she wouldn't be able to be alone with Ethan. So, she secretly slipped back before anyone, especially Rias, found out and requested special training. Ethan normally wouldn't probe the girl's strength. If not for the feedback from the special training being different from that of an A-class rookie and very similar to Rias when she was S-class, he wouldn't have known that Kaniko Tuju had already broken through. Covering the sleeping white-haired girl with a blanket, Ethan opened his personal panel, a slight smile on his face as he looked at the two new talents. Nekomata Bloodline. Greatly increases neural response and speed. Slightly increases strength and constitution. Could transform into a Nekomata form. Berserk. Usable once every 3 days. All attributes doubled. Duration 10 minutes. Ethan knew that Kaniko Tuju was the strongest of the Nekomata, the Cat Sith. But unlike devils, he was always unsure if a yokai bloodline could be counted as a bloodline talent. Everything in the world could become a yokai: animals, plants, even inanimate objects and intangible things. If they were all counted as one bloodline, the difference between some yokai would be greater than the difference between humans and cockroaches. It seemed that the harmonized cultivation ability was still incredibly potent, capable of categorizing bloodline talents so precisely. He wondered if the enhancement from yokai bloodlines could be layered and combined through synchronized cultivation with a fox yokai or rabbit yokai later. While the Nekomata talent was within expectation, the Berserk talent was a genuine surprise. Ethan hadn't seen Kaniko use a Berserk state and had assumed she didn't possess this talent unique to yokai. He realized now that she simply hadn't used it, not that she didn't have it. The Berserk talent provided Ethan with a hidden trump card. due to the dual cultivation abilities characteristic of taking the essence and discarding the dross. All side effects of the Berserk ability had vanished, and the duration was also significantly longer than for ordinary yokai. However, the enhancement effect was fixed at double. Compared to those Berserk states with severe side effects, Ethan preferred his version of Berserk. No, looking at it now, perhaps Burst would be a more suitable name. Moreover, as his strength grew, the usefulness of this talent would only increase. A fixed doubling of all attributes meant that the higher Ethan's base attributes, the stronger the doubled result. Doubling his attributes again after using the boosted gears boost. The thought alone made Ethan inwardly gasp. As for whether all attributes referred only to physical attributes or included chi, magic power, and mental power, Ethan couldn't yet be sure. He planned to test it out soon. Since there were no side effects, only a cooldown time, there was no harm. Before testing the Berserk talent, Ethan decided to first try out the Nikomata talent's so-called Nikomata transformation. Having gained Devil and Fallen Angel bloodlines, he could manifest those two racial forms, but the talent description didn't contain any relevant notes. Ethan held his breath and slowly mobilized the formless energy that had recently emerged within him, situated between his Devil and Fallen Angel bloodlines. In reality, the Devil and Fallen Angel bloodlines were also forms of energy. It was impossible for one person's body to have multiple types of blood. The blood of half-breeds was only one type, and the same applied to those reincarnated by devil pieces. The specifics were unclear to Ethan. Metaphorically speaking, it was likely adding a certain substance to the body, rather than replacing blood or altering genes in a scientific sense. Perhaps because this energy wasn't strong enough, or because Ethan was unfamiliar with it on his first try, the attempt failed. No change occurred to his body. He didn't sprout cat ears or a cat tail. Just as Ethan was confused, he suddenly felt his entire Bodis magic power begin to flow in conjunction with the Nikomata bloodline. A faint blue light enveloped him. After a few seconds, the blue light vanished, and Ethan vanished with it. In his place was a sleek, long-bodied British short-hair cat with soft, blue-gray fur. Meow. Ethan opened his mouth and let out a cute cat sound. He lightly leaped to the floor, looking at the handsome cat in the mirror, and finally understood what the so-called transformation meant. By the way, is this really a Nikomata? It looks like a British short-hair. He hadn't owned a cat, but he knew about this famous breed. Slender, orange-yellow vertical pupils, and smooth, blue-gray short fur. He turned around, observing closely. Apart from those two characteristics, other aspects didn't seem to match. His limbs and body shape were more slender than a cute British shorthair, and very similar to the black cat, which was seen as ominous and was known for being elusive. Overall, it definitely doesn't look like a pet cat. If it had two tails, then it could be called a Nikomata. As this thought crossed Ethan's mind, he suddenly saw a second tail appear on his reflection in the mirror. As he walked, two long cat tails elegantly swung up and down. Meow, a human-like look of pleasant surprise appeared on his cool cat face. Ethan played around, sometimes retracting the second tail and sometimes manifesting it again, having a blast. After satisfying his curiosity, he retracted the second tail. In the human world, the form of a regular cat was more appropriate than the two-tailed yokai Nikomata. Experiencing the world for the first time in the form of a cat, Ethan found everything novel. If he could, he would have liked to stay in this form forever. Chapter 210. The exclusive seat lightly leaping onto the bed, Ethan glanced at Kaneko Tuju, who was still sound asleep. Maintaining his cat form, he gracefully jumped onto the windowsill, then leaped down. Although his current form looked similar to an ordinary cat, his physical abilities were far superior. Jumping down from the second floor of the villa was like walking on level ground. His paw pads, soft and thick with flesh, made contact with the ground without raising much dust. Ethan took a few elegant, cat-like steps, his orange-yellow vertical pupils gazing at the dense forest in the distance. His slender cat body suddenly tensed, his four limbs slightly bent. He instantly accelerated to the extreme, transforming into a blue-gray flash of lightning that darted into the forest. Not far from this forest was the clearing usually used by everyone for training. Occasionally, it was also used as an experimental area. Ethan came here to test how much strength he could retain in this new form. A cold glint flashed from his impossibly sharp claws, leaving 3 deep claw marks on the thick, solid tree trunk. Just by looking at the marks, anyone who didn't know would surely think they were left by some savage beast. After testing his attack power, Ethan tested his speed and defense. His speed was about the same as his normal state, but because of his size and body structure, he created much less disturbance. His defense, like his attack, dropped significantly when not using magic power to roughly B class, the level of a low-class devil. A moment later, his curiosity about the new skill ended, and Ethan transformed back directly. A flash of deep blue light passed. The moment he reverted to human form, Ethan immediately used his flash ability. The clean-cut young man, dressed in black casual wear, appeared in the forest. After being a cat for a while, he suddenly felt restricted in his human form, especially by the clothes, which couldn't compare to the freedom of his cat form. As for maintaining the cat form permanently, it was not feasible for now. First, his defense dropped significantly in that form, and he could be severely disadvantaged if attacked by a powerful enemy. The second reason was that the transformed state continuously consumed magic power. Although not much, his current strength was insufficient to maintain it indefinitely. To permanently sustain the cat form, his magic power regeneration rate needed to be faster than the magic power consumed by the transformation. The Nakomata transformation ability had many areas for development, but definitely not in the direction of combat. With this conclusion, Ethan walked a short distance into the forest. The red steel dragon gauntlet appeared on his left hand. Boost! The emerald gem flashed. Feeling his doubled power, he clenched his fist and said again, Berserk! A deep blue magic power instantly erupted, engulfing Ethan like a flaming aura. A powerful shockwave radiated from him, sweeping away all obstacles within a 1-meter radius. Even the ground beneath his feet instantly caved in dramatically. Adjusting to the sudden surge of power, Ethan slowly bent his waist and assumed a lunging stance. Oh, boom! Boom! With just a simple punch, the resulting force tore trees thicker than a person out by the roots. Where his punch landed, a trench over 3 feet deep and about 20 feet long appeared in the ground. A high-class devil could easily destroy a small hill. With the augmentation of the boosted gear and the Berserk ability, Ethan could now cause similar destruction with raw physical power. This was still not his strongest state. The boosted gear had only boosted once. The energies from his other bloodlines were inactive, and he hadn't used his magic power or chi. Ethan surveyed the surroundings, looking at the forest that appeared to have been ravaged by a tornado. He slowly deactivated the buffs on his body. He now knew the exact effects of the Berserk talent, and saw no need to continue destroying the forest. Mainly, Ethan was worried that if he used his magic power for another attack, this natural training ground belonging to the Gremory family would have to be completely renovated. The boosted gear truly lived up to its reputation as one of the world's 13 Longinus. The Berserk ability, even optimized by the harmony-based resonance power, was merely its lower-tier imitation. The so-called all attributes doubled referred only to physical qualities. Magic power, mental power, and the like were not included. Although the boosted gear claimed to only double strength, that strength included not just physical might but also magic power. Ethan wasn't too disappointed. The boosted gear was an external power source and would likely become useless once his strength surpassed the 2 heavenly dragons. The Berserk ability, however, was different. Even if he became the strongest in this world, it would still reliably double his physical qualities. Simply put, the stronger Ethan became, the more terrifying the effect of the Berserk talent would be. The commotion caused by the Berserk test woke up all the girls in the villa. But when they rushed to the area with confused looks, they saw no one. Only a cute, blue-gray cat was elegantly licking its paws in the center of the ravaged area. Meow, seeing the girls arrive, Ethan leaped up and pounced towards Rias. Rias was startled and instinctively wanted to dodge the strange cat. But just as she shifted her body, a familiar voice rang in her ear. "President, it's me." Although he looked like a cat, he was essentially a yokai. The meowing was instinctive, but Ethan could actually speak. The soft cat paw brushed against Rias. A violent surge of waves nearly made Ethan, who wasn't using his claws, lose his footing and fall. Fortunately, Rias caught him in time and held him in her arms. "Akida, why have you turned into this? Did you cause that commotion just now?" Not just Rias. Everyone else was intensely curious, their beautiful eyes constantly examining the blue-gray cat in Rias' arms. After Barato against the dear president's arms, Ethan leaped onto Kaneko Tuju's Barato. The white-haired girl then supported his upper Barato and raised him to face her. Male. Meow. Ethan wondered what the expressionless cat-eared girl was going to do. And that was it. Seeing Ethan get agitated, the white-haired girl smiled slightly, held him gently, and began comforting him. Kaneko Tuju was very familiar with what cats enjoyed. With her gentle manner, Ethan decided to forgive her previous action. Anyway, everyone present was family. They had all seen and experienced the real large dragon repeatedly. Enjoying the white-haired young girl's petting, Ethan briefly explained what had happened earlier. Regarding the source of the transformation and berserk abilities, everyone present instinctively looked at Kaneko Tuju. Ethan had only explicitly admitted things to Rias. But with extended close proximity, the noticeable changes in Ethan's magic aura made it practically impossible to hide from the others. Whether it was Akino Himejima or Yuma Amano, their intelligence was at least above average, if not exceptional. They had long since guessed the reason behind the incredibly familiar sensation coming from Ethan. Ethan hadn't intended to hide it from them, mainly because he couldn't unless he refrained from using the copied abilities in front of them or simply killed them. Neither option was realistic. "I can't transform." Kaneko Tuju's hand paused in her petting. She said faintly, "I have berserk, but like normal berserk, it has side effects." Ethan always felt that the yokai in this world were more like beastmen than traditional yokai. However, this world already had enough strange and chaotic things. He was accustomed to such minor issues. The girls nodded, said nothing more, and tacitly dropped the subject. Ethan remained his cat form, nestled in Kaneko Tuju's arms until everyone returned to the villa. When Ethan transformed back into his human form, a hint of disappointment flashed in the white-haired young girl's eyes, and her pure white cat ears drooped listlessly. However, the next moment, when Ethan sat down in his chair, preparing to eat breakfast, Centuredo under the strange gazes of the other girls, Ethan finished his unusual breakfast. He couldn't taste the food at all. All his attention was focused on keeping his composure. After breakfast, the new day's special training was about to begin. Rias led Asia and Yudo Kiba towards the clearing. Kaneko and Akino are also S-class now. We still have 5 days left of special training. Yudo, Asia, you two need to work hard. Yes, President. Chapter 211. End of special training and the Phoenix after Rias and the two left, Akino Himejima and the 4 other girls exchanged glances. The atmosphere was strangely silent for a moment. Finally, Yuma Amano spoke first. "Since it's exactly 5 days, how about 1 day for each of us?" Akino Himejima nodded slightly. "Acceptable." Middle and the other 2 had no objections. As for Ethan's personal wishes, they were completely ignored. Centuredo, the results of this special training were remarkable. Not only had Ethan and Rias firmly stepped into the mid-SS class, but Akino Himejima and the other 4 girls had all broken through to S-class. Even the blonde little nun, who had only recently been reincarnated, successfully broke through from low-class devil to A-class, becoming a mid-class devil. The only one who hadn't made significant progress was probably Yudo Kiba. Because of her unique nature, neither Ethan nor Rias could provide her with much assistance. In the span of a month, she had worked very diligently and hard, but still hadn't achieved a fundamental change, remaining at A-class strength. On the way back, even though Yuto Kiba masked it well, everyone noticed her disappointment. Ethan and Rias exchanged a look, gently nodding simultaneously. Yuto Kiba's body issue needed to be resolved quickly. If things continued like this, even Asia would soon catch up to her. Even people with the best mentality would eventually break down watching their companions catch up one by one, or even leave them far behind. In addition to the strength factor, the issue with her presence was another aspect. If Rias hadn't kept the little blonde nun in check, Asia would likely have already taken the initiative to approach Ethan more directly regarding the cultivation technique. But no matter how much Rias held her back, that day was probably not far off. By then, Cinchuredo, outside the Occult Research Club room at Kuo Academy, a crow suddenly flew skyward. Ethan frowned, instinctively looking at the noisy crow. The bad premonition he had before the special training resurfaced. The crow flew into the sky, and he didn't pay it any more attention. After a month of being empty, the club room needed a good cleaning. The villa where the girls lived also needed cleaning. Only Rias, the white-haired girl, and Ethan came here. Rias had official duties to attend to shortly, and the white-haired girl was simply clinging to him. Lord Riser, the Grimmery heiress, has returned. In the devil world, a devil who had spotted Rias via a familiar reported to Riser Phoenix. TCH, so she finally showed up? She wasted a whole week of my time. Riser drained his glass of red wine, looking annoyed. Inform my elder brother. There's no need to contact Lord Surzex. Yes, sir. All right. Since she's back, let me go and say hello first. Riser slicked back his blonde hair, forcing what he considered a rakish smile. He located the Occult Research Club and teleported there. At the same time, Ethan and the two girls, who had just finished cleaning the club room and sat down for a snack, suddenly felt a wave of intense heat. A grand, orange-yellow flame appeared before the three of them. Accompanied by a piercing bird cry, a magnificent magic circle appeared in the center of the flame in the blink of an eye. When the flames dissipated, a tall, blond young man in a red suit appeared in the Occult Research Club room. The moment she saw the figure, Rias' smiling expression instantly turned cold. Phoenix. Hearing Rias murmur, Ethan immediately realized who this blond man was, who had appeared on someone else's territory without warning. Riser Phoenix, the third son of the Phoenix family, one of the four great pure-blooded devil families, and Rias' nominal fiancé. The moment he saw the shock of blonde hair, Ethan instinctively became wary, and at the same time, a feeling of disgust welled up in his heart. Disgust? Something is wrong. Ethan was suddenly alarmed. Being wary was correct, but why did he feel disgusted by the blonde man now? If he remembered correctly, although Phoenix wanted to force the marriage, he was eventually redeemed and even gave up his own younger sister. Moreover, the person hadn't done anything to target him yet. This surge of hostility and killing intent was too strange. Ethan didn't dwell on it for long. In matters concerning the blonde man, the only thing that could be influencing him, without a doubt, was a manipulative behavioral pattern. It seemed that in addition to provoking hostility and malice from blonde men towards him, the Cobalt template was starting to take a different approach when dealing with powerful blonde men who weren't entirely evil. Ethan took a deep breath, dispelling this feeling that resembled a mental influence. With his current strength, now that he had detected it, the binding template wouldn't be able to continue influencing him. At this moment, Riser, who had been facing away from them, striking a cool pose, finally turned his head. It's been a long time since I've been in the human world. Riser sighed, then spoke flippantly to Rias. I've come to see you, my adorable Rias. Rias crossed her arms, showing no intention of responding. Ethan and Kaneko also ignored Riser. The atmosphere was awkward. After waiting a moment and seeing no one speak, Riser said stiffly, Rias, where are your servants? Why are there so few people? Rias sighed lightly and rubbed her brow. She first looked at Ethan worriedly. Seeing no hostility on his face, she introduced, This is Riser, from the Phoenix family. After listening to Rias' explanation, Ethan and Kaneko Tuju both nodded, indicating they understood. Riser, why are you here? So this is the host of the Red Dragon Emperor? To think the one who defeated Azazel is a fellow who hasn't even grown all his hair, I really can't tell. Riser didn't answer Rias's question. While Rias was introducing him, he was also sizing up the other two, with a focus on Ethan, of course. Centurado. This understated sentence instantly broke Riser's composure. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Rias, who was rolling her eyes at Ethan right in front of him. Rias, have you already become so close with this guy? Rias pretended to cough a few times, then subtly nodded. Riser looked thunderstruck. He froze in place, muttering, "We have an engagement." "How could you?" Rias said coldly. "Riser, I told you long ago, I will not marry you." Riser wasn't someone who lost his composure so easily. He suppressed the disappointment and anger in his heart, reverting to his previous casual attitude. "Rias, I think the terrible situation of your house doesn't allow you to be so willful." "I don't intend to ruin my family," Rias interrupted. "I do accept a male consort, but I will only marry someone I approve of." Preventing the disappearance of pure-blooded devil blood, which greatly diminished in the last Great War, is an issue for all devils. Your father and Lord Surzex considered the future when they decided on this marriage. Riser continued to press Rias with the greater cause, even though Rias was already engaged to someone else. Whether driven by his personal ambition or by completing his family's assigned task, he still wouldn't give up on facilitating the engagement. The only downside was that even if he succeeded, he might be ridiculed for this matter forever. Up to this point, Riser didn't feel that he would fail. Even though he vaguely sensed that Ethan's strength was formidable, his undefeated record in raiding games still gave him complete confidence. "Father, my brother, and the people in the family are all too anxious." Rias sighed deeply, stating solemnly, "I won't repeat myself, Riser. I will not marry you." Chapter 212. Challenge and Contract. Riser suddenly stepped forward, reaching out toward Rias's chin. Slap! Rias grasped his wrist, saying coldly, "Riser, don't be too excessive." Ethan withdrew his step forward. The moment Riser raised his hand, he had intended to intervene. However, it seemed that Rias, after her breakthrough, completely overpowered Riser in terms of strength. Riser tried to break free, increasing his force until veins popped out on his forehead. Only then did Rias suddenly let go. Without Rias's restraint, Riser instantly lost his balance, staggering back several steps before barely regaining his composure. His expression was highly volatile as he looked at Rias and Ethan. Riser had previously dismissed the intelligence reports from his subordinates, but after personally experiencing Rias's strength, he couldn't help but believe them. He had initially planned to use force, taking Rias back to the devil world, even if he had to burn all her servants to death. Now, he was forced to use his second plan. "Rias, I carry the honor of the Phoenix family." He stood up straight, saying gravely, "I cannot let the family be humiliated. Since you are so insistent, let's have a rating game. The loser must unconditionally obey the winner." Although Rias's strength had broken through, a rating game wasn't decided by the king's personal strength. Riser was confident that his servants were stronger than Rias, and that with the Phoenix family's bloodline trait, they absolutely could not lose. Having just completed special training, and with the strength of her entire group greatly increased, Rias had no reason to refuse. Even though her number of servants was far less than his, a lineup where almost everyone was S-class was an extremely powerful formation in the entire devil world. Ethan narrowed his eyes slightly. The current development was completely different from what he remembered, but the result was similar. A rating game was required. Originally, Rias was supposed to use the rating game to try and defeat Riser and dissolve the engagement. Now, the positions were completely reversed. Seeing Rias agree, a smile spread across Riser's mouth. He said faintly, "By the way, the host of the Red Dragon Emperor is not allowed to participate in the rating game." He wasn't foolish. If Ethan were allowed to participate and use Juggernaut Drive once more, Riser would have no chance of winning at all. Riser had thought of a countermeasure long before formulating this plan. Rias's expression hardened, but she didn't argue. It seems you also know why. Riser smiled smugly. The game will be scheduled for tomorrow. No, Rias said firmly. The rating game will be held in half a month. Impossible. 1 week at the latest. Riser conceded a step. Although he wanted a quick resolution to avoid complications, a rating game couldn't just be held on a whim. He had been prepared to have his family mobilize resources and prepare fully. Since Rias wanted to stall for time, they would follow the normal procedure. Rias also understood this. 1 week was the maximum time she could buy. She crossed her arms and said, "Fine." A flame magic circle appeared under Riser's feet. He looked smugly at Ethan. "He'll take care of the reporting and preparation work when I get back to the Devil World. 1 week, and Rias will be mine." After Riser left, Ethan frowned. "President, why can't I participate in the rating game?" Although Rias and the other's strength had all increased by 1 rank, Riser and his servants were not weak. Riser also had extensive experience and a glitch-like bloodline ability. Ethan was quite uneasy about not being able to personally participate. "Akira, although you have devil blood, you weren't reincarnated using a devil piece. In reality, you don't have a contract with me." Rias sighed, saying the so-called written contract before was sufficient to fool human world officials, but it definitely won't work if you want to participate in a rating game. The main characteristic of a rating game was that each servant had a specific trait, and when the king designated an enemy, their abilities would be significantly boosted. Ethan simply didn't meet this condition and naturally wasn't eligible to participate. "Is there no way to solve it?" Ethan asked, confused. He remembered that after the failure of the reincarnation and the pieces absorbing his aura, Rias and Sona Shurtorai had disappeared for quite some time. The two had specifically gone to the Devil World to investigate the cause and find a solution. When they returned, although they hadn't mentioned it again, it seemed they had found a method. "There's a method." Rias nodded, hesitating. "But I didn't know if you could accept it, so I haven't said anything." "How will you know if I can't accept it if you don't tell me?" After a moment of silence, Rias said, "The reincarnation of a devil piece is essentially a contract. As long as you are willing to sign a similar contract with me, you could be acknowledged as my servant and thus participate in the rating game. However, the devil piece contract is the weakest kind, with almost no binding force. This is likely the reason why you were completely unaffected." Ethan nodded. It was true that there was no binding force. Servants could commit fratricide, kill their king, be dismissed, be transferred, or even leased. Temporarily borrowing powerful servants for a rating game was allowed. These were things Ethan had learned as he grew stronger and understood this world better. The failure of the devil piece reincarnation was likely due to his soul and consciousness being too strong, making it impossible for such a weak contract to be imprinted. That's why the pieces always entered his body, went through the process, absorbed his aura, and then came back out. At this point, Ethan vaguely understood what Rias's method was. Since a weak contract was useless, then a stronger contract should be used. However, the stronger the contract, the stronger the binding force on the subordinate. The strongest contracts could even give the master power over the subordinate's life and death with a single thought. Even if the object was Rias, Ethan would never agree to such a contract. "I found 3 types of master-servant contract methods in the Devil World. President, I am willing to form a contract with you." Ethan interrupted Rias. "I only have one condition. The contract must not restrict my actions or give you power over my life and death." Master-servant contracts were diverse, and their restrictions varied. Some forbade harming the master, some caused the servant's death upon the master's death, some forbade the servant's strength from exceeding the master's, and some forbade betrayal. Ethan was unwilling to put his life and death in anyone's control, but in Rias's case, he didn't mind the other aspects. Even without a contract, he would fight to the death to protect Rias, would not betray Rias, and would never harm Rias. "Really?" Rias pouted. "That just makes me seem overly cautious." After saying that, she exchanged a look with Ethan, and they both smiled. "No time to lose. Let's sign the contract now." The rating game with Riser was in 1 week. Ethan didn't want to delay. Once the contract was signed, he would give Riser a surprise. Okay, then let's try this one first. The first contract Rias brought out was called the Equal Contract. Its binding force was slightly stronger than a devil piece, but not significantly so. Signing this contract allowed the servant to share magic power from the master. Normal contracts had both benefits and drawbacks. The contract's prototype was a transaction agreement, which was only natural. Contracts that only had restrictions and offered no benefits were essentially exploitative, unethical agreements. Unless coerced or deceived, no one would voluntarily sign such a contract. With Ethan's active cooperation, the contract inscription went smoothly. But when Rias input magic power to activate it, the contract was immediately destroyed. Looks like this one won't work either. Saying this, Rias took out the second contract. Half an hour later, the magic circle inscribed on Ethan's chest was destroyed again. This time, Rias didn't take out the third contract. Instead, she said, "Maybe we should just give up. I think we can still beat Riser on our own." President, is the third contract very restrictive? Ethan thought the conditions he had offered were quite lenient. Rias giving up halfway made him curious. There aren't many restrictions. It's just that if I die, your soul will also be wounded. In severe cases, you could die too. Rias shook her head. Also, this contract cannot be dissolved once signed. The first two contracts could be dissolved. After the raiding game, they could be dissolved, just like when borrowing a servant, but this one couldn't. Rias, continue. Ethan stopped calling her president. He said, "I never intended to dissolve the contract afterwards." Looking at Ethan's utterly serious expression, Rias gently walked forward and gave him a brief, tender bravado. "Then I'll begin." "Yes." Chapter 213, Search for the Contract, and the Naru's sisters Rias reached for Ethan's jacket to help him with it. Enveloped in pale, red magic power, began to draw the magnificent and complex contract array on his solid chest. Half an hour later, the contract array was finished. As magic power was input, it emitted a dazzling light. At the same time, Ethan felt that he had established some kind of connection with Rias in the ethereal realm. Just when he thought it would finally succeed this time, the deep blue magic power inside his body began to flow uncontrollably. Crack, a sound, like glass breaking, appeared in the consciousness of both Rias and Ethan. Subsequently, that faint connection vanished entirely. Ethan looked down, and the contract array inscribed on his chest had become fragmented some time ago. Rias smiled helplessly. "It seems, Akira, you simply cannot sign a contract." Both clearly sensed the flow of magic power inside Ethan. Just as success was imminent, it automatically resisted. This was a soul's instinct, similar to a normal human's knee-jerk reflex, and he couldn't control it. However, in that instant, Ethan instinctively grasped a talent he had overlooked for a long time. The spirit contract talent. He had always thought it was merely a summoner talent for contracting familiars. But it was this talent that easily helped him dissolve the nearly successful contract just now. Otherwise, relying only on the magic power surge of his soul's instinct couldn't have broken the contract array so easily. Carefully recalling the previous sensation, Ethan roughly understood the true function of the spirit contract talent. This talent allowed a person to easily master contracts. This included not only contracts for summoning familiars, but also any contract imposed upon the person, granting the holder the dominance. Conversely, any contract where the dominance did not belong to Ethan could not be signed. The only exception would be if the other party's soul, consciousness, and strength completely overpowered him to enforce a compulsory contract. To give a simple example, Rias and Ethan signing a master-servant contract, where Rias is the master and Ethan is the servant impossible. But if Ethan was the master and Rias was the servant, then it was possible. Even though he understood, Ethan wasn't sure how to explain this to Rias. Moreover, he didn't know if the devil world would recognize a contract where he was the master. After some thought, Ethan decided to tell her. If the devil world acknowledged it, they could simply dissolve the contract after the raiding game. Rias shook her head after listening to Ethan's explanation. "No, it can only be my servant." The rules set by the Devil Kings for the raiding game were very clear in this area. A servant who is promoted to king and has their own servants is obliged to continue playing raiding games for their king, as long as they haven't resigned as a servant. However, a king cannot intervene in the raiding games of their servants who have become kings themselves. This statement sounds a bit convoluted, but the meaning is that in a contract where Ethan is the master, Ethan becomes Rhea's king. Rhea can only use her own servants for her raiding game, and Ethan, as a king, Cinceredo, why don't we just sign a completely unprecedented contract? Ethan instantly understood Rhea's meaning. Since no one had seen it, they could decide who had the upper hand in the agreement themselves. Can this fool Reiser? Yes, definitely, as long as the signed contract is unlike anything that exists. Rheas affirmed, it doesn't even need to be unprecedented, just rare enough. Creating an entirely new contract from scratch was too difficult. Moreover, it couldn't be a contract without any real effect. If Reiser had someone test the contract and found it wasn't a master-servant contract, that would be trouble. Yes, let's do that. The more Rheas thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Furthermore, signing a contract with Ethan was one of her long-held desires. Regardless of who held the higher authority, having a contract meant she could always sense his presence, which was very reassuring. We have 1 week. He'll search carefully again. Saying this, Rheas opened the teleportation circle back to the Devil World. Before leaving, she instructed Ethan to notify Akino Himejima to handle the accumulated paperwork. Ethan and the white-haired young girl exchanged glances and decided to go to the villa first to inform the others. In a certain location in Japan, a mysterious young mage in dark leather attire was pulling a confused, red-haired high school girl, hiding and running. After twists and turns, they finally temporarily shook off the pursuers behind them. Naru's Maria finally had time to explain the situation to Naru's Mio. But after talking for a long time, Naru's Mio, who had been raised by one of Wilbert's subordinates in the human world since birth, simply refused to believe it, even though she had personally witnessed the little girl's power and the magic used by the pursuers. Little sister, I'm going home. You should go home early too. Don't worry your parents. Naru's Mio gently stroked Naru's Mariah's head and curiously touched the pair of small, cute, perfect goat horns with her index finger. Such good craftsmanship, they look real. Wonder where they sell these. After silently marveling, she ignored Mariah's protests and prepared to leave their hiding spot. The young girl stomped her feet in anger. If she didn't know that this careless woman was her half-sister, she would have abandoned her. Due to the flap of a butterfly's wings, Sheila had dispatched Maria early. Since you won't listen to reason, they'll have to use other methods. As soon as she finished speaking, before Naru's Mio could grasp the meaning, she collapsed. Naru's Maria withdrew her hand, cast a simple illusion on herself and Naru's Mio, lifted Naru's Mio, and rushed towards Tokyo. The Devil World's pursuers had already discovered the location of the Naru's family in the human world. Going back would be walking into a trap. The young demon guardian couldn't stand by and watch Naru's Mio fall into danger. As for the devil couple who had raised Naru's Mio for over a decade, if Naru's Mio didn't return, they might have a slight chance of survival, as the enemy might want to use them as hostages to lure Naru's Mio out. Whether they would survive or not depended on luck. Maria herself could barely protect herself and had no ability to save them. Kuo Town, Kuo Academy. After spending half a day, finally arriving safely at the Tokyo station, Naru's Maria rushed nonstop towards her new destination. Her mother, Sheila, had told her that after finding the person, she could look for a man named Jean Tuju or go to Kuo Academy to find the Gremory heiress. Either of them was sufficient to ensure her and Naru's Mio's safety. Compared to the Hero clan, Naru's Maria trusted the Gremory family, who were also devils, more. Besides, even if she wanted to find Jean Tuju, she couldn't find him with just a name. In contrast, the Gremory family's base in the human world was much easier to locate. Such a large and well-known academy could be found simply by asking around. Along the way, Naru's Mio woke up several times, but before she could say a word, she was knocked unconscious again. At 10 in the morning, Neruz Maria, who hadn't slept all night, finally saw the imposing gate of Kuo Academy. Looking at the 6 gold-edged characters' private Kuo Academy by the gate, the weary young girl felt all her strength drain away, almost collapsing by the roadside. No, I haven't seen the Grimoire heiress yet. Neruz Maria summoned her remaining energy, carried the unconscious Neruz Mio, and climbed over the school wall. She found an empty classroom to settle Neruz Mio, then changed into ordinary attire and began inquiring about Rias Grimoire within the academy. Such a young girl appearing in Kuo Academy quickly caused a commotion, especially since Neruz Maria kept asking about Rias. Before the newcomer could find Rias, the student council had already received the news. Sona Shirtorai immediately sent someone to monitor Neruz Maria and informed Ethan and Rias' other servants about the situation. Chapter 214. The cautious young Barato. After receiving Sona Shitori's notification, Ethan and the others were completely baffled. Rias had just gone back to the Devil World to look for a contract, so they couldn't ask her for details. In truth, Rias didn't know the secrets between the previous generation either. Maria only knew about this relationship because Sheila had told her. Since the young demon girl hadn't harmed anyone and her dark aura was very obvious, after discussing it with the group, they decided to approach her first. Led by a student council Barato, Ethan soon found Neruz Maria wandering the third-year corridor. The moment he saw her, Ethan felt a sense of familiarity, but he couldn't immediately recall the memory buried in his mind. With the special training over, the group, who had taken a long leave, had returned to class. However, due to the contract issue, Rias didn't even have time to show her face in class before she teleported back to the Devil World. After much inquiring, Neruz Maria realized that Rias wasn't present and hadn't been to class for a month, making her heart sink. She had finally made it here, only to not find the person, and she was running out of time. She couldn't keep Neruz Mio unconscious forever. Once her sister woke up, she would definitely fuss and insist on going back. Just as Neruz Maria was worrying, she suddenly sensed 2 auras rapidly approaching her. Her cute nose twitched slightly, and her expression instantly became serious. One was a devil whose strength was similar to hers, and the other was clearly a normal human, yet gave her a very dangerous feeling. Just as she was about to switch into combat form, Ethan spoke. "Are you the one looking for President Rias?" He glanced at the wary young demon girl, briefly sensed her strength, and found she wasn't even A-class. He decisively ignored her. "The president is currently handling matters in the Devil World. If you're not in a hurry, you can stay and wait a few days." "Who are you people?" Neruz Maria had wandered around the academy for a while. Although she noticed some strange things, she still didn't know the truth about Kuo Academy. The ratio of people from the hidden world to normal students was roughly 1 to 9. Whether it was good or bad luck, everyone she encountered along the way was a normal student. If she hadn't been so conspicuous, the student council might not have found her so quickly. Ethan didn't rush to answer. Instead, he nodded to Rinya Kasaka beside him. "Thank you for your trouble. They'll handle things now. Please send my regards to the president. Yusuji-kun, you're too kind. We're partners, after all." The relationship between Ethan and Tsubaki Shinra was no secret. Furthermore, Ethan had always been acknowledged by the student council as one of Sona Shitori's servants, and a seat was even reserved for him in the student council. Rinya Kasaka jested with Ethan with a smile, then excused herself and left. Her role was bishop, specializing in gathering information. She had been responsible for monitoring the strange creature earlier. Now that Ethan had taken over, Rinya Kasaka was happy to take it easy. She still had student council work waiting for her. While they were talking, the students gathering in the corridor had increased, especially because of Ethan and the unusual companion. The combination was too easily suggestive. "Come with me." Ethan glanced around, decisively turned, and walked towards the clubroom. "I am President Rias' servant. This is not the place to talk." Neruz Maria's expression was grave. In her senses, Ethan was just a normal human, but the sense of danger prevented her from being careless. Seeing Ethan gradually walk away, she gritted her teeth and followed him at a quick pace. She had many questions now. Even though she felt uneasy, she could only take a chance. Reaching the clubroom building, there were practically no other people around. Ethan slowed his steps and asked, "Judging by your aura, you should also be a devil. Do you need to see the president about something?" Neruz Maria, who had been maintaining her distance and silently following him, hesitated for a moment. She said, "You claim to be Rias Gremory's servant, but do you have any proof?" Wary for such a young age, Ethan looked back in surprise. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed, as if he had seen her somewhere long ago. He stopped, using his magic power to display the Gremory family crest on his left hand. Looking at the strange, red pattern, Neruz Maria's guard dropped slightly. Confirming that Ethan was a Gremory family member, she was at least relieved that he wasn't a pursuer. "My name is Maria. My mother is Sheila, and my father is Wilbert. My mother entrusted me to come here to meet the next Gremory family head and strengthen our relationship." The mysterious girl didn't dare to reveal everything before meeting the actual person. Moreover, rushing in and asking for shelter would immediately put her at a disadvantage. She wasn't that foolish. Ethan frowned. Apart from the name Sheila, the other two names were also very familiar. Centuredo, but then she realized something was wrong. Neruz Mio was still sleeping in the empty classroom. How did he know that surname? Before she could ask, Ethan had already pushed open the clubroom door, urging, "Come in and we'll talk. By the way, my name is Akira Yasuji. Just call me Akira." After Ethan took over the matter, Akino Himejima and the others went back to class, so the vast clubroom contained only Neruz Maria and him. "How do you know the surname Neruz?" As soon as she entered the door, the young girl asked impatiently, "Isn't Neruz Mio your sister?" Ethan countered, "More importantly, why are you running around Ko'o Academy instead of protecting your sister?" Neruz Maria was a bit confused by Ethan's questions. Had she said Neruz Mio was her sister? And how did Ethan know she needed to protect Neruz Mio? Before she could sort out her thoughts, Ethan added, "Don't worry about how I know. Rias will probably be back in 3 or 4 days. If you have urgent matters, you can tell me first." Since his conversation with Rias, he was completely at ease. But explaining this kind of thing was troublesome, so he simply wouldn't explain. After all, prophecy and divination were not uncommon abilities in this world. To enhance his persuasiveness, Ethan deliberately reverted to his true devil form. The powerful aura impact nearly made the young demon girl sit on the ground. "High class, no, ultimate class devil." Ethan nodded and reverted to his human form, completely retracting his aura. He had been somewhat suspicious after discovering Chisato Hasegawa's true identity, but since he hadn't seen anyone else, he assumed the testament of Sister New Devil storyline hadn't started. Perhaps Chisato Hasegawa would leave after a while to secretly protect her nephew, Basara Tuju. Or perhaps it wasn't the same world line. Now, it seemed it was not only the same world line, but the plot had also begun, and there were secrets he completely unaware of within it. Ethan was now full of curiosity and really wanted to know what the relationship was between Neruz Maria and Rias. Or rather, the relationship between their elders. The power system and testament of Sister New Devil was relatively vague, but with the presence of God-class powerhouses, he knew it wasn't weak. Basara Tuju's Baryon ability was an extremely glitchy power. Simply put, in the face of this skill, all beings were equal. Whether you were a god or an ordinary person, one hit could send you away. Witnessing Ethan's formidable strength, Neruz Maria blinked and decisively cast aside her worries and vigilance. An ultimate-class Devil's Algier was only at this level of strength. If Ethan were truly hostile to her, she would have no chance to resist. "I don't know the specifics. It seems to be related to my father Wilbert and the previous head of the Gremory family." The young demon girl recounted all the information her mother, Sheila, had told her, and then explained her purpose for coming to the human world. Mio was brought here too? After listening to Mariah's vague explanation, Ethan's confusion deepened. Unfortunately, It seemed he wouldn't get answers right now. Fortunately, the news about Naru's Mio was a pleasant surprise. He decisively went with the young-looking companion to bring her back to the Occult Research Club. Gazing at the red-haired, twin-tailed, beautiful girl, exactly as he remembered, Ethan was in a very pleasant mood. No other reason, just simple happiness. Like when he first met Rias and the others, seeing a favorite female character from his memories appear before him brought a feeling of profound satisfaction. Chapter 215. You Are a Devil. About half an hour later, Naru's Mio's brow slowly furrowed, and then she opened a pair of peach-red, beautiful eyes. The moment she woke up, she instinctively reached out to cover her slender neck. But the anticipated knife-hand strike did not come. Ethan, sitting not far from Naru's Mio, glanced sideways at the young girl. I wanted to ask, why didn't you use mental magic? Why use such a crude method as knocking her out? I forgot. Naru's Maria stuck out her tongue, lightly tapped her own head with a tiny fist, attempting to cutely escape the question. Maria, like Kaneko, specialized in close combat. If enemies were deceived by their petite and cute appearance, the consequences would be dire. But that didn't mean they couldn't use any magic. Moreover, Naru's Maria was a skilled mage. Basic mental magic was as instinctive as breathing and could be cast easily. Ethan didn't really care. He was just making a comment, but Naru's Mio, who already had a psychological shadow, was different. The Tsundere, twin-tailed, the beautiful young woman looked towards the source of the voice, instantly enraged. She shot up to her feet. You forgot? Just for that reason? Naru's Mio looked angrily at the strange young girl who claimed to be her sister. Feeling the lingering soreness in her neck, she said, This is illegal kidnapping. I'm calling the police. I advise you not to do that. Seeing her actually pull out her phone, Ethan had to speak. During the time she was unconscious, he had confirmed everything with Maria. Apart from the absence of Jean Tuju, everything else was largely the same as the events he remembered. Matters involving devils were useless to the regular police, and calling them would only expose their current location. Ethan had already informed Akino Himejima and the others, as well as Rias in the devil world, about the Naru's sisters. Rias happened to be at home at the time. After consulting with her mother, she confirmed that everything the young visitor said was true. Communication across realms was inconvenient. A few minutes ago, Rias had sent a reply saying she would return as soon as possible. And until then, Who are you? Did you order this person to kidnap me? Naru's Mio looked warily at Ethan, instinctively crossing her arms over herself. Let me introduce myself. Akira Yasuji, second year, Class A, Kuo Academy. Ethan knew that to get Naru's Mio to cooperate, he had to be patient. The best way to deal with Tsundere was to go along with them. If you don't mind, Naru-san, you can call me Akira. I know this whole situation is unusual, but if you give me a chance to explain, I'm sure we can sort things out. Naru's Mio contained not only Wilbert's incredibly powerful magic, but also a stronger potential talent within herself. She couldn't control these powers, but if she was overly provoked, it was highly possible she would go berserk. Ethan didn't want to risk it. If talking could solve it, that would be for the best. Staring at Ethan's clean-cut face, Naru's Mio slowly lowered her hands. Her anxious mood gradually stabilized. She carefully observed the unfamiliar room and Ethan's attire, feeling that he wasn't deceiving her. Although her first impression of this boy, who was about her age, was positive, even feeling a slight fondness, her preconceived notions prevented Naru's Mio from fully trusting Ethan. My name is Naru's Mio. Where's this place? Why did you bring me here? Another round of 3 questions. Ethan rubbed his head, slightly distressed. It seemed Maria hadn't explained anything clearly. It was true that Naru's Mio was Wilbert's daughter, inheriting demon king-level magic and possessing great potential. But since her birth, she had lived as an ordinary girl. The existence of magic and devils was secondary. The facts were right in front of her. She couldn't deny them. But wanting her to believe that she wasn't her parents' biological daughter and her true identity without solid proof, just telling her was simply impossible. Mio-sama, I really wasn't lying to you. Why won't you believe me? The young, playful girl grew anxious. She had clearly explained everything. Yet Naru's Mio completely disbelieved her and kept treating her like a bad person. She admitted her actions were a bit extreme, but if she hadn't acted that way, Naru's Mio might already be dead. How can I believe you? Naru's Mio calmly retorted. You suddenly appeared in front of me and started saying things like they were from a fantasy story. I admit you have great power, and perhaps devils really exist in this world, but what does that have to do with me? I just want to continue living my life. But Zalgir wants to kill. Maria looked distressed, continuing to try and persuade Naru's Mio. Maria, Ethan interrupted the girl. No need to say more. Unless Naru's San's foster parents tell her themselves, or Naru's Sin sees it with her own eyes. He paused, looking deeply at Naru's Mio. He continued, otherwise Naru's San will never believe it. Naru's Mio felt Ethan's strange gaze and suddenly began to panic, as if something bad was about to happen. Without giving her more time to think, Ethan continued, but it's good that you believe in the existence of devils. Just as he finished speaking, the clubroom door was pushed open. Akino Himejima and the rest of the Occult Research Club members walked in one after another. The Naru's sister's attention was instantly drawn to them. They curiously sized up this group of handsome and beautiful people. Let me introduce you. This is Akino Himejima, our vice president. A third year, her role is queen. This is Asia Argento, a former nun. A first year, her role is bishop. And this, Ethan introduced everyone one by one, then said to them, this is Naru's Mio, and the young girl next to me is Naru's Maria. He had already explained their identities and the reason for their visit when he contacted them earlier. They just needed to recognize faces now that they were meeting for the first time. Naru's Mio and Naru's Maria exchanged greetings with everyone. Then Mio asked, so, this is Kuo Academy? What are these roles? Don't worry. Since you believe in the existence of devils, I will answer all your previous questions one by one. Ethan smiled faintly and said, before that, you need to know that everyone present, including you, whoosh. Ethan spread his broad bat wings. Then, Akino Himejima and the others also revealed their devil forms, and even Maria displayed her wings. The powerful airflow surged. As if influenced by the aura, Naru's Mio's devil bloodline was stimulated. Slender black wings emerged, appearing on her for the Barado. Are devils. At the same time, Ethan finished the most important part of his statement. Naru's Mio's eyes widened, looking at everyone in disbelief. Before she could recover from the shock that everyone was a devil, she suddenly felt something on her back. She instinctively turned around to see a pair of black bat wings on her own back. With a thought, the wings gently flapped, creating a current of air. Am the devil too? Yes, you are. Not only that, but you are a pure, and your biological father was a devil king. Ethan retracted his wings and said to the stunned Naru's Mio. He had intended to say pure-blooded devil, but he didn't know who Naru's Mio's birth mother was, so he changed his wording in the end. Naru's San, take a moment to feel it. You should be able to use magic now. With the initial awakening of her bloodline, Wilbert's residual power was gradually being grasped by Naru's Mio. Simple magic could be used without formal study. Sure enough, after closing her eyes and meditating for a few seconds, a small magic circle quickly formed in Naru's Mio's pale white hand. A scorching flame rose from it. Because it was her first time using it, she didn't control it skillfully, almost igniting the nearby sofa. Fortunately, Ethan and the others were watching and forcefully dispelled her fire magic in time. Looking at the black bat wings behind her and the scorched mark on the wooden floor, Naru's Mio's heart began to waver. Not only are there devils in this world, but also angels, fallen angels, dragons, yokai. Many years ago, the three factions' war led to a massive reduction in pure-blooded devils. Devil pieces. Raiding games. After giving Naru's Mio time to process, Ethan began to give her a crash course from the beginning, simultaneously having Yuma Amano and the others cooperate by displaying their fallen angel forms. Apart from Naru's Mio, The young apprentice also listened with keen interest. Chapter 216. The threat Maria had lived in the most remote part of the devil world since birth. Despite being an adult, she had never even engaged in the demonic practice of drawing upon spiritual energy. She had no access to information regarding devil pieces or servants. Sheila likely thought the same, never mentioning the matter to her. After giving Nuruz Mio and Maria some time to process the information, Ethan initiated the conversation about the sisters being hunted. "Maria, did your mother tell you how to resolve this? You can't just keep hiding forever." "Well, Mom said to hide until the three factions conference ends in a month, and then seek the protection of the Gremory family." The young demon girl looked at everyone, saying somewhat awkwardly. Ethan nodded, realizing that the two families had indeed maintained contact, and Sheila was aware of the Gremory family situation. Although their situation was somewhat precarious, they still had a devil king and maintained their status among the four great pure-blooded devil families. Once the peace treaty was established, no one would dare to cause trouble again. Protecting three weak women would naturally be no problem. "No, I have to go home. Dad and Mom." With the facts laid bare, Nuruz Mio no longer doubted anything the mysterious girl said. But many years of emotional attachment couldn't just be abandoned. After struggling internally for a moment, she stated firmly, "Dad and Mom will be in danger. Even if I have to hide, I must bring them with me." "Understood." Ethan nodded. If Nuruz Mio's foster parents were still alive, the Gremory family was entirely capable of protecting them. If he weren't busy dealing with the Phoenix family, he would have intended to take a trip to the devil world and eliminate Zalgir directly, ending the matter once and for all. If there hadn't been too many changes, according to Ethan's memory, Zalgir's strength was at most ultimate class devil level. Zalgir was referred to by his subordinates as a devil duke, meaning he held the rank of duke, and he was an aging duke from a remote area whose lifespan was nearing its end. Ethan wasn't very familiar with devil ranks, but the four great pure-blooded families all had duke ranks. Their family heads held the duke rank, signifying strength at the high-class or ultimate-class devil level. Of course, this didn't mean that the top combat power of the four great pure-blooded devil families was only at this level. Stronger individuals had long moved on to other roles, rather than remaining as dukes. For example, Rias' brother, Surzex, possessed immense power and became a devil king. The same went for Sona Shitori's sister. "Then let's go now." Nuruz Mio retracted the wings behind her, took out her pink flip phone, and glanced at it. A sudden bad premonition made her anxious. This feeling had persisted since she confirmed that the mysterious young girl was telling the truth. Almost 20 hours had passed since she met Nuruz Maria after school, yet her phone contained no text messages or missed calls from her parents. Thinking of the devils and demon beasts chasing her, Nuruz Mio didn't believe her parents could defeat them. Wilbur had chosen Nuruz Mio's foster parents from among his many loyal subordinates, not only because they were kind-hearted, but mainly because they were ordinary enough that their sudden disappearance wouldn't attract attention. Furthermore, after over a decade of peaceful life in the human world, without using magic or fighting, their combat power had likely decreased even more. Ethan knew what Nuruz Mio was worried about. Without wasting time, he immediately asked Akino Himejima to prepare the teleportation magic circle. "Nuruz-san, your home is in..." Just as Akino Himejima was asking for the address and preparing to pinpoint the location, Nuruz Mio's phone suddenly rang. "It's Mom calling." Nuruz Mio answered the phone happily, but the voice that came through instantly made her heart plummet into an ice abyss. "You have one day. If I don't see you at your home, Cinchuredo." Nuruz Mio tried calling back in anger and distress, but she only heard a busy signal. The other party had no intention of negotiating. "Mio-sama." Maria looked at Nuruz Mio worriedly. "This is clearly a trap. They haven't contacted you because they don't want you to go back." The mysterious girl was right. More than 10 hours ago, after losing track of Nuruz Mio, the pursuers found her foster parents and attempted to make them call Nuruz Mio back. But the couple refused, even at the cost of their lives. In desperation, The pursuers had to figure out how to call her themselves. As they rarely came to the human world, it took them a significant amount of time to master the use of a phone, which is why they were only contacting her now. No, I have to go back. I have to save Dad and Mom. Nowruz Mio also knew it was a trap, but even knowing it, she had to jump in. They had lived together for over a decade. They were more than just foster parents. Maria cast a pleading look at Ethan, hoping he would help persuade Nowruz Mio. Ethan ignored her look and instead said, "It seems these people have kidnapped your parents, and it's highly likely they are in your home. In that case, we need to change the teleportation destination." Nowruz Mio gave Ethan a grateful look, trying hard to suppress her anxiety. She said, "My house is in Mapletown, 5 Chom, Ehime Prefecture. Can you teleport there?" "No problem." The teleportation magic could travel between the 3 realms, let alone a distance covering less than half of Japan. "Akino-senpai, let's select a location on the outskirts of Ehime Prefecture to prevent the teleportation fluctuation from alerting the enemy." "Understood." Akino Himejima closed her eyes for a moment, locked the location, and the teleportation circle in the center of the club room emitted a dazzling light. "It's ready." As soon as Akino Himejima finished speaking, Nowruz Mio impatiently stepped onto it. Seeing this, Maria quickly followed suit. "Akino-senpai, they'll be back shortly. Please prepare the teleportation circle again in 3 hours." After giving the instruction, Ethan also stepped onto the circle. The Nowruz sisters would be lucky just to protect themselves. They couldn't possibly rescue the hostages. The reason he agreed so quickly was that he planned to take action himself. "Just the 3 of us?" Maria secretly looked at Akino Himejima and the others. When they briefly revealed their devil forms earlier, she clearly sensed that everyone present, except Asia, was basically stronger than her. If a few more people went, whether they successfully rescued the hostages or not, Nowruz Mio's safety would at least be guaranteed. Ethan didn't expose her little scheme, just saying plainly, "Not the 3 of us, but me alone. You two only need to guide the way." The young demon girl was able to escape the pursuit, which clearly indicated the enemy's strength wasn't formidable. He was more than enough alone. Too many people would only lead to confusion. Maria knew Ethan was very strong, though she didn't know exactly how strong, but at this point, she could only comply, because the teleportation circle had already been activated. After the 3 disappeared, Asia looked worriedly. "Akino-senpai, is Akira-san going alone okay? Why aren't we all going together?" "Don't worry." Akino Himejima narrowed her beautiful eyes and said, "Akira's strength is completely sufficient. As for why we aren't going together, it's better not to attract unnecessary attention at this critical moment." She didn't know which backwoods devil noble Zalgir was, but if the entire group mobilized, it would clearly signal a declaration of war. The marriage contract issue between the Gremory family and the Phoenix family, tied to the lineage of pure-blooded devils, hadn't been resolved yet. Starting an internal conflict with another devil noble now would only put the Gremory family at a greater disadvantage in public opinion. They might even be accused of being demon traitors. Apart from this issue, their confidence in Ethan's strength was the key. It was no exaggeration to say that, short of a Devil King personally taking action, practically no one could pose a threat to Ethan. If he was willing to go all out, even a Devil King would face serious consequences. The Azazel incident had not passed long ago. It was likely no Devil King-class powerhouse would seek trouble at this time. As for the backwoods figure mentioned by the supernatural being, he clearly didn't possess Devil King-class strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have waited until now to target Nowruz Mio. If the mastermind lacked Devil King-class strength, how strong could his subordinates be? Akino Himejima estimated they were, at most, high-class devils. Otherwise, someone with Mariah's strength couldn't have escaped from Ehime Prefecture in Shikoku all the way to Tokyo. On the other side, a flash of red light appeared in a dark alley. Ethan and the 2 sisters materialized in a city on the very edge of Ehime Prefecture. Chapter 217. The Rescue. Centurado, 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 Centurado. collapsed one after another in surprise. The girl, who had shut her eyes in despair, waited for a long time but felt nothing. She slowly opened her eyes and realized that the delinquents who had approached her were all lying motionless on the ground in strange poses. She tried to run a few steps toward the alley exit. The delinquents still showed no reaction. The girl didn't know what had happened, but she knew this was an unmissable opportunity. She quickly sped up, pulling her torn clothing tightly around herself, and rapidly fled the dark alley. Confirming the girl was safe, Ethan dispelled the illusion magic, and the trio slowly revealed themselves. Akira, what are you planning to do with these scumbags? Naruse Mio looked at the delinquents on the ground with disgust and instinctively retreated behind Ethan. The three had just been teleported here and were planning their route and rescue strategy when they suddenly noticed people approaching. They used a simple concealment spell, originally planning to continue after the people left, but the delinquents suddenly decided to cause trouble. It seemed they planned to intimidate and threaten her. Seeing the frightened and distressed expression of the girl, who was about her age, Naruse Mio instinctively wanted to step in and save her. But someone had been even quicker than her. Watching the magic circle slowly disappear beside Ethan's hand, Naruse Mio's mood instantly brightened. Ethan was unaware of the twin-tailed Tsundere Bowtie's changing thoughts. He didn't want to save the person, but his quick action was more of a reflex triggered by seeing perverts. Although the reasons were somewhat different, the result was good. He only hoped the girl would be more careful next time. In response to Naruse Mio's question, Ethan shrugged and casually threw out several clusters of light blue flames. Under his precise control, the delinquent group vanished before Naruse Mio's eyes, as if they had never existed. Akira, is this really happening? Naruse Mio asked somewhat uncertainly. Yes, it was merely clearing some trouble from the area. Ethan paid it no mind. Let's continue the plan. We'll conceal our auras and fly at high altitude to Mapletown. Naruse Mio listened to the plan, nodding occasionally, but her internal state was far from as calm as she appeared. Although they were scumbags, dealing with them so casually was still something the girl, who had just entered the supernatural world, was struggling to accept. However, thinking of the girls these people might have harmed, and the potential for more girls to be harmed if they weren't stopped, she felt Ethan's actions were right. Right was right, but it would take some time to fully understand and accept it. Ethan and Maria unfurled their bat wings, ready to proceed with the plan, but Naruse Mio was slow to move. Naruse-san, can you fly by yourself? Ethan remembered his own experience upon first acquiring his devil form and asked the question. Naruse Mio's answer was unsurprising. She hadn't yet mastered the ability to fly. It was even difficult for her to change into her devil form. The inherited power was too strong, and Naruse Mio simply couldn't control it yet. The appearance of her wings earlier was also beyond her control, caused by the resonance with the powerful magic power and devil aura filling the clubroom. After some thought, Ethan said, Naruse-san, if you don't mind, I can carry you. He originally thought that Tsundere Girl would refuse and was considering other options, but Naruse Mio remained silent for a moment and then agreed. Ethan immediately picked her up. All right, let's go. Cinchureto Naruse Mio wrapped her arms around his neck. This offered more security. The girl relaxed her posture. She occasionally glanced up at Ethan. They had only known each other for less than an hour. Lost in Naruse Mio's scattered thoughts, the trio arrived over Mapletown. Only 30 minutes had passed since she received the call. This was even with Ethan deliberately slowing down to accommodate Maria during the flight. Akira, it's right there. The single-family house with the red roof to the southwest. That's my home. Ethan looked in the direction Naruse Mio pointed. After locating the house, he descended. Wait for me here. We'll be back shortly. Since the enemy held hostages, Ethan had to proceed cautiously. He avoided directly teleporting nearby for fear that the magic fluctuations would alert the enemy. The magic fluctuations of long-distance teleportation arrays were too obvious. Anyone with magic power could detect them to some extent. Akira, please. You must save my dad and mom. Naruse Mio looked at Ethan, her eyes welling up. The thought of her parents' unknown fate as seen in the photograph. Made her heart ache. Ethan nodded and promised, "Don't worry. You'll all be reunited soon." While pinpointing the location, he used a perception spell. The magic fluctuations inside the house were mixed and numerous, but the strongest was only at the B-class peak. If they couldn't even detect his reconnaissance magic, they certainly couldn't stop him from rescuing the hostages. After calming Naru's Mio, Ethan vanished in a few flashes, disappearing down the street. 3 minutes later, maintaining the illusion magic, he approached the Naru's house, silently observing the situation through windows and balconies. Reconnaissance magic didn't offer X-ray vision. Although he could confirm the location of people inside, he couldn't definitively identify which two were Naru's Mio's parents. The goal this time was not to eliminate the enemy, but to rescue the hostages. He had to ensure their safety before acting. There were 2 low-class devils and 3 demon beasts in the living room, 1 low-class devil on the 2nd floor, and 2 demon beasts in the yard. A total of 5 wolf-shaped demon beasts and 3 low-class devils made up the enemy force. As for Naru's Mio's parents, the 2 people in the center of the living room, covered in injuries and lying motionless on the floor, should be them. Observing the situation inside the Naru's house, Ethan's brow furrowed. The enemy's strength was insignificant to him, but the 3 demon beasts were too close to Naru's Mio's parents. If he acted now, he could, at most, guarantee the safety of one person. The safety of the other would depend on the enemy's immediate reaction. If they prioritized eliminating the hostage, he definitely wouldn't be able to save them. Should I gamble? Or wait for another opportunity? Ethan was momentarily undecided. He didn't want to gamble, but time was running out. Naru's Mio's parents' auras were barely discernible. Such severe injuries meant they could die at any moment. Chapter 218. The Rescue. Part 2. While he was hesitating, Ethan suddenly thought of a method. Success wasn't guaranteed, but it was worth trying, and even if it failed, there would be no significant consequence. He quietly moved away from the Naru's house, and quickly returned to the spot where he had separated from Naru's Mio. Akida! Did you succeed? Seeing Ethan return so quickly, Naru's Mio's heart lifted, but she looked around and saw no sign of her parents. Where are Dad and Mom? Where are they? I haven't acted yet. Ethan shook his head and explained what he had observed. He'll have absolute certainty in safely rescuing them as soon as the enemy lets down their guard a little. For this, I need you and Maria to cooperate. Naru's Mio immediately said, "No problem. What do you need me to do?" Simple. You and Maria just need to create some commotion and leak some magic power, Ethan said. Okay, when do we start? In about 5 minutes. Be careful yourselves when you act. Ethan calculated the time and said, it doesn't need to last long, just a minute or two. Too long might make the enemy too vigilant. After confirming the time and exchanging contact information with Naru's Mio, he rushed back to the Naru's house, quietly awaiting his opportunity. If the enemy hadn't completely refused to answer the phone, allowing Naru's Mio to call them with a simple excuse, such as confirming the hostage's survival, the operation would have been much simpler. Just as Ethan was lamenting this, the agreed-upon time arrived quickly. Boom! The sound of an explosion was accompanied by 2 familiar magic power fluctuations. The people inside the house didn't know the Naru's sister's magic power signature, but that didn't prevent them from detecting the power. One of the male devils in the living room frowned, whispered a few words to his companion, and then went upstairs to report the situation. Indeed, the person on the 2nd floor is the leader of this group. Although they were all low-class devils, the one on the 2nd floor was clearly stronger than the other 2. A moment later, he came downstairs, said a few more words to his companion, and then called over the wolf-shaped demon beast near Naru's Mio's father. The wolf-shaped demon beast lazily floated over to him. Ethan, who was fully concealing his aura and hadn't even attempted to eavesdrop on their conversation, was waiting for precisely this opportunity. Before the other demon beast nearby could fill the gap, his magic power instantly erupted, transforming him into a black lightning bolt that shattered the window. As he landed, he punched the demon beast guarding Naru's Mio's mother, sending it flying. Then, without hesitation, he scooped up the woman, rushing to Naru's Mio's father and placing him behind himself. Everything happened in a flash. Less than a second had passed since Ethan began his move. By the time he stopped, the nearest wolf-shaped demon beast had barely reacted. Its instinctively swung claws brought forth a howl, but they were blocked by a faint membrane of light 10 centimeters in front of Ethan, unable to advance further. Few confirming both of Naru's Mio's parents were alive, Ethan let out a breath. He had overestimated these guys. Now it seemed they wouldn't have reacted even without this brief opportunity. He smiled wryly and shook his head, but he didn't feel there was anything wrong with his earlier internal struggle against thin air. It was best if the enemy was weak, preferably just ants that could be crushed with a single slap. But caution was always necessary. There was no cure for regret in this world. "Who are you?" The devils looked at him with hostility. They glanced at the wolf-shaped demon beast not far away, its bones shattered and its aura gone, and they became secretly wary. These few demon beasts were brought along to search for Naru's Mio. Their combat power wasn't strong, but it wasn't weak either, even though it was a sneak attack to kill it with a single punch. If that attack had been directed at them, they would likely have suffered the same fate. Ethan ignored the devils and demon beasts that were forming a circle around him. He took out his phone and sent a line message to Naru's Mio. "Plan successful. Your parents are safe." As he put away his phone, the devil from the second floor and the demon beast from the yard also joined the circle. He scanned the surroundings and chuckled. "Are you all here? That saves me the trouble." From a moment he decided to help Naru's Mio, Ethan had decided how to handle the aftermath. With the Phoenix family issue unresolved and the three factions conference approaching, it was not the time to create further complications. So, the only option was to make all of this completely disappear in flames. This conveniently aligned with the original testament of Sister New Devil storyline. Because he had to protect Naru's Mio's parents, Ethan couldn't use his best close combat skills. Fortunately, thanks to his exceptional cultivation talent, he was still a magic genius. Dealing with this level of enemy didn't even require him to chant spells. A bright yellow magic circle enveloped the living room, and massive electric arcs constantly jumped. To ensure no enemy escaped, Ethan used his best-mastered lightning magic. After acquiring the complete Thunder Wrath talent, this was his first time using such an area of effect spell, and the effect was very satisfying. With every bolt of lightning as thick as an arm that struck, one demon beast perished. Sensing mortal danger, the three devils hastily put up magic shields to defend themselves, but the strongest among them only managed to last 3 more seconds. After acquiring the complete Thunder Wrath talent, Ethan's lightning magic, like Akino Hamajuma's, also contained the power of light. This power specialized against devils. The moment their shields shattered, the three devils let out cries of agony, and their life force rapidly plummeted. When Naru's Mio and Maria arrived, they saw a floor littered with scorched bodies. Ethan was busy casting healing magic, trying to stabilize the injuries of the Naru's couple. He was skilled in destruction and combat, but when it came to healing, he was a novice. Ethan had never acquired any decent healing-type talent. Asia likely possessed one, but since the blonde little nun hadn't been evaluated yet, he hadn't acquired it. Naru's San, gather all necessary belongings. Ethan didn't want to delay any further, unsure when the events here would be discovered. "We need to leave immediately. Before we go, you need to use your magic to destroy this house." Originally, Naru's Mio's magic power would have gone berserk after seeing her parents killed in her defense, slaying all the attacking devils and simultaneously burning down the home she had lived in for over a decade. Ethan wasn't aiming to completely replicate the plot, but this was the most convenient way to cover their tracks. With Naru's Mio having a rudimentary grasp of fire magic, the interference of her magic aura would make it even harder for Zalgir to detect the intervention of a third party. Completely masking the intervention was unrealistic. He only needed to delay detection. Therefore, There was no need to go out of his way to find two devil corpses to pass off as Naruz Mio's parents. Naruz Mio felt a pang of sadness about destroying the home she had lived in for over a decade. But she knew this place had been exposed and she could never return. Half an hour later, Naruz Mio and Maria returned to the living room, each dragging a suitcase. "I'm ready. That was quick. I only packed things with sentimental value." Naruz Mio looked worriedly at her still unconscious parents. "When are we leaving?" "Immediately." Ethan stopped the healing magic and said, "I'm contacting Akino Senpai now. Don't worry too much. Asia can heal them when we get back." Things went much smoother than expected. Only half the originally agreed upon 3 hours had passed. Akino Himejima was in class, so they waited 5 minutes before the red glowing teleportation gate appeared. Maria took Naruz Mio's parents through first, followed by Naruz Mio, who surged her magic power to turn the house into an inferno, then grabbed her suitcase and followed. Ethan waited for a moment, making sure the fire was irreversible, and then stepped into the teleportation gate. Just as he was about to fully step through, he suddenly felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if being watched. But upon carefully checking, he found nothing. Ethan always trusted his instincts. He simply put up a shield, concentrated, and cast his perception magic within the blazing inferno. Invisible fluctuations radiated out from him, only slowing down gradually after reaching 10 kilometers. Just a mistake. A 10-kilometer radius was the limit of his current perception range. He detected some presence of supernatural powers, but the prickling sensation on his back never reappeared. Akida. Not seeing Ethan return for a long time, Akino Himejima couldn't resist coming to check. She was startled by the intense heat upon arrival. The fire had already spread, engulfing the entire house. The sound of fire trucks was clearly audible. "I'm fine. Let's go." Ethan didn't believe it was a mistake, but without finding the cause, he could only set it aside for now. The fact that he hadn't detected any malicious intent from the fleeting sensation was another reason he chose not to investigate further. Chapter 219, Settlement and Rias returned the moment the teleportation gate closed. On a tall building 10 kilometers away from the Naruz house, a handsome middle-aged man wearing glasses and casual clothes took out a cigarette case. "How perceptive. I was almost discovered." Jin Tojo lit his cigarette with a smiling expression, as if he wasn't the one who had maintained a precise distance from Ethan's perception range the entire time. Exhaling a smoke ring, he dropped his smile and pondered. He had originally intended to protect the homeless sisters and allow his son, Basara Tojo, to get acquainted with his two cousins. But when he arrived at the location, he couldn't find them for a long time, only to discover that Naruz Mio's foster parents had been captured. Jin Tojo was just about to act and rescue them when he detected the disturbance created by Naruz Mio and Maria. Out of curiosity, he had quietly observed. Seeing Ethan preparing to teleport away, he had momentarily relaxed his vigilance. That split second almost exposed him. Have established contact with the Gremory family. The moment Jin Tojo saw Ethan, he recognized him. Wilbert was dead, but many devils still firmly supported his lineage. Both Zaldir sending people to pursue Naruz Mio and the information about Ethan had been relayed to him by these supporters. "This is fine. In Kuo town, those people certainly wouldn't dare to cause trouble. Well, it looks like my son and I need to move again." Jin Tojo knew the relationship between Wilbert and the Gremory family and did not intend to step in aggressively. At the same time, he was aware of the Gremory family's current situation and, feeling uneasy about a group of young individuals gathering together, decided to move Basara Tojo there as well. While Jin Tojo was deciding to move, Ethan was grappling with a similar issue. After teleporting back to the Occult Research Club, Naruz Mio's parents quickly woke up following Asia's treatment. The heartwarming reunion and relief after their ordeal went without saying. However, for safety reasons, it was best for the couple not to show their faces again until the Three Factions Conference concluded, and ideally, until Zaldir was completely dealt with. The same applied to Naruz Mio. But given her high potential, After a period of dedicated training, she wouldn't have to worry about pursuers. Her parents, however, were different. A single low-class devil could potentially take their lives. Moreover, while Naru's Mio alone was manageable, accommodating her parents in the villa, which had plenty of empty rooms, was something Ethan and the girls were reluctant about. Age was one factor, but the main reason was the disparity in power and status between the two parties. Both Naru's Mio and Maria possessed noble bloodlines, along with decent strength and potential. It sounded harsh, but that was the reality of the devil world, or rather, the reality of this world in general. Ethan, for his part, Censuredo, so Ethan decided to be a good person and eliminate the evil thought. Mindful of Naru's Mio's feelings, the others avoided being too direct. Only after she had personally confirmed her lineage from her parents did they subtly suggest sending the couple to the Gremory family in the devil world. Although the Gremory family was in decline, they still had many servants. Naru's Mio's foster parents could disguise their identities there and ensure their safety. The Naru's couple had no objections. They had been Wilbert's servants before coming to the human world. This would be a return to their old profession. Naru's Mio was hesitant to part with her parents, but she knew it was the right choice. She truly was the dream-level heroine of Shinmai Mao no Testament. Besides being tsundere and charming, she was an absolute dream goddess. The tsundere and bold aspects were also bonuses, transforming a dream-level goddess into a genuinely cute girl. Ethan silently praised the twin-tailed beauty as she reluctantly bid farewell to her parents. After sending off the Naru's couple, the focus shifted to Naru's Mio and Maria. Maria was a different case. She looked younger than Kaneko. Censuredo Marias' mission was half complete. She only needed to stay by Naru's Mio until the Three Factions conference ended, then return to the devil world with Sheila and go to the Gremory family. Naru's Mio's situation was more complicated. She had grown up in the human world and would struggle to adapt to the devil world suddenly. She herself stated that she didn't want to get involved in the devil world's mess, but her power had awakened, and Zalgir constantly coveted it. A complete return to a normal daily life was equally impossible. Ultimately, Naru's Mio decided to transfer to Kuo Academy. She would continue her high school life while diligently training to master the powerful forces within her. As for housing, the villa had many empty rooms, so she and Maria moved in that very night. They would slowly supplement their daily necessities and clothes later. The money spent was negligible to the Gremory family. Due to the previous generation's relationship, combined with the rescue operation, Naru's Mio's relationship with the group instantly became much closer. It might also be that the Occult Research Club was the first social environment she encountered in her completely new life. In any case, the tsundere twin-tailed beauty quickly integrated into the club's atmosphere. Aside from changing schools and residences, her life essentially returned to how it was before. The day after Naru's Mio's transfer, Rias returned from the devil world. She had spoken with the Naru's couple there and generally understood what had happened. With the raiding game imminent, she had neither the time nor the energy to focus excessively on Naru's Mio's affairs. After a brief introduction, she quickly got down to business. The raiding game will begin promptly at 10 p.m. in 3 days. Rias got straight to the point. The location will be Kuo Academy. Broadcast preparations are complete. Now I need to confirm the participants. To prevent casualties, the higher-ups had created a special alternate dimension to serve as the battleground for the raiding game. The situation within this space would be broadcast live. Winners would rise in rank and status, drawing the attention of powerful figures. The opponents in this match were not ordinary. Devil World elites, including Rias' brother, Devil King Surzex, would be watching. President, did you find a suitable contract? Ethan's brows furrowed. Rias was going straight to listing participants without mentioning the contract with him. As expected, Rias shook her head regretfully. We ran out of time. We couldn't find a suitable contract. The Phoenix family was one of the 4 great pure-blooded devil families. Finding a contract that could deceive them was already difficult. Moreover, at this critical juncture, the opponent would undoubtedly scrutinize any contract thoroughly. Akira, Don't worry. As if knowing what Ethan was thinking, Rias added, while I can't guarantee a win, I have an 80 certainty. An 80 chance of winning was quite high. It basically meant certain victory. But this concerned Rias' entire future, and Ethan did not want any destabilizing factors. More importantly, the subtle unease deep within him seemed to foreshadow something. If the world line hadn't changed significantly, Riser's servants would generally be A-class, with perhaps his Queen Eubeluna and his Bishop Ravel having S-class strength. Riser himself was probably a high-class devil, at most an ultimate-class devil. But the opposing team had a numerical advantage, plus vast experience in raiding games. Added to the Phoenix family bloodline and the high probability of hidden trump cards. Just as Ethan was lost in thought, a bright, youthful voice suddenly sounded. The petite and adorable young demon girl stood on her toes, raising her small hand, trying to draw everyone's attention. Although I'm not exactly sure what kind of contract you're talking about. Seeing everyone looking at her, Maria chuckled and said, "But I have a family-inherited contract here." Rias' eyes lit up. She instantly understood what Maria meant. Although Maria came from a remote area, Rias knew from asking her mother that Sheila's status was not low. She was the previous queen of the Knight family lineage. Otherwise, Wilbert, a devil king, would not have bonded with her. The family-inherited contract was very likely a unique contract method belonging to this lineage of Night Demon royalty. In that case, there was a high probability of deceiving the supervisors of the raiding game and the Phoenix family. Compared to Rias' surprise, Ethan was momentarily confused. Mariah's words reminded him of a crucial event in Shinmai, Mao No Testament, also involving devils and connections to a devil king. The master-servant contract was a central plot point throughout the series. He never expected that contract to be a family heirloom. No wonder he hadn't seen anyone else use it. Chapter 220. The Spirit Contract. This contract is quite special. Only beings of our lineage can use it. Though she said this lineage of succubi, in reality, only she, her mother Sheila, and her half-sister Lucia remained. Only these three knew the ritual, and only they could use this contract. Maria continued. Furthermore, the conditions for signing the contract are strict. It must be a night of the full moon, and both parties must enter the contract voluntarily. Rias folded her arms, not rushing to reply. Instead, she asked, "Could you elaborate on the contract's terms and effects?" Due to the change in the world line, Sheila had not yet been captured by Zalgir. So the Barado hadn't been threatened and had no reason to tamper with the contract. Even if she had tried to tamper with it, it would have been useless. Not only did Ethan have his spiritual contract talent, but Rias and the others were not novices like Becerra Tojo and Naruz Mio. Relying solely on that unpredictable and untrustworthy creature for such an important contract would be foolish. If Rias detected anything amiss, she would immediately interrupt the ritual. This contract is a type of master-servant contract. It has only one restriction. The servant cannot betray the master and must be unconditionally loyal to them. They cannot even harbor thoughts of resistance or doubt. Maria chuckled, a mischievous expression appearing on her face. It was an odd look, but on the petite, cute, white-haired girl, it came across as playful rather than off-putting. Naruz Mio, looking annoyed, chopped her hand down, stopping Mariah's rambling. "Keep talking, stop spacing out." After spending nearly a week together, she had come to understand Mariah's unusual personality. Despite her cute appearance, Maria had a strange way of speaking and a fascination with recording unusual video content. "Mio-sama, that's so mean." Centuredo the small fairy immediately covered her head with her hands, not daring to cause any more trouble. "Ahem, because it's a magical contract. If the terms are broken, the servant will be subjected to a disorienting effect." Maria quickly got back to the point. "Be aware, this effect isn't just simple dizziness." Centuredo from Seoul to Barado. At this point, the young spirit paused and added, "Well, my mother told me all this. This contract hasn't been used in a long time. At least my sister Lucia and I have never used it." Everyone pondered in silence. The condition of loyalty being based on something as subjective as the will, was indeed troublesome. No one knew what the precise standard for judgment was. What would happen if an action akin to a white lie was needed? Not dwelling too long on this vague matter, Ethan spoke up. Can his contract be broken? Due to his spiritual contract talent, he asked this question purely for Rias's sake. If it could be broken, everything was fine. They could simply break it after the rating game. But if it couldn't? Maria shook her head. Her answer was predictably no. Ethan truly wanted to participate in the rating game to eliminate all unstable factors, but he couldn't make such a decision for Rias out of self-interest. This was a matter concerning her entire life. Ethan looked at Rias. She smiled faintly at him before speaking again. Maria, since the contract terms are so strict, its effects must be very powerful, right? Of course. Once the contract is signed, the power of both parties will greatly increase, depending on the emotional connection between master and servant, the young spirit assistant said proudly. There's a very simple way to enhance the power. You just need to train together with focus and dedication. This contract is a perfect match for Ethan's shared energy cultivation ability. After hearing Mariah's explanation, Rias and the other girls thought in unison. At this moment, Ethan also recalled more information about the contract. The Demon Girl's contract effect mainly depended on the feelings between the two parties. A shallow connection was unlikely to maximize the effect. Centuredo, it would manifest when magic power was activated, and as the contract effect strengthened, meaning the master-servant relationship deepened, the collar would continuously change color. If you remembered correctly, the order was red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. Ethan couldn't quite recall whether the progression went forward or backward. Similarly, it seemed that once the contract was signed, there was another restriction on the servant. Violating it seemed to have severe consequences, but his memory was fuzzy on that too. While Ethan was struggling to recall, Rias had already made her decision. Tonight is the full moon, and tomorrow is the deadline for submitting the roster. The red-haired beauty pressed her hands against the wooden desk, leaning slightly forward with a determined expression as she reviewed the documents on her desk. The beautiful curve dazzling to the eye. Without delay, let's prepare the ritual now. We will formally sign the contract as soon as the sky darkens. Maria blinked, somewhat taken aback by Rias's decisive action. She instinctively looked at Ethan. Judging from the previous snippets of conversation, Ethan was meant to be the servant. For this kind of special contract, which hardly affected the master, the main requirement was the servant's consent. Ethan nodded. Then, realizing the small magical being might have misunderstood, he specifically explained the reason for the contract being necessary. You have that kind of ability? Maria clicked her bravado in wonder, but quickly moved on. Having spent the past few days mingling with the girls, she and Naruz Mio had a general understanding of everyone's situation. Compared to the special partner bonding technique, the boosted gear sacred gear, and Ethan's exaggerated rate of power growth, the spiritual contract talent seemed less impressive. Because she also knew about Ethan's decadent lifestyle, that Sundara Twin Tails, who had initially held a good impression of him, hadn't spoken to him much recently. Centuredo, Ethan agreed with the statement, but he wasn't thirsty at all now. Instead, he was constantly overwhelmed. Just since returning from the special training, the Takahashi family evening group sessions began promptly every night. Were it not for the energy and stamina recovery effects of his special training ability, even his SS-class strength couldn't withstand being drained every day. It was early June, and with the summer solstice less than half a month away, night fell late. After preparing the ritual and completing their individual loose ends, the sky finally began to grow dim. They waited for about another hour until the clear, bright full moon appeared in the night sky. The soft moonlight shone through the window onto the wooden floor of the clubroom. The magic circle, drawn with magical materials, gradually began to glow bright yellow under the moonlight. The warm light intensified with time. Once the entire magic circle was illuminated and the bright yellow light connected, Maria, who had changed back in her demonic form, signaled to Ethan and Rias. Chapter 221. Contracting Rias, the clouds parted, and in the silent night, the silver moonlight was clear and dazzling. Rias and Ethan walked into the magic circle, facing each other. Under Rias' supernatural influence, an invisible, intangible bond linked their souls. Next, all President Rias needs to do is press her barato to the magic circle on Akiranai's hand, and the contract ritual will be successfully established. Maria changed back into her youthful form, hands clasped behind her back, keenly observing the two in the magic circle. The contract ritual was her family heirloom, but this was her barato using it. She was curious to see what would happen when the contract succeeded. Glancing at the small, delicate indigo-blue magic circle centered around a heart pattern on his hand, Ethan felt a strange sensation. Due to his spiritual contract talent, the contract, with him as the main party, was completely under his control. Without Rias even needing to kiss the magic circle on his hand, the contract was essentially already complete. Not only that, he discovered a few errors in what the spirit had said earlier. If the contract was established as is, it could be broken on the next full moon by paying a certain price. Furthermore, the constraint on the servant was not only loyalty, but also obedience. Any act of disobedience or thought of resistance toward the master would result in a magical curse. Therefore, the possibility of even a white lie being successfully carried out was non-existent. The servant's spirit and resolve would grow fragile under the contract's weight. Even a single gesture from a master could cause overwhelming distress. As for what would happen if others interfered, the contract terms were unclear, but it was almost certain that the servant's fate would be grim. Moreover, this contract allowed the master and servant to sense each other's location. This was a soul-level connection that was practically impossible to sever. It seemed Sheila hadn't fully disclosed the contract ritual's details to Maria, or perhaps she didn't know them either. Just as Ethan was thoroughly examining the contract details, Rias elegantly stepped forward. She took Ethan's right hand with her smooth, fair hand, bowed her head slightly, and her soft, pink barato pressed against the glowing magic circle. It's done, the contract has been established. Maria clapped her hands cheerfully. Cinceredo, the two people in the magic circle were fine, except that Rias' eyes were tightly closed and she had fallen unconscious into Ethan's arms. It's good that no one was hurt. Maria sighed in relief and turned her attention to the floor. The contract ritual magic circle had changed from bright yellow to an unusual pink color and was continuously emitting waves of invisible magic power fluctuations. She had never heard her mother mention such change. Just as she was wondering, faint whispers and strange sounds suddenly echoed around her. As a summoned spirit, Cinceredo, their beautiful eyes were filled with vernal excitement as they all stared into the magic circle. More accurately, they were staring at Ethan inside the magic circle. The only people present who weren't acting strangely were her, Naruz Mio, Asia, and Yudo Kiba. Before Maria could figure out what was happening, Cinceredo frozen in place, completely unaware of what had just happened. The mysterious young girl let out a dramatic cry of surprise, then watched with wide eyes. This was her barato witnessing such an intense scene in person. Especially this union between a barato, tier male, and female beauty to witness it firsthand was incredibly lucky. Compared to the confused Naruz sisters, Yudo Kiba and Asia were much calmer. Watching Ethan and Rias working closely together inside the magic circle, and then looking at the group of girls around them who seemed unusually affected, they had a general guess as to the situation. Those who appeared affected were all girls who had recently trained closely with Ethan. They didn't know if the other girls who weren't present were affected as well. But it didn't matter. Based on the current situation, they could draw a few conclusions. Ethan's combined cultivation ability was unique, a fusion of both soul and spirit, completely comprehensive. Combined with the spiritual contract talent and this bizarre demonic pact, it was almost certain that a chemical reaction had occurred, leading to this situation. Ethan and Rias weren't attempting to stop it, so it likely wasn't a major issue. The barrier had been deployed before the contract ritual, so there was no need to worry about attracting outside attention. Given this, the best course of action was to quietly observe the situation. After Ethan cast his instantaneous illusion spell on Rias, the enchantment instantly activated, leaving them both visible only as faint silhouettes. His powerful draconic magic had been prepared for a long time, its massive crimson aura pulsing faintly with ancient energy. Looking at the awe-inspiring little Akira, the girls felt a wave of awe and admiration. The four girls who were still conscious were seeing the real Barato for the Barato. Centuredo the girl in her spring of youth, continued to watch the scene within the magic circle, as if trying to pretend she wasn't seeing it. Inside the magic circle, Ethan had neither the time nor the inclination to concern himself with the girls' reactions. Just as Asia and Yudo Kiba suspected, after Rias pressed her Barato to the magic circle on his hand, the contract ritual, which should have dissipated, underwent an unprecedented change under the influence of the harmony cultivation ability and the spiritual contract talent. Perhaps it was because the master-servant contract provided by Maria had such excellent compatibility with him, or maybe his subconscious influenced the spiritual contract talent. Regardless of the cause, the supernatural being's family-inherited contract had been transformed into Ethan's exclusive contract. Simply put, the contract was reborn through the modification of Ethan's abilities. Only he could use this contract. It was unique. Nobody knew its effects except for him and the person who had signed it. Inside the magic circle, which glowed with a pink halo, Ethan stood close to Rias. A powerful surge of energy surrounded him as their magic intertwined. Ugh! Even though she had channeled this immense power many times before, she still felt a slight Barato pain every time it began. Rias bit her slender index finger, struggling to suppress the urge to scream. Her sense of composure prevented her from letting go. If the contract ritual hadn't needed to be completed within the magic circle, Centuredo, contract variation due to the unique effect of the contract ritual, Rias experienced an unprecedented surge of joyful energy. That wondrous feeling, uplifting and energizing, made her feel inspired, as if she had reached a triumphant peak. This remarkable sensation left Rias standing tall and confident. Centuredo, this feeling of overwhelming triumph and exhilaration caused Ethan to gasp and brace himself, pushing forward with great intensity. The Barato within Ethan's stance charged like a valiant warrior, brave, fierce, and relentless. Although Rias still felt a twinge of pain, Centuredo, Rias felt overwhelmed and disoriented as she slowly came back to her senses. Before she had fully regained her composure, she vaguely sensed Ethan gently reposition her. Her mind was still hazy, and she allowed herself to be moved without resistance. Ethan knelt in the center of the magic circle. Rias lay before him calmly, awaiting the ritual. The radiant Barato spirit surged forward with a flash of ancient light, and the girl was enveloped by its overwhelming power. A bright hum filled the chamber as the full presence of the Barato descended, binding Rias to the spell. Centuredo, and the moment felt incredibly intense. Ethan held her close, and they shared a meaningful Barato. He smiled and said, "Akira, this is wonderful. Thank you for being here with me." Rias smiled warmly, completely lost in the joy of the moment. Centuredo, Snow White, slender neck, and two pink heart phantoms flickered in her emerald eyes. At the same time, the magic circle emitted a beam of magic power light, enveloping Ethan and Rias. After an unknown period, the light vanished. The beautiful magic circle on the floor turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. In the dimly lit club room, the girls, who possessed devil blood, still had clear vision. Amidst quick, charming breaths, they noticed Ethan and Rias were still standing together. But if they only relied on perception, there was only one life force signature there. The moonlight outside the window was covered by clouds, then reappeared. Experiencing the power and benefits brought by the mutated contract, Ethan and Rias exchanged a knowing smile, kissed lightly, and then leisurely separated. Centuredo, let me think where to start. The moment the contract magic circle vanished, the strange sensation in Akino Himejima and the others gradually faded. Only the lingering magical residue proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. Fortunately, apart from Ethan, Centuredo, the combined ritual between Rias and me was necessary to complete the final step of the contract. Maria frowned, about to speak, but saw Ethan motion for her not to rush. She then patiently continued listening. Due to the influence of my ability, the contract provided by Maria underwent a mutation. Like the bonding ritual, it is only fully completed after the internal energy transfer is finished. The change in the magic circle was also due to this mutation, and you were all slightly affected because you were too close. Under Ethan's explanation, the girls gradually understood the sequence of events and also learned about the differences in the mutated contract. Chapter 223. Contract slots. After successfully forming a contract with Rias, Ethan's skill bar gained a new skill. Soulmate. Contract type skill cannot be broken. Current limit 9. The skill name indicated that after the mutation, this contract was no longer a simple master-servant contract. A companion contract or bonded companion contract would be more suitable. The restrictions did not change much. After signing the contract with Ethan, the companion must be loyal and obedient. If the terms are broken, the curse would activate, producing an unbearable physical effect. Unlike Mariah's master-servant contract, this state could not be relieved by any means other than Ethan's personal intervention. Using other methods would not only fail to relieve it, but would cause greater distress. In terms of effects, in addition to retaining the original effects, 2 others were added. First, after signing the contract with Ethan, the harmonized cultivation effect was greatly enhanced. The second was soul binding. As long as Ethan was alive, more accurately, as long as one of the contracted individuals was alive, the rest could maintain a fragment of their true spirit intact. This fragment of the true spirit would reside in the soul of the living person, remaining dormant, slowly awaiting the opportunity for resurrection. However, there was also a side effect. With the death of each contracted person, the souls of the remaining individuals would also be harmed. Ethan, in particular, was the center of this contract, and his importance was paramount. If the souls of the contracted individuals were not strong enough, Ethan's death could directly lead to the annihilation of their souls. Similarly, with the death of each contracted companion, Ethan's soul would suffer extreme damage, and the remaining damage would then be distributed among the souls of the remaining people. If 3 people signed the contract, for example, Ethan, Rias, and Akino Himejima, if Ethan and Rias died first, Akino Himejima would have to withstand 2 soul shocks to nourish their 2 true spirits within her soul. Then, she would slowly accumulate the power and resources for resurrection to resurrect them one by one. Ethan's current soul power could only sign this contract with 9 people, and these 9 people could not be chosen casually. They needed at least sufficient potential, let alone powerful strength. Ethan didn't know if the contract slots would increase as his strength continued to grow and his soul power expanded. Even if they could increase, it likely wouldn't be by much. Each slot was extremely precious. The current 9 slots were already a result of his unique soul. A normal SS-class powerhouse would only have 1 or 2 slots at most. Well, others don't have the spiritual contract and harmonized cultivation talents, so they can't sign a companion contract anyway. Once the contract was signed, it meant eternal union. They would either live forever together, or their souls would be annihilated together, their true spirits scattered, becoming a wisp of breeze in the world. Ethan did not conceal the details of the newly acquired contract from the girls in the clubroom. He intended to select the remaining 8 slots from among them. Of course, this still depended on whether Akino Himejima and the others agreed. Akira! Yudo Kiba looked distressed. Senshirado, this implicitly restricted the contract partners to be female, and Yudo Kiba was currently in a special physical state. Even if both Ethan and Yudo Kiba were willing, they couldn't sign the contract. After the 3 factions conference, we will immediately prepare to address your issue. Ultimately, Ethan could only give this answer. They really needed to hurry and solve this. If it continued, Yudo Kiba would truly become completely marginalized. If she suddenly had a breakdown one day, she might become evil. Ethan would rather she regained her female form than turned evil. Excluding Yudo Kiba, there were exactly 8 girls remaining. Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tiju, Asia, Yuma Amano, Middle, Calawarner, Naruse Mio, and Maria. The 6 girls of the Occult Research Club didn't take long to think and quickly nodded in agreement. Oh my, Senshirado showing approval for the vice president's words. Oh dear, am I finally crossing the step into adulthood with Akira-san? The blonde little nun shyly covered her face, murmuring filled with hope. The Yuma Amano trio exchanged glances. Ultimately, Middle and Calawarner focused their gaze on Yuma Amano. Middle, Calawarner, we are no longer superiors and subordinates. Yuma Amano sighed. Forming cliques like this was bad, and having been Rias's servant for so long, she genuinely wanted to integrate. But looking at her 2 fiercely loyal companions, she ultimately didn't say it too bluntly. Middle and Calawarner also knew this wasn't ideal. In fact, they had established good relationships with the other girls earlier than Yuma Amano. Middle, Kaneko Tiju, and Asia had formed a close-knit trio, and their relationship couldn't be better. With the recent arrival of Maria, the young demon girl, there seemed to be a trend toward forming a close-knit group of 4. Calawarner was a woman of few words, but was actually very gentle and reliable in her work. Akino Himejima and Rias occasionally asked her for help. Coupled with her tall, slender figure and her position as an advisor, she subtly held the position of the 3rd in command. In contrast, Yuma Amano, who was single-mindedly focused on getting stronger, hadn't integrated further into the group except for her decent relationship with Yudo Kiba, with whom she frequently sparred. This was why Middle and Calawarner had always been a bit worried about Yuma Amano and deliberately maintained the appearance of a small clique. Yuma Amano vaguely sensed this, but everyone had different personalities. It would take her some time to fully integrate into this big family. As her thoughts raced, she made her decision. Yuma Amano nodded to Middle and Calawarner, then stated, "We have no problem either." Ethan was actually somewhat unimpressed with the potential of the Fallen Angel trio, but as a person, one shouldn't look only at benefits. Besides, bloodline potential wasn't something that couldn't be changed. While cultivating SSRs was easy and comfortable, personally promoting R cards to SR, or even SSR, also held a unique flavor. After nodding readily, he looked at the Naruse sisters. He knew his chances were slim, but he couldn't help but feel a flicker of expectation. Naruse Mio's potential went without saying. As the main heroine of Shinmai Mao no Testament, the Devil King's daughter was a textbook example of a favored genius. The young demon girl was also excellent, one of the female leads and the offspring of a Devil King and a Demon Queen. Her potential was also 1 in a million. You shameless weirdo. Who would sign a contract with you? Naruse Mio stamped her bravado, her face flushed as she angrily scolded him, then spun around and headed out of the clubroom. Senshirado, I actually want to sign the contract with Akira and II, but Mio-sama refuses, so I can only regretfully decline. Ethan shrugged, non-committal about her words. He knew his reputation preceded him, especially since Mariah's eyes hadn't left young Akira the entire time. As long as Naruse Mio nodded, Maria would definitely follow suit. Naruse Mio's rejection was expected, but still a little disappointing. Atsundara was already difficult to conquer, let alone make her actively and frankly express her feelings. Add to that Ethan's involvement with so many girls and a short acquaintance, it would be a miracle if Naru's Mio agreed. Through their time together, the Naru's sisters could sense that Ethan's relationship with the other girls was unusual. But only now was it completely confirmed, and they gained a deeper understanding of Ethan's rare ability and Yuto, Kiba's special situation. Ethan and Rias hadn't treated them as outsiders at all, but some things couldn't be proactively stated and had to be observed by them. Shortly after the Naru's sisters left, Rias returned to the club room, wearing casual loungewear. It seems everyone understands. After a quick glance around, Rias said, "Let's continue the contract while the full moon hasn't passed." The mutated contract was time-consuming and had to be performed on a full moon night. No matter how unrestrained Ethan was, he probably couldn't complete all the signings. While Ethan drew the magic circle, the girls also determined the order for signing the contract. The first was Akino Himejima. Chapter 224. Contracting Akino Himejima to prevent a recurrence of the previous incident. Rias took the others to the adjacent room. Although it wouldn't make a huge difference, Centuredo at most, they would just feel a sudden wave of excitement, needing to catch their breath. Under the faint moonlight, the dazzling magic circle of the pentagram and crescent moon formed once again. Unlike the previous time, the contract ritual, set up by Ethan, started with a soft, glowing color. As an invisible bond formed between Ethan's and Akino Himejima's souls, the pink glow seemed to turn into mist, enveloping the two of them. When the mist dispersed, the ponytail-haired young woman stood beside Ethan, a calm and radiant expression on her face as the magical connection between them settled into place. Centuredo, Centuredo, Centuredo. She reached out her fair hand and touched the Barado, feeling its enormous, powerful presence. She couldn't believe something so colossal could be swallowed, but the deep cavern seemed vast enough to contain it. However, the emptiness and loneliness within her, and the memory of that supreme joy, kept reminding her how wonderful and meaningful the next moments would be. Akino Himejima sat beside Ethan, holding the Barado statue with a sense of reverence and a touch of shyness. She hesitated, uncertain whether to reach for it. Centuredo, 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 I can never get enough. Ethan spoke from the heart. Setting aside technique and coordination, among all the anime heroines, Rias, Yuma Amano, and the others, Akino Himejima stood out as the most memorable character. If the other girls were Barado, tier masterpieces, Akino Himejima's was a divine artifact. Of course, it was possible that little Akira and little Akino simply had incredible synergy. Regardless, Ethan enjoyed his time training with the Black Ponytail Beauty the most every time. Feeling Ethan's cooperation, Akino Himejima became even more energetic. Censurado, 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 ah. Akino Himejima cried out in surprise, caught off guard by the unexpected shift. Akira, you can handle this dance? This is really impressive. As their training continually advanced, Ethan and the girls could master techniques that ordinary people couldn't manage. Ethan also found it surprisingly satisfying to hold Akino Himejima closely in that position. Though he was hesitant to part from her, staying like this would be enough to establish their arrangement. Centuredo, 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 and stood up while holding Akino Himejima. He carried the girl within the magic circle, moving back and forth as he steadied his stance. Glancing at the slightly lower silver moon outside the window, Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. The Barado felt a powerful energy surging through the valley. Ethan's resolve was blazing. He pressed forward with great intensity, moving with full determination and unwavering bravado. Centuredo, 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 Centuredo. Her long hair shimmered gently in the moonlight. After a long period of intense training, her bravado finally gave way to exhaustion. A wave of relief washed over her, lifting her spirit to a peaceful place above the clouds. After a long while of exploring the beautiful Peach Blossom Cavern, Centuredo, at the same time, a dark blue, chain-themed collar crest appeared on Ethan's neck. Overall, it had a similar style to the crests on Rias and Akino Himajima's abdomens, gorgeous, wicked, and complex. The crests on Rias and Akino Himajima's abdomens, as well as the chain crest on Ethan's neck, were the special marks of the mutation. The position of his own chain crest couldn't be changed because the contract predecessor had the heart collar setting. However, the position of the crest on the girls' bodies was actively chosen by Ethan. When he completed the contract with Rias, he instinctively knew the approximate appearance of the contract mark and subconsciously thought of the so-called silver crest. Ethan didn't know if the demons in this world had invented similar marks, but he instinctively chose the abdomen. By the time he realized it and wanted to change the location to her lower back, chest, or arm, it was too late. Moreover, the opportunity to choose the position was only available this one time. After the initial successful signing, the mutated contract was permanently solidified. Therefore, Akino Himajima's contract mark and all subsequent contract marks would appear on the girls. This mark, similar to the heart collar, had no special function other than being a symbol. The heart collar would change color as Ethan's and the girls' feelings deepened. The silver crest would probably only serve to increase attack speed, besides proving that the girl had signed a contract with Ethan. Fortunately, the crest marks followed a general rule: they wouldn't appear unless activated by magic power. Similarly, because each girl's magic power was different, the light emitted by the crest varied when their magic power was active. Therefore, there was no need to worry about the crest mark being seen when reporting the contract, leading to suspicion about its effects. Conversely, Centuredo, a closer look could even reveal patterns corresponding to Rias and Akino Himajima's silver crest within it. It was as if he held chains in his hand, the other ends firmly binding each contracted girl. Of course, this was just a metaphor. While the girls owed absolute loyalty and obedience, Ethan also had to give wholeheartedly. Otherwise, if the contracted girls successively committed suicide, the backlash from the contract alone could annihilate his soul. Master-servant, or any other term, was insufficient to describe the relationship between Ethan and his contracted girls. Centuredo, because the contract ritual had to be performed one by one. If it could have been signed all at once, he would have eagerly arranged a grand ceremony. With the raiding game approaching, boosting their strength was beneficial, especially since the mutated contract provided a significant boost to power. Ethan was well aware of his energy reserves. Given enough time, with the help of his partnered cultivation ability, completing all of the necessary rituals would be no problem at all. But the full moon only occurs once a month. It was nearly 10 o'clock now, and once midnight passed, the contract could no longer be signed. From the moonrise until the end of the day, there were barely 6 hours in total. If he had known this would happen from the start, he might have been able to complete all the contracts, but it was too late to talk about that now. The rest would have to wait until next month, and the raiding game would be long over by then. With the contract successfully fulfilled, Akino Himajima also gradually recovered her composure after the intense battle. She hugged Ethan, shared a brief moment of tenderness, and then stepped away toward the bathroom. Akira, Yuma is next. Prepare the magic circle first. She waved her hand to destroy the remnants of the torn cloth on the floor, and at the same time, used a new ability gained through the contract to communicate with Rias, asking Yuma Amano to come over to sign the contract. After signing the soul-mate contract, everyone could not only sense each other's locations, but also formed a soul network. They could communicate without delay, even if one was in the underworld and the other in the human world. They could also choose to send private messages or group messages, and could actively block others. Without the consent of the individuals involved, others in the soul network could not peek into their minds. This ability was also in effect accompanying the mutated contract. It was not only more convenient than Issei Hyuda's method of communicating through the chest in the original work. Centuredo, contracting Yuma Amano this time. Ethan was much more skilled at drawing the contract ritual magic circle. About 20 minutes later, under the shining silver moonlight, Yuma Amano smiled sweetly and kissed Ethan's hand. Pink light mist began to spread. Centuredo, this woman was truly skilled. Yuma-chan, you are so impressive. As he spoke, he reached out to tap Yuma Amano on the barato. Does Master Akira not approve? Yuma Amano blinked, smiling politely. I appreciate that, especially your thoughtful compliments. Ethan stepped forward, Centuredo. The imposing figure loomed before her. The girl's heart began to tremble. Akira's presence was even more overwhelming than she remembered, so magnificent and intense. The perfect image that had once inspired her began to cause her composed demeanor to falter. Akira! Yuma Amano called out softly. Centuredo, he firmly grasped Yuma Amano's arm and pulled her to safety. Yuma Amano turned her head and cried out, Stop! Don't! Looking at Yuma Amano's tightly shut eyes. Even though he knew she was putting on an act, Ethan's breathing couldn't help but become heavier. The blazing fire of his anger felt like it had been doused with a bottle of mellow white spirits, burning even more fiercely. He straightened his back. The vast, sunlit landscape stretched out completely before his eyes. The too vibrant, the delicate flower petals seemed to shine under the bright light, drawing Ethan's wide-eyed gaze. Whether in her fallen angel form as Barato or as the cheerful student Yuma Amano, her striking appearance left a lasting impression. Especially in this current image of a first-love goddess, countless boys must have been crazy about her. Yet now Ethan easily became close to her in a surprising way. Yuma Amano let out a soft, surprised breath, maintaining her persona with the last vestiges of her composure. She quickly covered her face with her hands. Centuredo, a massive creature, completely filled the narrow tunnel ahead of her. The feeling of overwhelming pressure caused her a sharp pain, making her cry out involuntarily. The girl's beautiful eyebrows knitted on her flushed face. Centuredo, the fierce dragon, was like a blazing inferno, overwhelming her with its immense power. Under the magic circle's catalysis, a never-before-reached state sent her soaring beyond her limits. Centuredo, Ethan's expression sharpened, and his determination surged. His power reached its peak as he once again seized Yuma Amano's legs without hesitation. Showing no mercy or restraint, Centuredo. Ethan straightened his posture and carefully helped Barato her legs as they rested together. The room was quiet and warm, and a calm, tender moment passed between them. Combined with the polished finish of the high-quality materials, brought Ethan supreme enjoyment. Chapter 227. Contract complete. After pausing for a moment, Ethan reviewed the details of the agreement, which was finalized according to the terms they had discussed. Centuredo, Ethan admired Yuma Amano's graceful appearance. He gently observed her composed expression, her calm purple eyes reflecting a quiet depth. Ethan's attentive interest made her feel pleasantly surprised and a bit self-conscious. The warm exchange caused her heart to beat a little faster. Ethan suddenly looked at Yuma Amano, seeing the faint pink hearts in her purple eyes, and felt immensely thrilled. Yuma-chan, next time, let's try a new outfit together. Upon hearing Ethan's words, Yuma Amano's face turned a bright shade of red, and she quickly looked away. The girl, immersed in her role play, had no words for Ethan's teasing and could only reply with a quiet nod. At the same time, she was pleased that Ethan had chosen to focus his attention on her. Ethan leaned close to Yuma Amano, gently touching her beautiful face, and teased, Yuma-chan, are you okay? Yuma Amano's heart beat faster. In the face of Ethan's playful teasing, she cooperated by nodding softly. Gazing at the girl's delicate and endearing appearance, Ethan's mind suddenly conjured up the image of her overbearing, leather-clad queen persona. He cupped Yuma Amano's head. "Yuma-chan, you are truly skilled. If time wasn't so tight, I would definitely spend more time with you." Then he leaned in and gave her a gentle barato on the cheek. One hand affectionately rested on her barato. Sensuredo, the overwhelming emotion within the girl grew more intense under the influence of the magic circle. Desperate and confused, she reached toward Ethan. Sensing the strange energy radiating from the glowing circle, Ethan steadied himself, held her gently by the shoulders, and stepped forward carefully. Sensuredo, 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 Sensuredo. Sensuredo, 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 Sensuredo. His slightly hurried breathing slowly calmed. He stood close, gently holding Yuma Amano with one large hand, feeling the comfort of her presence. Yuma Amano, too, felt a sense of relief and joy. Sensuredo, the conclusion of the contract, made Yuma Amano increasingly obedient and dependent on Ethan. A subtle thread of deep affection quietly grew in her heart. After a short rest, Ethan glanced at the time, including the drawing of the magic circle. This contract had taken over an hour again, leaving exactly 1 hour until midnight. If they hurried, they might be able to complete one more contract. However, after 3 rounds of intense action, little Akira's stamina had clearly improved significantly. Coupled with his preoccupation with the time, his focus wasn't absolute, making it impossible to fully enjoy the partner training. Going back and forth like this, it was highly possible that the contract wouldn't be completed before the deadline. The effects and abilities of the mutated contract were indeed powerful, but a failed contract carried a significant drawback. If the contract failed, both Ethan and the contracted person would continuously be bound by the penalty clause of the contract until it was successfully completed. In other words, once the contract failed, Ethan would likely have to remain closely engaged with the contract target for the entire following month. Even if they managed to suppress the contract's influence, participating in the raiding game would be out of the question. To be safe, Ethan decided to conclude the contract ritual for this time. Thanks to the contract's reinforcement, his and Rias's strength had steadily reached the peak of ultimate class devil status. Akino Himejima and Yuma Amano had also leaped from newly S-class to high-level S-class. After a few more rounds of intensive joint training, they could attempt to break through further. After acquiring Soul Contract, Ethan also had a general direction for how to step into the SSS class. If he could establish a contract with an SSS class or even stronger female, the combined effect of the contract and the first synchronized cultivation session would give him a 90% chance of breaking through to SSS class strength in one go. When he thought of this, the figure of Graphia Lucifuge, the underworld's strongest queen, naturally surfaced in Ethan's mind. The scene of the silver-haired, beautiful wife playing with little Akira in the bathroom seemed to happen just before his eyes. Chapter 228. Sona Shitori's kindness. The contract matter was temporarily concluded. Ethan and Yuma Amano cleaned up in the bathroom, and then discussed the upcoming raiding game with Rias and the other girls. Prioritizing the contracts with Akino Himejima and Yuma Amano was aimed at further boosting their strength to gain more advantages in the raiding game. Akino Himejima, as the queen, possessed the abilities of the rook, knight, and bishop. Yuma Amano had the greatest potential among the 3 pawns, and pawns had the ability to promotion, allowing them to promote to any piece other than the king when they reached an area designated as the opponent's territory by the king. The stronger their abilities, the more strategic options Rias would have, and the greater the pressure and threat posed to the enemy. After briefly formulating a battle plan, Rias changed into a brand new uniform. I will go back now to report about Akira. It's likely that someone will come to verify everything tomorrow morning. No problem. I will cooperate fully. Ethan smiled. After the mutation of the contract passed down by Mariah's family, it had truly become a unique contract never before seen in this world, so he was not afraid of anyone investigating. The specific effects and contents of the contract, and who held the dominant position, were entirely up to him to define. However, he would need the help of his magical companion at that time. Otherwise, the origin of the contract would be difficult to explain, and the contract would also be recorded by the underworld. The recording here referred to the registration of the contract's name and effects. The specific method of the contract would naturally not be forcibly demanded. After all, this could be considered a trump card, similar to a secret technique passed down within a family. Of course, some people in the underworld might be interested in this contract and offer a price for a trade. But setting aside the fact that only he could use this contract, even the original version of the Barato contract could only be used by demons of her lineage. Therefore, regardless of the price offered, this contract could not be traded. After Rias left, the others also returned to rest. Contracting 3 people in one go, Ethan also needed time to fully absorb the changes. Although the soul resonance ability helped with recovery, the burden on the soul was not so easy to dispel. This was another reason why Ethan did not continue with more contracts. The night passed without incident. The next morning, Ethan multitasked, listening to Calawarna's English lesson while constantly circulating his magic power internally, adapting to his surging strength. At the same time, he was group chatting with Rias, Akino Himejima, and Yuma Amano in the Soul Network. While the contract was a burden on his soul, after adaptation, the use of his soul power, or rather mental power, had greatly improved. Akida! After class, Tsubaki Shinra, who hadn't been seen for days, appeared at the door of Class 2A. She pushed up her glasses and said flatly, "The president is looking for you. Come with me." Faced with the immensely aloof vice president, the girls in Class 2A who had ambiguous relationships with Ethan dared not make a fuss. Having finally waited for class to end, they wanted a chance to get close to Ethan, but they could only hold back. Recently, there had been Azazel, then Riser Phoenix, and then a month of special training. Other than when Maria intruded into Kuo Academy. When Ethan had some interaction with the student council, it had indeed been a long time since he reported to the student council. As the student council's only male member and a servant of Sona Shirtorai, this was indeed a bit inexcusable. It was easy to explain to everyone else, but he truly felt a little embarrassed facing Tsubaki Shinra, who had dedicated herself to him from the very start. Almost all the girls of the Occult Research Club had surpassed her later. Akino Himejima was already approaching SS class, while the vice president hadn't even reached S class yet. Ethan scratched his head, seeing the subtle hint of resentment in Tsubaki Shinra's eyes, and obediently followed her toward the student council office. Given Sona Shitori's relationship with Rias, she must have known about everything that had happened recently. Upon entering the student council office, Ethan saw Akino Himejima was also there. After exchanging greetings, Sona Shirtorai got straight to the point. Akino, is Rias really going through with the rating game against Riser Phoenix? Ethan nodded slightly. Yes, the time and place have been confirmed. Now we just wait for the president to resolve my issue and finalize the list of participants. So, you have already formed a master-servant contract with Rias? Ethan hesitated. It seemed Rias hadn't fully explained the contract situation to Sona Shirtorai. That made sense. Although the two were good friends, it was better to be safe than sorry. Even if the contract was to be discussed, it had to wait until the current turmoil passed. With this thought, he tacitly accepted her assumption. Sona Shirtorai nodded, hinting meaningfully, "Don't forget you are also my servant. Since you have officially become Rias' servant, then on my side, of course, President Sona, don't worry. After the 3 factions conference concludes, I'm willing to form a contract with you anytime." There were still 2 contract slots remaining, which would be just enough for Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra. If they were still willing after learning the truth. Ethan actually didn't hold much hope. Sona Shirtorai certainly thought highly of him, but her personality was different from Rias. As the next head of the Citri household, Sona Shitori's sense of responsibility and her ideals were things she, being rational and calm, could not discard to completely bind herself to him. Ethan's answer satisfied Sona Shirtorai. She stopped dwelling on the fact that she was the one who first got close to Ethan, and her own queen had entrusted him with an important commitment. And yet, after Rias intervened, Ethan had essentially been staying in the Occult Research Club. There are 2 days left until the rating game. Would you like me to help you simulate the battle? Sona Shirtorai didn't know the stakes of the gamble between the two parties, but she was aware of the engagement between the Phoenix and Gremory families. Subjectively, she definitely supported Rias, but based on the available intelligence, Rias had almost no chance of winning. Even if Ethan participated, the rating game would definitely forbid him from using his Juggernaut Drive mode. She was unaware of the progress and strength Ethan and Rias Peerage had made recently, and offered to spar out of goodwill. There's a saying, better to practice just before the battle. Even if it doesn't make you perfect, it helps. Ethan and Akino Himejima exchanged smiles, which made Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra somewhat confused. The black ponytail gently swayed, and the vice president chuckled. "Thank you for your kind offer, President Sona, but we won't need the sparring." "Are you kidding?" With the current strength of the Occult Research Club members, they could easily defeat Riser Phoenix. Not to mention Sona Shirtorai and Rias were roughly on the same level, with incomplete peerages, and had never participated in a rating game due to their age. Since others offered help out of goodwill, they shouldn't deliberately discourage them. Sona Shirtorai looked at Ethan and Akino Himejima with interest. "It seems you are quite confident. Then I look forward to the live broadcast in 2 days." "Oh my, I hope we won't disappoint you, President Sona." Akino Himejima happily narrowed her eyes, even letting her verbal tick slip out. After leaving the student council, Ethan was about to return to class when Rias' voice came through the Soul Network. "Akira, Akino, Yuma, gather everyone. The notary and I have teleported from the underworld." While she said, "gather everyone," in reality, everyone except Akino Himejima was in Class 2A. Even Mio Naruse and Maria, who transferred later, were placed in the same class as Ethan. Yuma Amano was currently in the classroom. Ethan and Akino Himejima walked directly towards the Occult Research Club's activity room. Upon entering the room, besides Rias, there were 2 graceful figures. President, Ms. Grafia, and this is Ravel Phoenix. Just call me Ravel. The blonde girl with her hair tied in 2 drill-like pigtails glanced at Ethan and said coolly, "So, it's the sister of that blonde chicken, Riser Phoenix." No wonder she looked vaguely familiar. Hearing the girl introduce herself, the memories in Ethan's mind instantly came to life. Although he didn't like the blonde Riser, he had to admit that he had a good sister. Ethan was quite certain that without Ravel, Riser wouldn't have had a chance to redeem himself in the original story. Soon, the rest of the Occult Research Club members arrived at the activity room. Grafia is the notary, or you could say the referee, sent by the Devil King Surzex. Seeing everyone gathered, Rias gave a brief introduction. "This is Ravel Phoenix. She is here to witness on behalf of the Phoenix family, and she will also be participating in the upcoming rating game." There wasn't much to say about the silver-haired, beautiful wife. Everyone was familiar with her as the Devil King's queen and wife. No one would object to her serving as the referee for this rating game. This rating game will be broadcast live. Unless Surzex completely disregarded his reputation, Grafia would not only not help Rias, but would probably lean towards the Phoenix family in various aspects. Because even with a completely fair judgment, if it benefited Rias, some people would inevitably connect it to their relationship and start mindlessly complaining. Chapter 229, Pre-game preparation. Ravel nodded expressionlessly to the group, signaling them to quickly begin the contract verification. The blonde girl's aloof attitude gave the initial impression that she was hard to get along with, but Ethan knew this was just an outward shell she used to conceal her true personality. Blonde twin pigtails, coupled with her petite frame, made the aloof persona seem highly unlikely. Unlike Mightlut, because of her status and position, Ravel often had to maintain a high and mighty attitude. Knowing that Ravel was from the Phoenix family and an opponent in the rating game, the girls didn't find her attitude strange. Soon, with the cooperation of Maria and Ethan, Grafia registered the contract and confirmed Ethan's participation slot. Ravel observed the entire process without offering any opinion. There's one thing that needs to be mentioned. Non-conventional combat power is forbidden in the raiding game. The silver-haired, beautiful wife followed the procedure strictly. For example, illegal drugs, mutual annihilation moves, and so on. Ethan frowned. Sona Shirtorai was right. Grafia didn't say it explicitly, but she was clearly targeting his Juggernaut drive mode. He wanted to speak up and ask, but seeing Rias offer no objection, he eventually held back. No problem. Ethan nodded. This rule was mutual, relying solely on conventional combat power. He didn't think Riser could beat his side. Originally, as a contracted servant outside of the chess pieces, there should have been a limit on Ms. Rias' peerage count. Grafia added, however, Ms. Rias' peerage members are far fewer than 15. After discussion among the Devil Kings, the number of participants will not be reduced this time. Then we will take our leave. We look forward to everyone's performance in the match. After Grafia teleported away, Ravel immediately followed suit. The blonde young girl was basically non-existent throughout the process, even more perfunctory than the procedural Grafia. Ethan had initially worried that she would demand an on-the-spot contract verification and was thinking about how to fake a dazed, confused state. But the other party didn't bring it up at all. President, what was the deal with Ravel? The timeline had been distorted to an unknown extent, and Ethan wasn't sure what attitude the blonde, twin pigtail devil princess held now. Ravel is Riser's biological younger sister, the fourth child of the Phoenix family, and the youngest, most beloved daughter. Rias explained with a smile. Putting aside the engagement, the relationships between the four great pure-blooded devil families were not bad. After all, they had survived such a brutal war together, so there was some camaraderie. However, in order to preserve their strength, they devised a raiding game system for promotion, which greatly benefited the Phoenix family, whose bloodline talent was immortality through rebirth by fire, leading to a rapid expansion of their power. Conversely, the Grimmery family was struggling to connect generations, and coupled with the necessity of maintaining pure-blooded devil births, the parents of both families secretly arranged the engagement. Ravel originally didn't want to come. Although she had a good relationship with Riser when they were children, she hasn't cared much for her brother since he became dissolute. Since Ethan was able to participate, Rias was much more relaxed, half-jokingly sharing some gossip known only among devil nobles. I heard that Riser had to beg her profusely to get Ravel to be his bishop. In the end, Ravel only reluctantly agreed, because Riser used to play with her a lot when she was a child. The Phoenix family needed one person to witness this contract registration, otherwise, arguing about it afterward would be very troublesome. However, sending someone of too low or too high a status wouldn't be appropriate. After much thought, only Ravel was deemed suitable. Ethan instantly realized the reason. Ravel was not only Riser's biological sister, but also his servant, making her a relatively suitable witness. Moreover, with her presence, Rias' side didn't have to worry about the Phoenix family reneging on their agreement afterward. Even if they needed a scapegoat, the other party certainly wouldn't push Ravel forward. This wasn't a matter of deep-seated hatred that demanded a total loss of honor. By the way, President, are sacred gears forbidden in the raiding game? Rias shook her head. No, only the Juggernaut drive mode is forbidden. If you can master the balance breaker mode, you can use it. Huh. Ethan was very confused and only understood after Rias' explanation. It turned out that Grafia wasn't specifically targeting him. It was a genuine reminder. The original purpose of the raiding game was to reduce casualties among devils. Temporary battle enhancements with immense side effects and a lack of control were universally prohibited. In the raiding game, if an opponent was incapacitated, further attacks were not allowed. Conversely, an incapacitated person could recover and re-enter the battle. Furthermore, those who voluntarily forfeited and those who were severely injured would be directly teleported out of the space to receive treatment. Because of this rule, the Phoenix family, with their super self-healing ability, naturally held a huge advantage in the raiding game. There was a saying about the Phoenix family having immortality, but in reality, the rebirth ability after death had a very long cooldown time. However, the super self-healing ability had no cooldown. Unless a fatal wound was inflicted, a Phoenix family member would immediately regenerate regardless of the attack, making them virtually unbeatable. There was only one way to incapacitate a Phoenix family member: drag the fight out until their stamina and magic power were exhausted, or through absolute combat power overwhelming them. Making the dignitaries watching the battle unanimously agree that the Phoenix family had no hope of winning. It was due to this rule that Riser had participated in many raiding games, winning all of them except for 2 where he forfeited for family interests. With the confusion cleared, Ethan quickly dismissed the matter. He hadn't planned on using Juggernaut Drive anyway. Azazel was Devil King class, and Ethan was only S class at the time. As for Riser, judging by his brief skirmish with Rias that day, he seemed to be only S class. Even with the advantage of the rules, Cinchureto Ravel looked at her third brother's disheveled clothes and the stains on his face, her cute face filled with disdain. Although only Eubelina, the queen, was in a relationship with Riser, she knew that her brother had never given up on pursuing his other servants. If he hadn't cared about the feelings of his own sister, he probably would have gone after all of them long ago. If it ever came to that, Ravel would certainly not continue to be Riser's bishop. Riser awkwardly stopped. His sister truly became less and less cute as she grew up. However, rather than lamenting his cute sister situation, he was currently more concerned about Ethan's participation. Riser was very angry that Ethan had interfered with his engagement, but he had to admit one thing. This time's Red Dragon Emperor's successor was terrifyingly strong. Since even the fallen angel governor Azazel was defeated, he wasn't arrogant enough to believe he was stronger than a Devil King class being. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Ravel didn't answer directly. Instead, she mocked, "If you're scared, then don't compete. You were never worthy of Sister Rias anyway." Ugh. Riser was almost in tears. "It doesn't matter if I lose face, but this engagement concerns our entire Phoenix family." The blonde, twin-pigtailed devil princess snorted lightly and stopped her harsh words. "The Red Dragon Emperor's successor will participate, and you should also have noticed that Sister Rias already has the strength of an ultimate class devil." So it's true. Riser recalled the moment Rias gripped his wrist and he couldn't move. His expression immediately became grave. "However, since Juggernaut Drive is not allowed, coupled with our immortality, our chances of winning are still quite high." Ravel said nothing, turning to walk towards her room. Before leaving, she said coolly, "In addition to the Phoenix tears, you had better prepare a few more things." No matter how much she disliked him, he was still her biological brother. She had to help when necessary. Riser pondered for a moment and decided to go to the family treasury to select a few sacred gears. Longinus class was out of the question, but the Phoenix family was not short of regular sacred gears. Since he was bringing equipment, he might as well bring some combat-boosting potions and magic scrolls too. These one-time items were technically skirting the rules, but which family didn't have some foundation? However, to ensure victory in this match, Riser decided to bring them along. It would be best if he didn't have to use them, but if he absolutely had to, at worst, the match would be terminated, which was still better than losing. Chapter 230, Game Start 2230, Takamine Residence, Master Bedroom on the 2nd floor. Glancing at the bright moonlight outside the window, Ethan carefully moved aside the blanket draped over him. 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, besides attending class, he had spent his time caring for his many students. When he contracted Rias and the other 2, the girls were affected to varying degrees. The stronger they were, the more they felt. Reina Hamasaki and her 3 Barato, the Takame mother and daughter, and Sakura, Miyajima, and Yui Obata, the girls who had trained alongside him the longest, bore the brunt of the influence. Although their strength was no longer keeping pace with Ethan's progress, he was not one to abandon those who had helped him. In his weaker days, it was thanks to the talents they provided and their participation in the joint training sessions that the current Ethan existed. So, for these 2 days, Ethan had wholeheartedly worked with them, knowing he would be busy again soon. Akira, the match starts in an hour. Meet at the clubroom. Just as Ethan finished dressing, Akino Himajima's calm voice came through the Soul Network. With her increased strength, Akino, known as the Lightning Miko, had been eager to test herself. Now, with a target delivered to her doorstep, she was fully prepared. After a simple acknowledgement, Ethan quickly headed to the Occult Research Club. Inside the room, decorated in a retro European style, the darkness was broken only by the orange flames flickering on the candle on a coffee table, adding to the medieval atmosphere. Although the lighting was dim, everyone present was a devil, and their vision was not only unaffected but even sharper. Choosing this time for the raiding game was, firstly, to minimize the impact on the human world, and secondly, to allow them to unleash their full combat power. The strength of a devil at night versus during the day differs by at least 10 to 20%, and some devil techniques can only be used at night. Akira, good evening. Ria sat in the chair behind the desk, holding a cup of black tea. She greeted Ethan with a cheerful smile, showing no signs of nervousness about the imminent battle. This was not only because of the powerful confidence Ethan gave her, but also due to her innate personality. She maintained composure and calmness at all times, reassuring her servants, and only silently bearing any immense pressure by herself. As soon as Ethan sat down, the white-haired girl Kaneko Tuju, who was tidying her gauntlets, settled into his lap. After finding a comfortable position in her exclusive seat, Kaneko happily narrowed her eyes. Asia and Mightlut watched Kaneko with a hint of envy, but one was at Sundara and the other was shy. Shinrato screeched the door to the clubroom was pushed open, and Sona Shirturai and Tsubaki Shinra appeared before everyone. Gazing at their long, graceful figures illuminated by the candlelight, little Akira, who had only just rested, appeared to wake up once more. Noticing her shift in posture, Shinrato President Sona, and Tsubaki, why are you here? Rias put down her black tea and explained to Ethan, the raiding game will be broadcast to those who are related to the participating parties. They're the broadcast personnel. I suggested it myself, as this is Rias' first raiding game. Sona Shirtorai said formally, her exquisite face expressionless. I can't let you, my rival, witness an embarrassing battle. Rias smiled faintly. The two were friends, but also rivals. She wondered what expression Sona Shirtorai would have after seeing their current strength. As soon as her words fell, a silver-white magic circle appeared, followed by the silver-haired wife in a modest maid outfit. Is everyone ready? Yes, anytime. When the time comes, please use this magic circle to teleport to the Combat U space. Combat U space? Maria, who was there to cheer them on, asked in confusion. Mio Naruse, who was also only there to offer support, had the same puzzled look. Remembering that there were two country bumpkin devils who were unaware of things, Akino Himajima kindly explained, it's an extra-dimensional space specially created for raiding games. Since it's a created space, it doesn't matter what spectacular things we do, as she spoke. Akino Himajima couldn't help but narrow her eyes, resting her chin on one hand with a playful expression. A drop of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. Thinking, spectacular? She clearly means maximum destruction. I'm heading back to the student council room, which is the broadcast point. Sona Shirtorai said, good luck, Rias. Thank you. Make sure the broadcast is fair. Of course. Sona Shirtorai paused, turning back to Rias. But personally, I just don't think that person from the Phoenix family is worthy of you. Speaking the harshest words in the most neutral tone, truly worthy of the student council president. Hearing Sona Shitori's words, Ethan and Rias' group all smiled. By the way, the Devil King Lucifer will also be watching this battle. Greyfire's single sentence ended the relaxed atmosphere. Ethan pursed his lips, highly disdainful of the way Devil Kings couldn't show partiality to their relatives. Unfortunately, with his current strength, it was impossible to shake the upper echelons of the underworld. No matter how displeased he was, he could only keep it to himself for now. Rias also couldn't gauge her brother's intentions. Logically speaking, after Ethan appeared, Surzex should not continue supporting the marriage alliance with the Phoenix family. However, Greyfire's attitude throughout had been very ambiguous, especially since she used the title Devil King Lucifer this time, clearly hinting that he was taking the perspective of the underworld's interests, not the Gremory family's. Shaking off the distracting thoughts, they had already come this far. Even if Rias gave up, Ethan would not. If someone had to bear the mark of the humiliated, it definitely wouldn't be him. Time's up. As they talked, the match time had arrived, and the silver-white magic circle turned bright red. The blood-red light and the dim candlelight complemented each other, truly embodying the devil aesthetic. Ethan mentally commented before the teleportation. The spatial fluctuation flashed, and after a moment of dizziness, Ethan found that the surrounding environment hadn't changed at all. Only the Naru's sisters and the silver-haired beautiful wife were gone, indicating that the teleportation was complete. It seems the setting here is the same as in the original timeline. The subsequent magical broadcast confirmed Ethan's thought. I am Graphia Lucifuge, the Gremory family's maid, who has been appointed the referee for this match between the Gremory family and the Phoenix family. The battlefield for this match, decided based on the opinions of Lady Rias and Lord Riser, is a replication of the human world school attended by Lady Rias, Kuo Academy. Ethan pushed open the window. Sure enough, the sky outside was replaced by a strangely fluctuating blue-green spatial barrier. Both sides, please listen carefully. Your designated teleportation point is your home base. Lady Rias' home base is the Occult Research Club room. Lord Riser's home base is the headmaster's office in the school building. Therefore, you will be able to use the pawn's promotion ability if you can successfully infiltrate the opposing side's building. Ethan didn't pay too much attention to the rules. Anyway, he didn't have the benefits bestowed by the chess pieces, so all the rules were useless to him. Moreover, he didn't need the rule-based advantages. If Akino Himejima and the other girls hadn't all expressed a desire to stretch their muscles, Ethan had planned a 1 versus 16 showdown to let that blonde fire chicken experience true to spare. Now, game start. The silver-haired, beautiful wife's voice vanished, and both participating sides immediately began to move. Chapter 231. Opponents divided inside the Occult Research Club. Rias distributed small, pink, spherical magic items. Use these to communicate on the battlefield. They're like communicators. Put them in your ears, and they will automatically affix. They won't fall out, even in the most intense combat. If all members had completed the contract, this item would have been unnecessary. No matter how effective this communication tool, which combined magic and technology and was specially prepared for the raiding game, it couldn't compare to the soul connection that transcended space and time. This battle shouldn't be too difficult for any of you, but don't let your guard down. Given their absolute superiority and strength, Rias didn't devise any specific tactics, intending to crush Riser head-on. In contrast to the relaxed atmosphere on Rias' side, Riser's expression in the headmaster's office was much more somber. He didn't believe his servants would lose to Rias' servants, Cinchuredo commanding the group of specially gathered young women before him in a deep voice. Including Ravel, the 15 female servants were carefully selected by him. Their potential wasn't Barato, tier, but it was respectable. Crucially, each one represented a non-duplicate character archetype. Together, they covered almost every type of beautiful girl. Regrettably, apart from Yubaluna, the queen, he hadn't managed to win over the remaining beautiful girls. In fact, when Riser begged Ravel to be his bishop, it was to fill the missing little sister and Sundara elements. Cinchuredo, both groups actively moved toward the enemy's home base. The shortest path between the Occult Research Club room and the headmaster's office was through the school courtyard. Since this was a combat-use extra-dimensional space, and there was no concern about damage, both efficiency-seeking sides chose to proceed on a direct path. All obstacles encountered along the way were blasted into ruins. No one knew about the increase in strength of Akino Himejima's peerage, including Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra, Everyone watching the broadcast was puzzled by Rias's decision. It was understandable for Riser's servants, with their superior strength, to take the offensive without any elaborate planning. But why would Rias do this? Not only was her peerage incomplete, but her strongest fighting force, Ethan, hadn't been deployed. Instead, he was sitting back at the home base with Rias and Asia. Compared to the confused Sona, Shurturai, and Grafia, the Phoenix family members watching smiled disdainfully. Is this the next head of the Gremory family? Even though it's her first rating game, with this level of performance, I genuinely worry that our family's bloodline will be tarnished. Indeed, it looks like Lord Riser will easily win this time. Since the broadcast was sent directly to their respective families, these Phoenix family members weren't worried about Devil King Surzex overhearing them. Not only them, but Riser himself smiled confidently upon hearing the reports from his servants. This battle was in the bag. After dealing with Rias's servants, he would push forward in one go to attack the opponent's home base. Given his abilities and the cover provided by his servants and the rules of the raiding game, he truly couldn't imagine how he could lose. In the school courtyard, Ravel, dressed in a pink Lolita dress, closed her pink fan. It seems everyone is here, except for the Red Dragon Emperor's successor and the little nun with healing abilities. She surveyed Akino Himejima and the others before her, saying, "While it might seem like we're bullying the few with the many, to end this quickly, I must apologize." At Ravel's command, 14 beautiful women with distinct styles orderly launched an attack against the 6 people in front of them. 6 against 14 meant each person would face 2 or 3 opponents. In the opposing lineup, besides Yubaluna, known as the Bomb Queen, there was also Zenovia, the Chinese Qipao girl with the dumpling hairstyle, whose strength was no less than an average queen. Of the rest, aside from Ravel, the nominal bishop, and actual young mistress, even the 8 pawns who hadn't promoted were quite formidable. A month ago, Akino Himejima's group might have been crushed in an instant. But now, they only hoped their opponents would be sturdy enough to let them fully unleash their drastically increased strength. Akino Himejima deployed a magic barrier, easily blocking Yubaluna's magical attack. "Yudo, you can handle those 2 maid ladies, right?" "Akino-senpai, don't worry about me. I can certainly deal with these 2. Yudo Kiba's A-class strength was the lowest among the 6. She didn't overexert herself, greeting the 2 maid-dressed servants on the opposite side and opening a separate battlefield. "Root and Calawarna, the remaining pawns are yours." Yuma Amano also directed the 2 to lure away the remaining 6 pawns. 3 opponents each from Mightlut and Calawarna, who were already S-class, was not stressful, but rather quite easy. The stronger the combatants, the greater the impact of the battle. If they didn't open new battlefields, those with insufficient strength wouldn't be able to withstand the shockwaves alone. This was especially true for Akino Himejima and Yubaluna. Both lightning magic and bomb magic were large-scale attacks. To properly enjoy the battle, they needed to stay far away from those 2's conflict zone. Although Yubaluna felt a faint unease, she never imagined that Akino Himejima's group could have increased their strength so much in just 1 month. Thinking about preserving their strength to support Riser later, she cooperated by letting everyone disperse to face their respective enemies. Kaneko Tuju stared at Zenovia, who was also a rook, for a moment. The opponent was strong. If it weren't for Ethan's help, elevating her strength to the next level, she would surely fall into a bitter struggle, even if she could win. But now, even with the addition of the other rook, Isabella, they weren't enough to challenge her. Wiggling her slender index finger, the white-haired girl walked towards the indoor gymnasium. This was the battlefield she chose. The rook piece was all about close-quarters combat, and this place was ideal for unleashing her power. Sensing the powerful aura that was completely disproportionate to Kaneko Tuju's petite frame, Zenovia and Isabella exchanged glances, focusing their entire attention as they followed closely behind. "Is it just you 3 left?" Yuma Amano sighed softly, her pair of purple, beautiful eyes quietly glancing at Ravel, who stood nearby, watching the spectacle. As one of the only 3 people currently contracted with Ethan, her strength was in no way inferior to Akino Himajima's. Being left with only 3 ordinary opponents was truly uninspiring. Ms. Ravel, you are a bishop, aren't you? Aren't you going to participate? Huh? No way. I just put on a new dress. What if I get it dirty? Faced with such a capricious Ravel, Yuma Amano was disappointed but couldn't actively provoke her. From Rias's tone during their last meeting, the blonde, twin-pigtail young mistress seemed quite familiar with Rias, and their relationship seemed to be good. The kimono-clad bishop, Mina, and the knights Cirrus and Corum surrounded Yuma Amano with unfriendly expressions. The opponent dared to look down on them so much. They had to severely teach her a lesson later. Yuma, don't be careless. Akino Himejima spread her slender, dark devil wings and slowly floated into the air. Yuma Amano was good in every way, except that she liked to toy with weaker opponents, which could also be called being carelessly overconfident. In the original timeline, it was this trait that allowed Issei Hayudu to find an opening and knock her out with one punch. Now, after a series of events, this trait had improved significantly. However, since her strength had grown so fast recently, this bad habit showed signs of creeping back. After Akino Himejima took flight, Yubaluna, who saw Akino Himejima as her destined rival, also took to the air with her staff. The 2 magic users chose the sky as their battlefield, leaving the ground for the close combat fighters. Gazing at the 3 opponents who were serious and looking for an attack opportunity, Yuma Amano secretly pouted but corrected her frivolous attitude. While she didn't think she would lose when separated by 2 entire realms, this was indeed a bad habit that needed to be changed. With the battlefield successfully segregated, the broadcast screen simultaneously showed several split screens. As the battles began on the split screens, everyone watching was stunned. Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra in the student council office instantly stood up, barely managing to suppress the urge to immediately find Rias and ask her what exactly was going on. Chapter 232. The crushing victory. Dozens of broadcast screens clearly captured every corner of the replicated Kuo Academy. Currently, 6 screens occupied the center. The top left screen showed the Occult Research Club room, where Rias was reclining on the sofa, looking completely at ease. Ethan and Asia sat on either side of her, Centuredo in the corresponding bottom right screen. Reiser's face in the headmaster's office changed again and again. His initial smugness was completely gone, replaced only by gloom and frustration. He couldn't clearly and precisely confirm the combat status of his servants like the viewers, but judging by the magical fluctuations, the situation was not optimistic. The remaining 4 screens corresponded to the 4 battlefields. Yuma Amano and Akino Himejima were both in the courtyard, one in the sky and one on the ground, sharing one screen. However, as the battle began, Sona Shirtorai and Tsubaki Shinra specifically pulled up 2 close-up screens. The Battle of the Servants didn't last long. As everyone had predicted, it was a crushing victory. But to their surprise, the ones being crushed were Reiser's servants, not Rias's servants, who were outnumbered by more than half. The first to determine a winner was Yudo Kiba. This was partly because she was the first to start fighting and partly due to the Night Piece's inherent speed advantage. Facing the 2 maid sisters, she showed not an ounce of pity, demonstrating to the spectators why her title, Sword Emperor, was so fitting. On the flat school pavement, countless uniquely shaped demon swords seemed to grow out of the earth, their razor-sharp blades forming a field of deadly spikes. Burent and Marion, whose strength barely touched the A-class threshold, couldn't enter the school building to utilize the pawn's promotion ability. Their maid outfits were tattered, and they bore visible injuries from the battle. Truly worthy of the name Sword Creation, although they were unwilling, being completely outmatched in a 2-on-1 fight, and unable to even escape the surrounding sword jungle. The 2 could only smile bitterly and surrender. Facing the handsome blonde man who maintained his gentlemanly demeanor throughout, Buren attempted to compliment him before leaving the arena. "You're truly impressive. Would you like to go out for dinner after this is over?" No, I already have plans with someone else. That's a pity. Lord Riser's pawns, 2 members, retired. Yudo Kiba exhaled softly. The win was easy, which somewhat exceeded her expectations. Due to her physical condition, she hadn't rapidly increased her realm like the others, but the special training had certainly been effective. Amidst the constant training against her partner's skyrocketing strength and challenging enemies, she had long reached the point of being invincible in her current class. Initially, she was cautious in the engagement, but quickly realized it wasn't necessary at all. Burent and Marion's strength was actually decent, and their cooperation was excellent. It can only be said that constantly fighting Yuma Amano, Ethan, and the others had thoroughly honed Yudo Kiba's skills. Realizing there was no pressure, she maintained her usual style, giving the 2 maid sisters enough respect. After fighting for a dozen rounds, she used her sword creation ability to trap them, intending to wait for the other battles to conclude before defeating them. She hadn't expected Burent and Marion to be convinced of her superiority and willingly surrender. Just as the silver-haired, beautiful wife, the referee, finished broadcasting one announcement, another battle concluded. Lord Riser's pawns, 6 members, incapacitated. Yudo Kiba's broadcast screen was switched to the corner, and Sona Shurtorai moved Mightlut and Kalawarna's battle footage to the center. The 2 fallen angels were not as tender and considerate as Yudo Kiba. Although they had reincarnated as devils, their fallen angel bloodline remained within them. The power of light had a restraining effect on devils. Combined with their absolute crushing strength, the battle ended in less than 10 minutes, even with a 2 versus 6 disadvantage. 2 pairs of dark wings appear behind them. Upon reaching S-Class, the fallen angels gained an extra pair of wings. Since the fallen angel form allowed for better use of light elements, the 2 chose not to use their devil wings. As for using 1 bat wing and 1 feathered wing, they found this appearance unsightly and rarely used it, even though it was theoretically their strongest form. I wonder if Lady Yuma has finished yet. It should be soon. If the remaining opponents are also at this level, it's barely a warm-up for Lady Yuma. Mightlut and Kalawarna floated in the low air, chatting, supported by their dark wings. On the ground not far in front of them lay 6 defeated opponents, still unconscious from the battle. The girls' faces retained expressions of fear and pain. Within the Occult Research Club, they were the weakest fighters, aside from Asia, who was responsible for healing. In every practical training session, they were the ones who were beaten. Having such an easy time defeating opponents made them both very happy. After breaking into S-Class, they could finally overpower Yudo Kiba based on their realm. They knew this was fleeting. Once Yudo Kiba reached S-Class, they would once again become the little sisters in strength. Speaking of which, what should we do about these people? Mightlut frowned, worriedly asking, should we just leave them? What if they die? I don't know either. If I hadn't followed Akira and reincarnated as a devil, I wouldn't have known that devils now use this method of fighting. Kalawarna was equally doubtful, having been excited by the rare opportunity to crush her enemies. Although they had carefully avoided fatal spots, there was still a risk to life if the injuries weren't treated promptly. This was especially true for the green-haired twins among the 6. These 2 were the most aggressive, and their weapon was the most dangerous-looking, chainsaws. Thus, Mightlut had paid special attention to them. Now, the twins' chainsaws were scrap metal, and they themselves were nearly done for. They had no less than 10 wounds pierced by light spears in their limbs, and their small frames had been sent flying by a heavy kick from Kalawarna, embedding them deep into the dirt. Judging by the spiderweb-like cracks in the surrounding ground, many of their bones were likely broken. Just as the twins' breathing grew fainter, they vanished in a flash of pale blue light right in front of Mightlut and Kalawarna. It seems there are safeguards. Yes, after all, it's a battle. Without such measures, it would be too difficult to guarantee 0 casualties. The 2 whispered to each other, a huge weight lifted from their minds. If someone had actually died, the situation would have been very difficult to manage. Killing an opponent when they could have easily been incapacitated would be unjustifiable, no matter the context. especially in a match that explicitly forbade killing. It could result in being disqualified and immediately losing the match. Within this space, if a life force dropped to a certain weak level, the person would be forcibly teleported out to receive immediate treatment from medical personnel waiting outside. However, this mechanism wasn't foolproof. For instance, with certain types of continuous damage, even if they were teleported outside, the medical personnel might not be able to fully treat them. Or, if the power was too strong and the spatial mechanism couldn't react quickly enough, accidents could still happen. Simply put, the mechanism wouldn't work in the case of an instant strike. With no further worries, Meitlut and Kalawarna didn't stay put. They decided to first meet up with Yudo Kiba, who had also finished her fight, and then go elsewhere to watch the other battles up close. "Hey Yudo, where are you?" "I'm on my way back to the courtyard. Yuma and Akino-senpai are there." "What about Kaneko? Hasn't she finished her opponent yet?" A few seconds later, the white-haired young girl's flat voice came through the communicator. "No, there's a decent opponent inside." "Oh, where are you? I want to see." Meitlut was surprised. She knew Kaneko's strength. She never expected the opponent to be strong enough to fight her for so long. "Gymnasium." Kaneko Tuju responded quietly, then ceased communication on the device. In those few seconds, she had already taken several hard hits from the opponent. Chapter 233. The Opponents Are Out, Part 1. Zenovia, the Chinese Chi-Pao girl, retracted her fist, frowning slightly as she looked at the small cat-eared girl. "You are strong indeed, but letting your mind wander during a fight is a huge mistake." "Apologies. My fault." The white-haired young girl replied seriously. "Kaneko is truly sorry. To show my apology, I will not hold back anymore." Although Riser and Rias had a wager, there was no deep-seated enmity between their servants. They were simply fighting for their respective masters. Except for Yuma Amano and the two other former fallen angels, no one intended to seriously harm their opponents right from the start. Since the battle began, Kaneko Tuju had not used her full power, maintaining a level comparable to her opponents. Zenovia, skilled in martial arts, combined with the characteristics of the rook piece, possessed slightly superior combat techniques compared to Kaneko. Kaneko's Nikomata heritage granted the white-haired girl superior speed and strength, but Zenovia had Isabella assisting her. The three of them had been locked in a fierce, drawn-out battle. During their usual training, everyone also restrained their strength to a comparable level to hone their techniques. Kaneko Tuju had originally intended to fight for longer to refine her combat skills, but since the battles on the other two fronts ended so quickly, she couldn't afford to keep holding back. Zenovia and Isabella's expressions immediately became serious. The gap in power was much easier to sense in close-quarters combat. They knew Kaneko Tuju hadn't been using her full strength, but when she got serious, the terrifying pressure emanating from her slender, delicate body still stunned them. When combat techniques were similar, whoever possessed greater strength, speed, and durability completely dominated close-quarters combat. Unleashing her full S-class strength, Kaneko Tuju's speed became too fast for Zenovia and Isabella to react to. Zenovia could still rely on her extensive martial arts experience and instincts to predict and defend, struggling to withstand the powerful cat punches. Isabella, wearing a half-mask, was reduced to passively taking blows. She only saw a flash of silver-white figure before her back, chin, and abdomen were consecutively struck by a colossal impact force. The spirited girl in a jacket and jeans was propelled forward uncontrollably, but before she could adjust her posture to absorb the force, a shockwave hit her chin again. Her mind went blank, her feet involuntarily left the ground, and she floated backward. "Ugh!" Isabella's bravado opened slightly, letting out a sharp cry of pain in mid-air, the visible half of her pretty face scrunched up in agony. Boom! The woman of few words, Kaneko Tuju, gave a slight push on the floor, leaving two shattered indentations in the gymnasium's wooden floor. A knee strike utterly defeated Isabella. With Isabella down, Zenovia found defending alone even more challenging. Bang! 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 Two slender, powerful fighters constantly collided. Each contact produced a sonic boom, and circles of air pressure continuously spread outward from the intersection points. Fists, feet, elbows, palms. Blocking, deflecting, neutralizing force, dodging. The Chinese Chi Pao girl gave her absolute maximum effort. Under the immense pressure, she felt as if she was vaguely glimpsing the threshold of S-Class. Zenobia tried to hold out for a little longer. She didn't expect to break through during the fight, but every extra second of this realization would increase her chances of breaking through the bottleneck later. Unfortunately, against absolute strength and speed, her defense only lasted for less than 3 minutes before it was completely dismantled. Even though it was only 3 minutes, the two had exchanged blows no less than 100 times, moving too fast for the average person's eyes to follow. Who exactly are you? How can you be so strong? Zenobia looked at her constantly trembling, completely unusable arms, utterly shocked. It wasn't just her arms. She felt like her entire body no longer belonged to her. Just standing upright had drained all her strength. Akino Himejima had the title Lightning Miko, Yudo Kiba had Demon Sword Creation, and Asia was the Mother Smile. As for Ethan and the three fallen angels, there was no need to mention them, as no one in the underworld was unaware of them due to Azazel. Only Kaneko Tuju was relatively unknown. Yet, this girl, who seemed to lack presence, had beaten her until she was utterly unable to fight back. The white-haired young girl dropped her combat stance, her calm face still devoid of expression. I am merely the peerage of the president. Zenobia gave her a long, hard look, finally letting out a sigh. I surrender. Lord Riser's rooks, 2 members, retired. Ah, Kaneko, you did resolve it. I actually thought the opponent was that strong. Mightlut, who had rushed to the indoor gymnasium, happened to witness Zenobia's surrender and grumbled discontentedly. Honestly, you made me run all the way here for nothing. I should have just gone to watch Lady Yuma's battle. The white-haired girl ignored the loud Mightlut. She brushed the dust off her uniform and walked towards the courtyard on her own. Ah, Kaneko, wait for me. Honestly, after watching the two leave, Zenobia finally couldn't hold on any longer. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Less than an hour into the match, the battle was nearing its end. As Yudo Kiba and the others returned to the courtyard, the fighting there also finally drew to a close. Thanks to Akino Himejima's reminder, Yuma Amano did not toy with her enemies. Although she was the last to start fighting, she defeated the Bishop Mina and the Knights Corum and Cirrus almost simultaneously with Kaneko's defeat of Zenobia and Isabella. Lord Riser's Bishop, 1 Barato, and Knights 2 Barato S, incapacitated. Greyfire's mature, confident voice echoed through the combat space, but by now, neither the spectators watching the broadcast nor the fighters within the space were paying much attention. In less than 20 minutes, similar notifications had sounded continuously, making it difficult to maintain interest. Impossible. How can this be? Unlike those who were physically present to witness the fighting, Riser in the headmaster's office refused to accept reality. He had been planning to quickly crush the opponent, never imagining that his own side would be crushed, and that he hadn't even managed to take down a single opponent from the other side. Even with his confidence, he hadn't expected to resolve the fight against the opponent's 6 servants without losing a single person. But now, the opponents had not only won 6-14, but not a single one had retired. How could Riser accept this? Fortunately, his rationality was still intact. He didn't angrily accuse the Gremory family of favoritism. Most of the important figures in the Phoenix family were watching this broadcast. If there were any issues, they wouldn't need to wait for him to point them out. Therefore, no matter how unbelievable, Riser had to accept the fact that his servants were no match for Rias' servants. Now, only the non-combatant Ravel and Eubelina remained. He decided to personally go and see what was happening. He felt he hadn't lost yet. With his and Ravel's Phoenix bloodline, plus the 2 drops of Phoenix tears on Eubelina, the 3 of them could at least drag the match out until victory. Even if they couldn't win, A forced stop to the match would suffice. Sona Shirtorai now moved Riser's screen to the center, even giving him a close-up shot until he anxiously left the headmaster's office. In the courtyard, Akino Himejima, her face flushed, excitedly gazed at Yuba Luna, who was in her second state of recovery. This must be the last drop, right? What a pity. It seems we can only play until here today. The Bomb Queen, whose purple robes were heavily damaged from the battle, looked warily at the pristine, sacred vestment worn by Akino Himejima. The Phoenix Tear, a secret treasure of the Phoenix family, could instantly restore all injuries, including depleted magic power. Crucially, this item was permissible in a raiding game. Although limited to 2 drops per match, it was still an invaluable treasure. While not overly precious to the Phoenix family, it could fetch a sky-high price if sold externally. In addition to the Phoenix family's inherent advantage in raiding games, the Phoenix Tier was the second reason for their rapid development. You become an ultimate class devil, haven't you? Yuba Luna's purplish-red hair covered her right eye, adding a mysterious charm to her striking, elegant face. Coupled with her tall, fiery figure, she was undeniably a beauty. Riser's character might not be great, but his eye for women wasn't bad. His servants were, if not 1 in a million beauties, almost all high tier, only slightly inferior to the main heroines like Rias and Mionaru's. As queens of the younger generation, both with titles, Akino Himejima and Yuba Luna had always been rivals. To be precise, the Lightning Miko had always slightly overshadowed the Bomb Queen. Thus, Yuba Luna had always hoped to face Akino Himejima head-on and defeat her. Chapter 234. The Opponents Are Out. Part 2. Originally, their strengths were similar. Using 1 Phoenix Tier, Yuba Luna would have definitely won. While this wouldn't prove she was stronger than the Lightning Miko, she could at least win this battle. However, thanks to Ethan's efforts, Akino Himejima's strength had progressed more in this short time than in the past decade or more. The current Akino Himejima was precisely 1 major realm above the Yuba Luna. Even with 1 Phoenix Tear used, this gap only resulted in Akino Himejima consuming 1/3 of her magic power. To put into perspective, Yuba Luna used 2 lives to trade for 1/3 of Akino Himejima's mana bar. Now, she had 1 life left, while Akino Himejima still had 2/3 of her mana bar. The ultimate victor was already clear. Oh, so you figured it out, yes. I'm an ultimate class devil now. In response to Yuba Luna's question, Akino Himejima's face flushed as she let out a joyous laugh. The feeling of unrestrained destruction and attack was simply fantastic, especially the sight of her opponent struggling to resist, yet powerless to fight back, which made her feel a rush of satisfaction. She really wanted to end this match quickly so she could share this triumph with Ethan. Just then, the girls who had finished their respective opponents all returned to the courtyard. Seeing this, Akino Himejima gave up the idea of continuing to torment Yuba Luna. While it's a shame, this is where I must stop for now. Her red and white Miko uniform fluttered without wind. She raised her slender arm and then violently brought it down. Golden yellow lightning, carrying a destructive aura, shot out from the magic circle in the sky, aimed directly at Yuba Luna, who raised her staff. The translucent magic barrier constantly trembled under the lightning attack, but managed to hold. The golden yellow lightning gradually dissipated, and Yuba Luna's serious expression finally eased slightly. Her newly restored magic power was significantly depleted, but she had managed to block the attack. Yuba Luna didn't give up. Although Akino Himejima had reached S-Class, she was still a glass cannon mage. Her bomb magic was powerful and difficult to defend against. If she found the right opportunity, she might still be able to turn the tide. But Akino Himejima didn't give her a chance. The best defense was offense. The magic power in her body surged toward her fingertips like a flowing stream. Dozens of different magic circles covered the sky, completely sealing off Yuba Luna's movements from all directions. Lightning, fire, wind blades, earth spears, water guns. A dazzling array of elemental magic blasted toward Yuba Luna, as if ignoring the cost of magic power. The sky above the combat space was filled with brilliant colors. The people on the ground looked up, secretly praising the spectacle of a mage's battle, especially Akino Himejima, a mage skilled in natural magic, whose combat looked like a full-scale special effects show. Wow, it looks like fireworks. Amidst the constant rumbling, someone murmured a sentiment that unexpectedly received everyone's unanimous agreement. The spectators watching the broadcast were also startled by Akino Himejima's full power burst. They knew the Lightning Miko was strong among the younger generation, but this was too strong. Grafia, known now as the strongest queen of the underworld, seemed to be only slightly more powerful at this age. In reality, at Akino Himejima's age, Grafia's combat power was slightly stronger because their expertise was different. While natural magic offered spectacular visual effects, its pure destructive power was only moderate. If Akino Himejima did not use the fallen angel power inherited from her father to transform lightning into holy lightning, Yubaluna's bomb magic would surpass hers in raw destructive force. This was why Yubaluna managed to block Akino Himejima's attack using her magic barrier. However, this situation couldn't be maintained for long. While the magic barrier was small, it couldn't withstand such a continuous barrage from Akino Himejima. When the third wave of magical strikes arrived, Yubaluna's magic power finally failed to keep up with the barrier's consumption. The magic barrier made the crisp sound of shattering glass and exploded into transparent fragments. Immediately following, Yubaluna was caught in a magical assault and knocked unconscious. Her form was covered in wounds. The scars could not hide the striking beauty of her appearance. Fortunately, being immersed in a magical light, this scene was not broadcast to everyone. When the magical attack ceased, Yubaluna had already turned into a light particle and was teleported out. Riser arrived just in time to witness this scene. Although Akino Himejima had little magic power left, he could tell from her aura and the power of her magic that she was S-class. Then, he subconsciously scanned Yuma Amano and the others, sensing a uniform aura of ultimate class devils. Being within the combat space, the girls did not intentionally suppress their auras, all maintaining their devil or fallen angel forms. Yudo Kiba was not actually ultimate class, but being in the crowd and only slightly below the threshold, Riser could be forgiven for his misperception. Furthermore, unless one possessed a sensory talent similar to Ethan's, it was usually difficult to accurately judge a person's strength solely from their aura. The shock was so immense that Riser momentarily froze. He was only S, and Ravel was barely S-. Among his remaining servants, the strongest, Zenobia and Yubaluna, were only A. Facing a team of all S-class or higher individuals, even with superior numbers, he truly had no chance of winning. Why is this happening? Just a short while ago, the opponents were all A-class, and the three fallen angels were B-class before reincarnating. Riser couldn't figure it out. He wasn't the only one. The numerous dignitaries watching the broadcast were equally baffled. However, Riser soon had no time to ponder this question. After defeating Yubaluna, Akino Himejima landed and immediately notified Rias upon seeing Riser. Lord Riser's queen retired. Grafia dutifully performed her role as referee. No matter how surprised she was, her tone revealed nothing. Akira, it's time for us to end this farce. Rias slowly rose, a confident smile appearing on her pretty face. With Yubaluna out, only Riser remained, while their entire team was still present. Sure enough, even if Ethan hadn't participated, they still wouldn't lose. Having been bored in the club room for nearly an hour, Ethan also wanted to quickly end the match. Just as he was about to head to the courtyard to defeat Riser and end the match, Rias stopped him. Akira, since victory is already assured, you don't need to step in. President, if I don't step in, can you break the Phoenix family's immortality? Ethan asked, confused. When he learned he would be facing the Phoenix family's immortality, he had thoroughly researched the ability. He was so envious that he secretly vowed to win over a pure-blood Phoenix girl to acquire this bloodline talent. The Phoenix family's immortality was rumored to allow full recovery even when reduced to dust. Moreover, unlike what Ethan had assumed, there was no cooldown for this ability, unless the mind or soul was destroyed. Every resurrection resulted in full health and full mana, though mental energy could not be restored. To permanently kill a Phoenix, one must either use a direct soul attack or continuously wear them down. To completely deplete a Phoenix mental energy would require at least 4 or 5 beings of the same class surrounding and attacking them. Because if they couldn't win, they could always run away. The Phoenix family members weren't idiots. It was only during the Great War of the 3 factions that they had no choice. Running meant being a deserter. Furthermore, their opponents were angels and fallen angels, both possessing powers that counter devils. Every attack also carried mental damage, which is why the Phoenix family suffered heavy losses. Rias gently stroked her red hair. Riser is S at most. We could just wear him down. Rias was SS, and with 5 S-class members, they could certainly achieve this. Realizing this, Ethan no longer insisted on stepping in. He also understood why Rias didn't want him to intervene. The contract issue had been glossed over, but the truth would eventually be exposed. If this incident were to be brought up then, the Gremory family would lose face to some extent. Ethan and Rias' group would also be subjected to private gossip and even defamation. While this issue wasn't critically important, if there was a way to avoid it now, it was better to do so. If Ethan did not participate at all, it wouldn't matter even if the contract issue were exposed later. In fact, they could even immediately inform the Underworld's high-ranking officials of the truth after the match, as the outcome would have been the same with or without Ethan's participation. Then I can at least follow along to watch, right? It's so boring staying here. Rias chuckled softly. Of course, that's fine. Chapter 235. Refusing to surrender in the courtyard, Ravel's back sprouted 2 wings formed of fire, and she slowly floated toward Riser. It must be said that if members of the Phoenix family didn't explicitly state that they were devils, their appearance would suggest no relation to devils at all. Rias and the others at least retain a pair of black wings, which, although significantly different from bat wings, still somewhat resembled the devil form. However, the Phoenix family possessed the Phoenix bloodline, and even their wings were transformed into fiery plumage. When Ethan and Rias arrived in the courtyard, Akino Himejima and the other girls spread their slender black wings, forming a circle around the 2 Phoenix siblings. Gazing at the siblings' fiery wings, Ethan felt an even stronger desire for the Phoenix family's bloodline talent. The thought of manifesting several pairs of graceful, fiery wings behind him when fighting at full power made him instinctively swallow in anticipation. Never mind how powerful it was, being cool was forever. However, achieving that level required the perfect fusion of all bloodline talents. Whether due to his missing parents or his lack of strength, Ethan's devil form showed signs of atavism, and he couldn't perfectly master 2 powers simultaneously like the naturally pure-blooded Akino Himejima. He could only switch between devil power and fallen angel power, like Yuma Amano and the other 2. Even when transforming into a half-devil, half-fallen angel state, it only sped up the switching process. It was completely different from Akino Himejima's transformation of lightning into holy lightning. Riser, you've lost. Rias walked through the crowd and flew in front of Riser. Ethan and Asia did not step forward, instead staying close to the girls and chatting about the recent battles. The opponents were too weak. I didn't feel any pressure at all. I think we're just too strong. Amidst their casual conversation, Ethan quickly pieced together the situation of the battle. To his surprise, apart from the Phoenix siblings, none of the opponents were S-class. But made sense. If devils had so many S-class members, then fallen angels and angels would also be similar. And in that case, the human world would have no chance of resistance. The 3 major races had great potential, but also needed time to grow. Among the younger generation of devils, SS class was virtually non-existent. Even Rias and Sona Shurturai, as the presumptive heads of the 4 great pure-blooded devil families, were only S. Ahem, Thanks to Ethan's relentless efforts, Rias was now SS, rightfully the strongest among her peers. The power gap was too immense, eliminating any trace of a tense atmosphere. Listening to the playful chatter on Ethan's side, Ravel, whose personality was actually quite lively, yearned to join in, her beautiful eyes constantly glancing over. Rias, it's too early to say I've lost. Reiser knew he couldn't win, but he absolutely refused to surrender. This was not only for his masculine pride, but also for the reputation of the Phoenix family. He glanced at Ravel, whose thoughts were clearly elsewhere, and, not wanting his younger sister to get hurt, he simply had her retire immediately. Lord Reiser's bishop, one member, retired. As the broadcast ended, Reiser's eyes narrowed. He began throwing out his complete set of gear and prepared tools without restraint. Although he was the one surrounded, relying on his immortality, he momentarily put Akino Himajima's group in a frantic scramble. Facing Reiser, who completely disregarded defense and adopted a life-for-a-life posture, Rias was momentarily helpless. She could suppress him, but she couldn't block all of his attacks, especially one-time use items and magic scrolls. Since he had promised Rias, Ethan was also constantly dodging Reiser's attacks. While evading, he kept observing the blonde fire chicken. This guy was reckless, but didn't seem like the type to be a sore loser. His refusal to surrender must be due to some underlying reason. A moment later, Ethan noticed Reiser's frequent glances towards the sky, and he seemed to figure out the reason. President, have Akino-senpai and the others feign defeat and retire. He communicated with Rias through the Soul Network. Centuredo. And the victory was so close, freedom from the engagement was imminent that her excitement had clouded her judgment. Receiving Rias' instruction, the girls exchanged glances. Finally, Yudo Kiba, Asia, Mightlut, and Calawarna feigned defeat and willingly surrendered. Sure enough, as Greyfire's voice announced the retirement, Reiser's expression visibly relaxed, and his offensive slowed down. Reiser, how many more items do you have? Continuing this will only bring you more shame. Seeing that enough time had passed, Rias decided not to prolong the fight. If he still wouldn't surrender, she would have to defeat him by force. Reiser put away his one-time use items, but kept his armor, helmet, and other gear on. He adopted a fighting stance. Rias, our marriage is about the future of the pure-blooded devils. Have you truly considered this? I'm willing to overlook everything that's happened between you and him. Shut up, Reiser. Rias didn't care about others knowing her relationship with Ethan, but having it brought up this way in this setting was infuriating. Her emerald eyes filled with bravado intent. You talk as if you're so virtuous, and I've already given you enough face. Don't blame me for what happens next. As she spoke, black and red magic power, charged with a destructive aura, surged from Rias' body like a dancing giant python. Her crimson hair floated in the wind, whipped by the magical current. Buzz, buzz, buzz even more magic circles than those used by Akino Himajima against Yubaluna surrounded Reiser. But the difference was that all these magic circles were identical. Following Rias' incantation, countless blood-red, laser-like beams of magic power violently struck Reiser. Reiser was utterly helpless. Centuredo, when he crashed to the ground, Reiser showed almost no injury, apart from looking a bit disheveled. This outcome was expected by Rias. The black and red magic power continued to flow, and the next wave of attack was quickly brewing. After 5 rounds of bombardment, in which Reiser was turned to ash a few times, she finally saw the limits of his immortality. The flames still repaired the wounds on his body, but the speed was noticeably slower, and some less severe injuries were only showing raw flesh and were no longer regenerating. This signified that Reiser's mental power was being severely depleted. When even fatal injuries could no longer be instantly healed, it would mean his spirit had reached its limit. The beautiful red-haired devil girl returned to the ground, breathing heavily from exhaustion, and the magic circles that covered the combat space dissipated one by one. Rias' magic power was also mostly depleted. Looking at Reiser, who could barely maintain mobility, Her lovely brows couldn't help but furrow. Riser, even at this point, are you still going to rely on the rules and continue? Riser curled his lips into a sneer, casting a dark glance at Ethan, who hadn't stepped in at all. What a pity. He had intended to teach Ethan a lesson before dying, but the opponent was dodging too far away. Not only couldn't he teach him a lesson, but he couldn't even manage a suicide exchange with his own life. If Riser had died at Ethan's hands, even in a raiding game, and even if Riser was asking for it, unless the Grimmery family and the Phoenix family went to war, Ethan's life would most likely be forfeit. Riser wouldn't normally think this way, but as his mental energy was depleted, he became increasingly unable to resist the abnormal influence looming over him. Every time he saw Ethan, an uncontrollable surge of hatred and disgust arose in his heart. This feeling peaked when he thought of Rias being taken away by Ethan, making him want to go for an extreme life-for-a-life exchange more than once. Ethan was unaware of Riser's condition. Even if he knew, he could only shrug. You are the blonde rival in this situation, but why do I feel like I'm actually the one who got outmaneuvered here? Cough, cough. Setting aside Rias' own feelings, on the surface, he did indeed become involved with someone who was already promised to another this time. But since Rias never liked Riser, it probably didn't really count as romantic betrayal. It didn't count. Ethan ignored Riser's glare and continued to ponder how to get his hands on the Phoenix bloodline. This ability was truly incredible. If he successfully copied it, combined with his incredibly powerful soul, the resulting effect would surely be even more terrifying than the original. Waiting for a long time for Riser's answer, Rias took a deep breath and looked up at the sky of the combat space. Lord Lucifer and all observing dignitaries. She said gravely, I hope you transfer Riser out promptly. Chapter 236. The dust settles, facing Riser, who is already running on fumes. Others might hesitate to deliver a finishing blow. In truth, they wouldn't even need to. A Phoenix generally concedes when they know they can't win. But this time was unusual. Riser simply refused to surrender. And due to the nature of his immortality, as long as he wasn't defeated, he couldn't be incapacitated for battle. Therefore, the only option was to fight him until death. The spectators were not fools. Rias' intention was clear. Since Riser was cheating the system by refusing to surrender, he couldn't blame her if he was killed. Death during a game was not unheard of. Since she had issued a warning, if Riser died, it would be treated as an accident. The Princess of Ruin, enshrouded by the forbidden night and true darkness. Rias slightly closed her eyes. Her clear, chanting voice was filled with destructive power that gradually converged into a dark, pitch-black sphere. Grant the enemy before me absolute destruction. As the final spell was chanted, the sphere, resembling a black hole, rapidly approached Riser. Feeling the terrifying and dreadful magical fluctuations, Riser's mind seemed frozen. He couldn't muster any response. I'm going to die. In my current state, taking this hit will absolutely destroy me. Born into the Phoenix family, Riser had never contemplated the possibility of death befalling him. But when truly faced with death, he realized how great the terror was. He didn't want to die. He was the third son of the Phoenix family. Centuredo, only by living was their hope. Death meant losing everything. Sir. He wanted to surrender, but Rias' attack had already been unleashed and could not be stopped. Before he could utter the last word, the intense pain interrupted him. Just as he despairingly awaited death, the combat space twisted, and the attack that was about to destroy his body and mind instantly dissipated. Confirmed, Lord Riser has abandoned the game. Lady Rias Grimmery is victorious in this game. What was that just now? Ethan's expression was serious. The entire space had been interfered with. The pressure he felt in that instant was far stronger than what he had experienced from Azazel. It was the Devil King. Akino Himejima smiled faintly. It seemed someone watching from the Phoenix family helped him concede. Losing Riser's life in a raiding game is clearly not worth it. Ethan was slightly disappointed that Riser hadn't died, but there was a silver lining. From the limited information he had, If he wanted to acquire the Phoenix family's bloodline talent, there were only two candidates, Ravel and her mother. If Riser had died here, Ethan could have basically kissed that goal goodbye. Barato, someone's biological brother or son, even if not by his own hand, he was the root cause of the whole affair. Not having them seek revenge would be fortunate enough. Did he really expect to cultivate a magical partnership with them? He might as well go to bed early and dream about it. With the raiding game concluded, Riser was teleported out to receive treatment along with his servants. Maintaining the combat space also consumed resources, and it would be destroyed after the game ended, so Ethan and his group were also instantly transported back. However, they didn't return to the Occult Research Club room, but appeared at the medical bay. There's usually a treatment session after the battle. Noticing the confusion in Ethan's eyes, Rias explained, "Normally, both sides have incapacitated members, so this serves as a gathering point." Ethan nodded, instinctively glancing around the room. He saw several resting on hospital beds. In intense combat situations, clothes getting damaged was completely normal. It was only thanks to the overwhelming nature of their victory that Akino Himejima and the others remained unharmed. Centuredo, Ethan observed carefully for a moment and confirmed that the devils genuinely didn't care. It wasn't just devils. After asking Yuma Amano and the others, the fallen angels also didn't care about such things. It made sense. You could see in Yuma Amano's combat attire the leather outfit was barely worn. In some ways, this might even excite the enemies more. He could only conclude that they were truly devils, or perhaps devils residing in the Japanese region. In the original timeline, during the raiding game, the Dragon of Desire's special ability had overwhelmed Riser's servants, Barato them out of the fight. They were so startled that they covered themselves and froze in place until they were knocked unconscious. On the other hand, Akino Himejima, Kaneko Tiju, and even Rias were also momentarily caught off guard in different ways. And this was all during a live broadcast. While he had secretly enjoyed the visual elements when watching it through a screen, now that he was actually faced with it, Ethan sincerely urged the girls to find sturdier clothing and avoid having their outfits damaged so easily. He was happy to admire the performance, but not happy for his own women to be viewed by others. The girls exchanged amused glances. They were quite pleased with Ethan's somewhat jealous reaction. Akira! After a laugh, Rias' tone turned slightly helpless. "I understand, but that kind of material isn't easy to get, let alone fashioned into clothing. The stronger one became, the greater the destructive power, and the harder it was to find equivalent weapons and defenses. Weapons were fine. They required less material and were easier to manufacture. But preventing clothes from ripping meant the opponent's attacks couldn't pierce the defense. Centuredo, you didn't seem to have a problem when you were looking at others." Ethan was, of course, joking. He would never forbid Rias and the others from fighting. Since acquiring better armor was impossible, they could only continue to work on improving the girl's strength. If they maintained overwhelming power, like today, their clothes might still rip, but at least they wouldn't have any embarrassing wardrobe malfunctions. That was good enough. Ethan wasn't overly prudish or judgmental. He never criticized the girl's daily attire, such as black barato, shorts, and mini skirts. In fact, Centuredo, just as they were about to return to the Occult Research Club, the silver-haired, beautiful housewife in a maid outfit appeared again. "Regarding the wager with Lord Riser, Lord Surzex hopes you will be subtle about it. Isn't he Devil King Lucifer now?" Rias let out a displeased harumph, subtly retaliating with a slight verbal jab. "Don't worry, I don't plan on making Riser do anything. I just want him to give up the engagement. Then let the wager be the Phoenix family voluntarily dissolving the engagement." How does that sound? Grafia maintained her usual demeanor and didn't mind Rias' small act of revenge. Rias still wasn't sure what her brother was thinking, but her goal was achieved regardless. "That's acceptable." She nodded and said if there's nothing else, they'll be heading back now. Grafia subtly moved aside and bowed her head slightly. 3 days had passed since the raiding game. Riser and all his servants were fully healed after treatment. At the same time, the matter of dissolving the engagement was finalized. Because the Phoenix family initiated the break, The Gremory family even received additional compensation. Being broken up with does affect one's reputation, which was why Riser had repeatedly invoked the honor of the Phoenix family. However, the high-ranking officials of the underworld knew the whole story and could only offer their silent sympathies to the Phoenix family. To lose face and then pay compensation would upset anyone. Up to this point, everything was developing in a positive direction. But there's a saying, misfortune is what good fortune relies upon, and good fortune is where misfortune lurks. The exaggerated increase in strength demonstrated by Kino Himejima and the others attracted the attention of the underworld's high command. A simple investigation quickly uncovered the reason behind it. Send someone to approach the current inheritor of the Red Dragon Emperor. Also, remember to ask if their cultivation method can be shared with anyone regardless of background. Select a few talented members from our family and test whether the method is actually viable. Bring gifts and ask the inheritor of the Red Dragon Emperor if he's willing to change the object of his contract. Similar conversations constantly occurred among the underworld elite, even within the Phoenix family. I recall Ravel and Rias get along quite well. Rivar, the current head of the Phoenix family and Ravel's elder brother, thought to himself. Chapter 237. The Tojo family business with the raiding game concluded. Ethan had expected to have some time off. Instead, he faced a barrage of inquiries and invitations from the underworld. Then, Mio Naruse brought him another good news. Gazing at the sign bearing the name Tojo on the gate of the small villa, Ethan subtly looked at the Naruse sisters beside him. This is the home of the brother and uncle you mentioned? Mio Naruse tilted her head, her delicate fingers nervously playing with the ends of her hair. Her gaze shifted restlessly. Witnessing Ethan and Rias's contract process on the night of the full moon, and later refusing his own contract request, she had been unsure how to face Ethan recently. She wouldn't have sought Ethan out if the two men claiming to know her biological father hadn't come calling. She had no choice. Aside from Maria, Ethan was the only one she could trust and rely on now. In reality, Mio Neris's relationship was closer to Rias. Ethan was merely a peripheral connection. However, since Ethan was the one who had always helped her solve various problems from the beginning, he was the first person she thought of when encountering trouble. Unlike Mio Naruse, who tended to get flustered easily despite her efforts to stay composed, Ethan had attended countless social gatherings and paid little mind to that one night's events. Ignoring Mio Neris's anxious thoughts, his expression was normal as he reached up and rang the doorbell. The appearance of the Tojo father and son was a slight surprise to Ethan, but only slight. Jean Tojo hadn't managed to engineer a chance encounter. To interact with the Naruse sisters, he had to immediately disclose their relationship, pretending to be under the influence of mind magic. Even Becerra Tojo was confused for a period, only barely accepting the fact that he suddenly had two sisters after moving to Kuo Town and preparing to transfer to Kuo Academy. Hi, one moment, coming right up. After the doorbell rang, a cheerful boy's voice came from inside. After a series of rapid footsteps, a handsome boy with spiky brown hair and a scar on his face opened the entrance door. Oh, Mio and Maria. Please, come in, come in. Seeing the Naruse sisters, Becerra Tojo scratched his head awkwardly as he walked inside. Sorry, we just moved in and haven't had time to tidy up yet. It's a bit messy. Hello, I'm Akira Uzugi. Just call me Akira. Ethan extended his hand with a smile. The spiky-haired boy quickly shook his hand and replied, Imbazara Toyo. You can call me Becerra. On this first meeting, Ethan and Becerra Tojo both had a good impression of each other. While Issei Hayato possessed a pure heart, if forced to compare, Becerra Toyo's personality was more to Ethan's liking. As for Becerra Tojo, Ethan made a great first impression. He was gentle and refined, and the guy his sister brought over seemed to have a decent relationship with her. He might be a future brother-in-law, so he certainly needed to get along well with him. After the initial introduction, the four were momentarily unsure what to talk about. It was only the second time the Naruse sisters had met Becerra Tojo. Although various sources had confirmed that what the Tojo father and son said was true, Getting familiar with each other wouldn't happen overnight. After sitting for a while, Becerra Tojo realized he hadn't offered his guests any water. I'll go make some tea. As he stood up, a handsome middle-aged man with half-rimmed glasses, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and a newspaper in hand, emerged from the bathroom. "Oh, Mio and Maria are here." Jean Tojo smiled, checking his watch. "Perfect timing. How about we all go out for lunch? Dad, it's not even 10 o'clock yet. Don't use your late sleep and missed breakfast as an excuse." Becerra Tojo ruthlessly mocked his unreliable father. "Well, by the time we get to the restaurant and wait for the food, the time will be about right, right?" Jean Tojo smiled cheerfully, looking at Ethan and the two girls. "What do you think, little handsome man, Mio and Maria?" "Hey, doño my opinion." Becerra Tojo took a deep breath. Although he was used to it after all these years, it still made him angry. Speaking of which, if it weren't for Mio and Maria, I wouldn't have known I had two mothers. Seeing Becerra Tojo bring up old grievances, Jean Tojo got a headache. "Becerra, I didn't tell you for your own good." "Yeah, and moving all the time and leaving me home alone all these years was also for my own good, right? That was because of the village's mission." Halfway through his sentence, seeing Becerra Tojo's increasingly dangerous gaze, Jean Tojo wisely dropped the topic. After that incident, the father and son were exiled from the village, but Jean Tojo had actually maintained contact with the village. He had kept the truth hidden simply to allow Becerra Tojo a normal, peaceful childhood. However, a normal and peaceful life was relative. Compared to truly ordinary children, Becerra Tojo's life after leaving the hero village remained tumultuous. Without a mother's care, his father was constantly away. Just as he got used to one place, they had to move again. He started fending for himself before the age of 10 and occasionally had to look after his unreliable father. He had mastered various life skills: laundry, cooking, grocery shopping, cleaning, and managed to grow up healthy and unscathed. Then, just as he was starting his new high school life, he was suddenly told to move, that he had two demon sisters and two mothers. It's a testament to his character that, as a former protagonist, Becerra Tojo took it all in stride. He merely complained briefly, then accepted the reality and began to face it proactively. Observing the father and son, who looked almost identical, Ethan, combining the information Mio Naruse had given him with his own memory fragments, roughly pieced together the relationship between the Tojo and Naruse families. 20 years ago, Jean Tojo, the strongest genius of the hero clan, had reached the god class. He ventured into the underworld alone, fought against Wilbert, one of the devil kings at the time, and defeated him. Wilbert, far from being angry, Cinchuredo, making Jean Tojo the ultimate winner. Sophia conceived Becerra Tojo at that time, but due to her own status and the current political situation, she had to entrust the unborn child to Rafaela. This was the origin of Becerra's two mothers. However, Sophia couldn't be present as Becerra's birth mother, and Rafaela, one of the 10 pillars of heaven, also violated heavenly laws. After giving birth to Becerra, she returned to heaven to face severe punishment and has been unable to descend ever since. Jean Tojo was god class, but there were beings even stronger than god class. There was more than one such being in both the demon and angel factions. Therefore, despite his reluctance, he had to raise Becerra alone. Now that the three-faction war had ceased, if peace treaties could be secured, their family might have a chance to reunite. But before that, the matter of the Naruse sisters' safety needed to be addressed. Mio Naruse was Wilbert's daughter, which made her Sophia's niece. She and Becerra Tojo were first cousins by blood. To be precise, she shouldn't call Jean Tojo uncle, but uncle by marriage. Maria, her half-sister, was in the same relation. Although Japanese custom doesn't prohibit marriage between first cousins, knowing the truth beforehand, a normal person's first impression would be family. Given the close relationship Ethan and the Naruse sisters displayed, any feelings beyond familial love were unlikely to blossom. Wilbert was dead. Sophia couldn't show herself, and all this was inextricably linked to Jean Tojo. When Mio Naruse was in danger, even Shella had taken action, so he certainly couldn't stand idly by. Jean Tojo couldn't constantly guard Mio Naruse. Their generation had their own responsibilities. Thus, just as Shella sent Maria, he intended to have Basara Tojo protect Mio Naruse. This was also an opportunity for Basara Tojo to acknowledge his power and return to the supernatural world. As the child of him, Sophia, and Rafaela, and a special existence who received the bloodline of the ancient dragon from the dragon's nest. There was no way Basara Tojo could live out his life as an ordinary person. After some joking around, Jean Tojo suddenly turned serious. He said, "Mio, Maria, have you thought about my suggestion for last time?" Chapter 238. Moving? Uncle Jean. Mio Naruse was not as relaxed as Jean Tojo. She stood quietly, tense with nervousness. "Maria and I discussed it, and we still feel things are pretty good now. We don't really want to move. Is it because of this young man?" Jean Tojo looked over at Ethan. After a few days, this kid seemed to have gotten even stronger than last time. "No, of course not." Mio Naruse snapped, her pretty face flushed, her voice suddenly 2 tones higher. "Then why?" Jean Tojo said casually. "Basara might be a bit dull, but he's not bad-looking either, you know." "Huh?" Mio Naruse looked at Jean Tojo suspiciously. This time, she genuinely didn't understand what he meant. Only after the mysterious young demon girl's quiet whispering did she realize. Closer bond through marriage? What the heck? The Demon King's daughter, with her red twin tails, was naturally a proud and headstrong person who disliked having her fate arranged. Seeing that her uncle by marriage, Jean Tojo, had intentions of playing matchmaker, she was even less willing to move in with them. Besides, while Basara Tojo was handsome, he still paled in comparison to Ethan. As his strength constantly improved, Ethan's physique and looks were also maturing. At nearly 6 feet tall, he was a head taller than Basara Tojo, despite being the same age, and his demeanor was more mature. Coupled with his well-proportioned, streamlined physique, his many admirable qualities, and his refined, handsome face, their relationship was much deeper than the one she shared with Basara Tojo, whom she had only met twice. Well, I was just kidding. Jean Tojo didn't mind. He hadn't wanted to interfere with his children's lives, but his investigation showed that even he felt Ethan had too many close relationships. However, since Mio Naruse was so resistant, he wouldn't press the matter. Whatever happens, happens. But rather than burdening the Grimoire young lady, I still feel it's better to have Basara protect you. Blood is thicker than water. When it came to protecting Mio Naruse, Jean Tojo trusted his own family more. "Uncle Jean, even if we don't live together, that doesn't mean Basara and I can't protect Lady Mio." Maria, her hands behind her back, strode back and forth on her slender little legs. "Since you've moved here, it means Basara and I will also transfer to Kuo Academy, right?" Basara Tojo was an honest kid and nodded. "Yeah, I'm enrolling next week. I think I'm in class 2A. Then we'll be classmates soon." The young girl flashed a knowing smile. "So, if Lady Mio encounters danger during the week, we'll entrust her to Basara and I, though I'd like to accept that request in a cool way." Basara Tojo looked at his right hand and gave a wry smile. "Please don't have too high expectations of me. It's okay. Even if Basara and I can't manage it, we still have Akira and I. Maria giggled and gently tapped her own head with a small fist. Hey, I accidentally said my thoughts out loud." Jean Tojo extinguished the remaining cigarette and looked at the grim-faced Basara Tojo, choosing not to say anything more. The incident in the village wasn't entirely Basara Tojo's fault. Compared to the young Basara, the adults, especially the elders of the hero village, shouldered the main responsibility. But because of his background, Basara Tojo bore all the blame. As his father, he also held an undeniable responsibility. "I originally wanted both of you sisters to keep Basara company, afraid he'd be lonely." Jean Tojo lit another cigarette and pulled out his vibrating phone. "Now it looks like Basara will just have to find a girlfriend soon." "Dad!" Basara Tojo was about to object, but seeing Jean Tojo's expression, His words changed to, "Another business trip? Where to this time? I'm going overseas this time. I estimate it will be for a long while." Jin Tojo put away his phone, quickly packed a few things, and prepared to leave. "Dad, so soon? Can't you stay for a meal before you go?" The last time they met, Mio Naruse was completely wary, and the family couldn't eat together. He had hoped they could share a meal today, but Jin Tojo was already leaving. Basara Tojo regretted not agreeing to go out to lunch earlier. "Not this time. Next time." Jin Tojo ruffled Basara Toyo's spiky hair, laughing heartily. "If you get lonely, call Akira and Mio to hang out, or make some friends yourself. This should be the last time we move." The three-faction summit was approaching. Once a peace treaty was signed, even if the mother and son couldn't publicly acknowledge each other, occasional visits would be fine. Basara Toyo's identity wouldn't need to be kept secret anymore, and since he was an adult and could take care of himself, frequent moves would no longer be necessary. Ethan and the three teenagers saw Jin Tojo off at the door. "All right, I called a taxi. You guys go on back. Uncle Gene, was it you last time?" Not knowing when they would meet again, Ethan couldn't hold back and asked the question that had been lingering in his mind. Since meeting Jin Tojo, he had felt a strange familiarity, not the familiarity of a character from memory appearing before him, but the feeling of having sensed the other person's aura somewhere before. He had thought about it continuously while the Naruse family was chatting. Centuredo, Mio Naruse, and the other two looked confusedly at the two men speaking in riddles, seemingly understanding and yet completely lost. "Haha, of course I am. I've lived almost 30 years longer than you. Uncle Gene, have a safe trip. They'll look after the house. If Basara had half your nerve, my life would be easier." Jin Tojo laughed mockingly as he got into the taxi. "I'm off. Call me if anything happens." After Jin Tojo left, Ethan and the three teenagers went out to eat together. After agreeing to see each other in school the following week, Ethan left the Tojo house with the Naruse sisters. On the way back, Ethan casually asked, "Mio, why did you specifically ask me to come? Was this supposed to be meeting the parents?" "Pah!" Mio Naris's face was crimson, and she retorted haughtily, "Of course not. It was just..." When she first met the Tojo father and son and realized they were family, she instinctively thought of Ethan and wanted to ask his opinion. When Jin Tojo suggested they move, she also subconsciously thought of Ethan and didn't want to leave. Ethan rarely stayed at the villa at night, because doing so always resulted in chaotic night raids. And there were many other lovely girls waiting to meet him outside. But compared to other places, Ethan spent more time at the villa. Besides, if she moved in with a boy her age, it might cause misunderstandings. "Just what? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up." The red-haired, proud girl, unable to answer, launched a three-pronged barrage of Yuru said, "Shut up," to firmly end the topic. "Ah, Lady Mio and Akira and I have such a good relationship." Maria put on a distressed expression. "Unlike me, nobody cares about me. Uncle Gene only thinks about Lady Mio." "What? A troublesome girl like you needs people to worry about her partner problems?" Mio Naruse shot back at Maria irritably. The girl was a repeat offender. Despite being told off countless times, she still secretly took pictures of Mio and constantly tried to embarrass her with silly suggestions. Centuredo watching the Naruse sisters tease each other, Ethan found it quite amusing. It was strange, though. Maria had only known Mio Naruse for a short time. While they had shared some hardships, the young girl shouldn't have such deep feelings for her. He could only attribute it to love at first sight. Centuredo. It was easier to fall in love at first sight, but the mysterious young demon clearly knew. Oh, they were first cousins, and the underworld didn't care about such things. Plus, she had demonic heritage. Never mind, then. It was only because Mio Naruse was at Sundara that she hadn't opened her heart yet. Otherwise, Centuredo the challenge letter, it was unclear whether Zalgier was truly terrified of the Gremory family or simply hadn't realized that Mio Naruse was currently hiding in Kuo Town. After all, when Ethan had moved to eliminate the scouts, he had been swift and decisive, leaving no survivors to report back. A full month had passed since Mio transferred to Kuo Academy, Yet there wasn't even a whisper of pursuers. With only 2 days left until Baseratojo was set to transfer in, Ethan had been planning a welcoming party. However, those plans were derailed by the sudden arrival of a challenge letter. President, has that golden-haired guy finally lost his mind? Ethan tossed the letter onto the table, his brow furrowing. Even Azazel isn't a match for me anymore. Where does Reiser get the confidence? I'm not sure, Rias replied with a shrug. You can refuse, of course. But if you win, obtaining the Phoenix family's bloodline talent will become a much simpler task. A challenge was just a challenge. Ethan had no real obligation to accept, especially since the whole thing felt incredibly suspicious. To sweeten the deal and ensure Ethan would agree, the Phoenix family, or rather, Reiser, who had shamelessly begged his younger sister, had put Ravel up as the wager. The stakes were simple. If Ethan won, Ravel would serve as a member of his peerage for 3 years. Officially, the paperwork would list her as Rias' servant, as Ethan lacked the seniority and official record in raiding games to hold his own evil pieces just yet. He still needed time to solidify his standing in the underworld. The Phoenix family was already interested in sending Ravel to investigate the truth behind Ethan's unique abilities. They just needed her to be willing. To everyone's surprise, the pampered little princess had agreed almost instantly. Reiser felt a twinge of sadness that his sister seemed so eager to leave him, but his joy far outweighed his grief. The Underworld's intelligence network had already mapped out Ethan's lavish and indulgent lifestyle. Reiser didn't believe Ethan could resist such a massive temptation. While the Devils didn't know about Ethan's ability to copy talents, they had noticed a pattern. The stronger the opponent he faced, the more his own power seemed to grow. Ravel's talent was on par with Rias. She already boasted S-class magical potential. More importantly, she was the pampered princess of the Phoenix House and a renowned beauty. Reiser's gamble paid off. The engagement was arranged. After the previous raiding game, Ethan had discussed acquiring Phoenix immortality with Rias, but there was no easy shortcut. Rias had been blunt. That level of transcendent regenerative power was only found in the purest Phoenix bloodline. Many devils carried Phoenix blood, making them potential candidates for the technique. But their lineages were mixed with those of other families. Only Ravel and her mother possessed the rare qualities required for a successful talent extraction. As for how the Phoenix family maintained such exclusivity, it involved either forming alliances with other high-tier purebloods or engaging in old traditional customs that would make most modern societies raise an eyebrow. The strict customs among the high-tier families were an open secret, as they were obsessed with blood purity. After thinking for a moment, Ethan pressed his bravado together. President, I'm taking the challenge. He didn't know where Reiser found the guts, but he doubted the man could jump to Devil King level in just a few days. Even a cheater had to follow the laws of progression. Good. I figured you wouldn't say no, so I already accepted on your behalf, Rias said with a teasing smile. The duel is at the Underworld Arena, the day after tomorrow. Ethan stared at her, speechless for a moment before grinning. The master's word is law, I suppose. Who am I, a lowly servant, to object? Rias' cheeks turned a deep red, and she gave him a sharp, sideways look. Despite the official titles, Censurado shrouded in an ominous, unmoving mist. Reiser stood in the center of a massive, blood-red magic circle. His 14 beautiful female servants were positioned along the edge of the array, forming a perfect circle around him. Lord Reiser, the preparations are complete. Good. Begin. Reiser looked at his silent, somberly dressed servants with cold indifference and gave the order to the family mages. As you wish. Several household mages began funneling massive amounts of magic power into the array. The chaotic energy swirled, causing the already strange sky to churn and darken. The turbulent magic eventually flowed toward Reiser at the center. His aura began to spike with terrifying speed, visible even to the naked eye. The Phoenix family butler watched as Reiser's body began to tremble under the weight of the agony. My lord, is this truly worth it? Even if you succeed, you will lose all hope of future natural advancement. The clash of different energies tore at Riser's insides. He gritted his teeth against the searing pain coursing through his barato, utilizing his incredible regenerative powers to heal his cells as fast as the energy destroyed them. Barato the Wild. Centuredo, but the thought of his fiancée being taken by Ethan was a constant, searing brand on his soul. He couldn't train, he couldn't sleep, and he couldn't even find peace with his queen, Eubeluna. This obsession had become a mental demon. Rather than being slowly consumed by it, he chose to gamble everything on a forbidden Phoenix secret technique. Once Rias had sent her confirmation, Riser had ignored all warnings and activated the ritual. Time passed slowly. The faces of Eubeluna, Shualan, and the other girls grew deathly pale. The weaker members of the peerage could no longer even stand. The secret technique worked by drawing upon the life, energy, and magic power from the servants to boost the master's strength. The level of the power-up depended on the servant's strength and the master's endurance. Only a phoenix could use this. Without their legendary immortality, the influx of chaotic, uncontrolled energy would have detonated a normal body a dozen times over. The array hummed. Sparks of fire continuously erupted from Riser's skin, a sign that his immortality was working at its absolute limit to keep him from exploding. However, while the ritual enhanced his mana and physique, Centuredo one by one, the girls collapsed into unconsciousness as their magical energy was completely depleted. Riser's aura was still climbing, but the agony was becoming overwhelming. His mental fortitude was shattering, and the damage was finally starting to outpace the healing. Seeing this, the butler acted immediately and cut off the magic flow. Only the strongest, Eubeluna and Shualan, remained conscious, though barely. They looked at their fallen sisters with eyes full of icy despair. No one in the Phoenix house cared what they thought. They had accepted the family's resources for years, and now they were being cashed in like chips at a poker table. Riser had been merciless. He had drained them until they were essentially crippled. Had his own mind held out longer, he likely would have siphoned them until they were literal husks. A forbidden technique of this magnitude naturally carried a horrific price. Beyond the toll on the user, it had permanently damaged the foundations of his servants. The only good news was that they were still breathing, though for how much longer was anyone's guess. The battered Riser was carried away by servants for emergency medical treatment. Eubeluna and Shualan tried to stand, hoping to carry their sisters to help, but they found themselves weaker than ordinary humans. They could barely crawl, let alone carry 12 people. Being drained wasn't just a term. Their magical circuits were scorched. Even with the best care, they might never regain their former strength. Shualan, being a rook, had the best physical resilience and managed to weakly pull the slender twins into her arms. But in their current state, would the Phoenix family even bother to heal broken tools? As Shualan hesitated in despair, a petite figure with flaming wings descended slowly before them. "Serve you right for keeping me in the dark," a familiar, sharp voice ringed out. Eubeluna and Shualan looked up and gave a bitter, weak smile. As a gentle wave of magic lifted them and the unconscious girls off the ground, the two women felt a complex surge of emotion. It was Ravel. Even in their ruin, the little princess hadn't abandoned them. Chapter 240. Benefits for the future brother-in-law. Eubeluna and Shualan were only holding on by a thread of pure willpower. Once Ravel reached out to help, their spirits finally gave way, and they both lost consciousness. Many members of the Phoenix family felt that Ravel was wasting precious resources on these broken pieces, but she was, after all, the most pampered little princess. The cost of healing Eubeluna and the others wasn't astronomical, and the family elders viewed it as a small price to keep their darling girl happy. Meanwhile, bolstered by his powerful innate regeneration and the full support of the Phoenix clan's alchemical reserves, Riser quickly mastered the surge of power within him. Though he had sacrificed any hope of further natural advancement, the immediate results were undeniable. Originally in S rank, he had vaulted over 2 major hurdles in a single leap, touching the threshold of a high-tier Ultimate Devil. In the more common classification systems, he could be called a SSS rank. This immense power gave Riser absolute confidence. However, when he remembered how Ethan had used the Juggernaut drive to cripple a Devil King-class opponent like Azazel, he still didn't feel 100% certain of victory. Unfortunately, even a Phoenix body had limits. He couldn't perform the forbidden ritual again so soon. Otherwise, he would have contracted another batch of servants just to drain them for more power. This was now his only path to growth, though it was a dead end that capped out at the Super Devil level, just below the gods. Finding more servants willing to cooperate would be difficult. He would either have to pay a massive price in resources or use force. The former was expensive even for the wealthy Phoenix family, and the latter forcibly draining high-ranking devils would turn the entire underworld against them. Not even the four great Satans could protect a family that treated other purebloods like cattle. The god-tier beings and those above them possessed such destructive potential that they rarely fought within the three realms. Their battlegrounds were the infinite void beyond. Within the three realms, a super devil was the pinnacle of existence. Knowing that the challenge was a trap, Ethan naturally made his own preparations. He attempted to break through his current bottleneck. The next threshold of life essence evolution was the God stage, and there were many paths to explore. To advance from SS to SSS, Cinchureto, a woman of that power, wouldn't simply give in just because he asked nicely. 2 days flew by. The entire occult research club entered the underworld via a massive teleportation circle. Mio Naruz was curious about the demon world and took the chance to tag along, with Maria following close behind like a shadow. Thus, on Becerra Toyo's first day as a transfer student, half the class was missing and not a single familiar face was there to greet him. In the underworld, a sea of elegantly dressed devil nobles looked up at the sky. A massive magical broadcast screen occupied half their vision. The Crimson Devil King, Surzex, finished his introductory speech, and the camera panned to a grand arena. The Colosseum was constructed entirely of white marble, looking identical to the ancient Roman Colosseum. In the center of the vast sands, two small figures stood in opposition. As the cameras zoomed in, the curiosity of the demonic audience peaked. The two combatants were Riser Phoenix and Ethan, the dragon against the Phoenix. A battle between two legendary powers is about to begin, Surzex announced. He spoke to Ethan through a magical amplification. Since Riser initiated this duel, he provided the initial stakes. But as the one presiding over this event, I shall not be stingy either. So, inheritor of the Red Dragon Emperor, what reward do you desire? A title of nobility? A sacred gear? Or perhaps a legendary treasure? Ethan looked up at the screen. He hadn't expected this kind of bonus. He really wanted to compliment the silver-haired ultimate queen, Graphia, but with all the nobles watching, Surzex would likely have to discipline him just to save face. Ultimately, he chose a title. The finer details could be discussed privately. Lord Devil King will take a title. Climbing the ranks through one rating game at a time is too tedious, Ethan said with a grin. Granted, Surzex agreed immediately. Ethan's strength was already there. He just lacked the formal status. A few conservative, stubborn old devils started to grumble, but when they saw Rias standing right next to Surzex, Cinchureto Surzex was fully prepared to just officially betroth Rias to him. He adored his sister, but as the Devil King, he often had to play the villain for political reasons. Recent events had proven Ethan's value, both his unique abilities and his raw power. Even the most hardline conservatives had to admit that having Ethan on their side was a boon. The reproductive potential of the Dragon Clan, combined with his advanced cultivation techniques, could rapidly increase the overall strength of the Devil race. Of course, that assumed the next head of the Gremory family was willing to cooperate with other houses. But would anyone ask Ethan's opinion? He didn't have to take responsibility. He could just let the high-tier demonesses do all the work while he watched from the sidelines. Who would refuse a job that offered a great reward and a power boost? Ethan didn't know the nobles were already planning to recruit him for special missions, but if Rias and the others didn't mind, he wouldn't turn down a few extra tasks. Let the battle begin, Surzex declared. The screen vanished, and Ethan and Riser immediately took their stances. Unlike the Gremory family, which specialized in magic, the Phoenix family excelled in close-quarters brawling due to their immortality. Riser had spent the last 48 hours studying Ethan's combat data, trying to find a weakness. But Ethan grew too fast. He had only truly entered the high-level radar after his fight with Azazel, and there wasn't much else to go on. SSS rank, date à ni surprise, étant muteurde. His sensory magic fed him the data, and his eyebrows shot up. He wasn't afraid. He was eager. This was a duel where death was on the table. He might actually find his breakthrough here. It'll give you time to activate your sacred gear. Otherwise, you won't last 5 seconds, Riser sneered, his eyes dark. Ethan was only SS, while Riser was now SSS-. It was a small gap on paper, but an ocean in reality. To Riser, the only variable was the boosted gear. Ethan didn't like to talk during a fight. I don't need a Longinus to deal with you. A friendly tip: if you treat me like a standard high-tier devil, you're going to have a very bad day. With a light chuckle, Ethan transformed into his demon form. Vast bat-like wings unfurled, a tail tipped with a bone-chilling blade flicked behind him, and eerie, savage markings appeared on his face. The watching nobles gasped in shock. Chapter 241. Fierce Battle. I didn't expect this generation's Red Dragon Emperor to carry ancient devil blood. Ancient devil? That's a symbol of sin and chaos. To have ancestral genes, even if it's only a 30% match, giving him an earldom isn't an overstatement. Most nobles respected the ancient devil bloodline as it was the origin of their race, but there were always outliers who hated the primitive blood. Ethan was already on their blacklists. Ethan didn't care. He had several bloodlines, but his demon form was his most physically potent. It also allowed him to hide his talent-copying ability. He chose to forego magic and engage in a brawl. Magic consumed too much mana and was less effective against the Phoenix. He wanted to push his martial arts skills to the limit. Ethan became a streak of black lightning, lunging at Riser. At the last second, Riser twisted his body, the flames of his wings scorching the air as he dodged. Boom! Ethan's punch missed, obliterating a massive marble pillar behind Riser, turning it into fine powder. What on earth? Riser stared at Ethan, who emerged from the dust cloud and scathed. That speed and power. He's a monster. Even with a rank advantage, they seemed physically equal. Riser resolved not to give Ethan a single opening to use the boosted gear. Ethan patted the dust off his shoulders, looking excited. That was my full speed, and you dodged it. I guess you really did get stronger. Riser roared, his phoenix fire forming a yellow Z streak in the sky as he dove at Ethan with a mana-saturated fist. Ethan didn't dodge. His martial spirit was fully awake. He kicked off a piece of rubble and met the blow head-on. The collision of two massive mana pools created a cross-shaped shockwave that bloomed from their fists, followed by a blinding white light that enveloped the arena. The noble devils watching the broadcast had to shield their eyes. Only the truly powerful could see through the glare. When the light faded, Ethan fell from the sky, a scorched burn mark across his torso. As expected, the rank gap is too much without the sacred gear. Riser won't give him a second chance. While the nobles gossiped, the Gremory and Phoenix representatives had opposite reactions. Ravel, the blonde twin-tail girl in a pink Lolita dress, frowned. Sister Rias, you don't seem worried at all? Worried? Rias blinked. Oh, sorry. Ethan rarely uses the sacred gear, and his relationship with Drake isn't what you think. I forgot people still call him the Red Dragon Emperor. She turned back to the screen. The fight just started. You don't actually think this is Ethan's full power, do you? Surzex looked intrigued. Ethan's performance was already absurd for his rank. He had more. In the arena, Centuredo Ethan used his instant illusion talent to instantly manifest a new set of black casual clothes. See? Without that gauntlet, you're just trash. Riser laughed, gathering massive mana in his palms as he mocked Ethan. Is this all you've got? Ethan replied. Riser was fighting a war of attrition, using his immortality to trade wound for wound. Only the feeling of his fists hitting Ethan's flesh could soothe his rage. Ethan was technically on the losing side of this exchange, as his wounds didn't heal instantly like Riser's. However, Riser's brawling style actually neutralized Ethan's technical martial arts advantage. Ethan eventually gave up on finesse. He looked at Riser's blonde hair and decided to just go full meathead. Berserk mode activated. If this is all you have, this fight ends in 5 minutes. Ethan's physical attributes doubled. He was now significantly stronger and faster than Riser. Chapter 242. Transfer Student 1 to the audience. A balanced fight is the most entertaining. To the Devils, it was like a high-stakes MOBA game. But suddenly, the tide turned. Ethan didn't seem to transform, but Riser, who had been winning, was suddenly sent flying across the arena with a single punch. 5 minutes is impossible, Ravel whispered to Rias. Riser's mental exhaustion is high, but you can't break a Phoenix immortality in 5 minutes. Ethan never lies, Ravel, Rias said confidently. On screen, Ethan was a blur. Only S-rank Devils could even track his bravado. Every time his image flickered, bursts of energy struck Riser from every angle. Riser tried to retreat, realizing Ethan had used some sort of temporary burst technique. He tried to stall, but Ethan wasn't having it. Going to run? Fine. Then he'll use the sacred gear. The boosted gear's boost function required time. If Riser wanted to stall, Ethan would just stack his power to the moon. Riser's face went pale. He couldn't beat Ethan now. He definitely couldn't beat him if he started doubling his power every 10 seconds. His reason snapped. He stopped running. The Phoenix flames around him began to collapse inward, turning into a miniature sun. An ultimate move? Fine. I said I wouldn't use the sacred gear, and I meant it. Ethan lunged. He didn't have a one-hit kill move without the gauntlet, so he had to keep grinding. Riser focused entirely on burning his life essence to fuel a massive magic cannon. He took thousands of Ethan's punches to the face, his immortality barely keeping his head attached to his neck. At the 4-minute mark, Riser reached his mental limit, but his orange-red fire cannon was ready. The fire blast was a screen wipe. There was nowhere to hide. The ancient-style arena was vaporized. The broadcast equipment melted. The screen went white. Is Riser insane? Rias yelled, standing up. That was a suicide move. He's been broken for a long time, Ravel whispered, hiding her face behind her fan. Sir Zex looked grim. He could feel 2 life signs in the explosion, both fading rapidly. Just as he was about to step in, a battered figure flew out of the white light, carrying another person who looked like a charred corpse. Ethan landed, holding the half-dead Riser by the neck. Lord Devil King, I believe I win. The winner is Ethan Yusuji, Sir Zex announced. Ethan immediately collapsed, Rias catching him in her arms. Asia rushed over, her twilight healing glowing brightly. Ethan, are you okay? Rias cried. Do I look okay? Ethan croaked with a weak grin. That jerk turned himself into a walking explosion, dirty cheater. A week later, Kuo Academy. Class, please welcome 2 new transfer students, the blue-haired teacher, Calla Warner, announced. Basara Tojo stood up and wrote his name on the board. Imbazara Toyo. Nice to meet you. Then, the blonde girl next to him stepped forward. I am Ravel Phoenix. You may call me Lady Ravel. Her arrogant tone didn't annoy the students. It made them more interested. In this world, being cute and rich meant you could get away with anything. Ethan sat in the back row, looking out the window. He had a few band-aids on his face, which only added to his bad boy charm. Chapter 243. Healing assistance. After a week of Asia's constant care, Ethan's wounds were finally gone. He actually liked the scars, thinking they made him look tougher like Basara, but twilight healing left his skin as smooth as a girl's. He walked in the clubroom to see Ravel and Rias drinking tea. Lord Ethan, Ravel said, Centuredo kept in the Phoenix basement as a vessel to continue the bloodline. But the servants he had drained, Eubelina, Shualan, and the others were also in bad shape. Their life energy was depleted, and their potential was scorched. Even Phoenix tears couldn't fix them. I want to ask Lord Ethan to use his healing technique to restore them. Ravel whispered, her face turning red. Ethan nodded. I can restore their life, Barato, easily. Their potential. I can't promise, but I'll try. Have you asked them? They all agreed, Ravel said. Without their power, their lives in the underworld would be miserable. Even Shualan, the conservative martial artist, had consented. That night, Ethan stayed at the clubroom. Ravel brought the first targets, the green-haired twin sisters, Neru and Iru. They were visibly weak, their usual playful energy gone. They'll do my best, Ethan said. Centurado, 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 Centurado. A single session had restored nearly 70% of her power. Not just my strength, she added, her excitement growing. I feel like my potential is coming back too. Restoring potential was the hardest part of healing. It was tied to constitution, spirit, and life force. Normally, it was a one-way street, but through Ethan's specialized advanced cultivation technique, the impossible was becoming possible. Chapter 245. Yairus turned the twins hadn't held much hope beyond recovering enough strength to live normal lives. Restoring their life Barato was a miracle. Restoring their potential was a godsend. While the recovery of potential was small and would take thousands of sessions over years to fully fix, it was a start. Iru, having reached her limit while watching her sister, simply crawled over to sit beside Ethan. The familiar fragrance of the girl reignited Ethan's determination instantly. Seeing the sharp blade gleam before her, Yairus' blue eyes widened with determination. Iru, steady me first, Ethan said, gently patting her soft green hair and guiding her focus. Looking at the gleaming, polished weapon, Centurado, 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 Centurado. Centurado, Centurado, Centurado. She quickened her Barato with great intensity. She opened her Barato wide, taking deep breaths as she pushed herself as far as possible, giving her full effort. At the same time, her Barato tensed. A triumphant cheer erupted from the crowd as she reached her goal. Centurado, 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 Centurado. It felt strangely familiar, almost as if he had just been there. Beside them, Neru, who was supposed to be meditating, suddenly sat up and looked flustered. Ethan raised an eyebrow. The telepathic link is real. They were picking up on each other's emotions. Centurado, 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 Centurado. It began to circulate through her, repairing her damaged foundation. Overwhelmed by the sensation, Iru looked back at Ethan with teary, grateful eyes. Despite the moment, she followed her sister's example and closed her eyes to begin meditating. Both sisters were currently only C rank. Because the gap between their power and Ethan's was so massive, they needed to spend a lot of time absorbing his spiritual energy to gain the full benefit. Ethan carefully stepped back, trying not to disturb her. He looked at the two twins resting side by side. Their Barato were covered in the marks of their healing red friction burns, handprints, and a visible toll from the ordeal. But their expressions were solemn, eyes shut tight in deep focus. It was barely past sunset. The whole ordeal had taken little more than an hour. Ethan looked at the long night ahead and decided it would be a waste to just sit there. He had 12 more girls to save, not to mention a few close friends waiting for him at home. President, what are you doing? Ethan sent a message to Rias via their soul link. Just finished a bath. Reading a book. Centurado, Lord Ethan. Come in, Ethan called out. He could sense 3 auras outside Ravel and 2 others. The door creaked open. 2 young women in servant attire walked in. Ravel stayed by the door, glancing inside briefly before looking away, her cheeks flushed. Ethan stood tall and composed as they entered. He looked lean and handsome, but he was incredibly solid and intimidating. Her throat felt dry. She wasn't sure if it was fear or nervous tension. Ethan didn't have time for Ravel's curiosity. He had been waiting for 30 minutes, and his Barado was ready for a new challenge. Eubeluna, the experienced bomb queen, hadn't come yet, but the two maids Marion and Burent were perfect replacements. They were far more seasoned than the twins. Marion had long, silky chestnut hair and gentle, downcast eyes that gave her a calm. Cinchuredo, Marion Ethan did not stop speaking with her until the chestnut-haired young woman looked visibly tired. He paused and then gently addressed her again, turning the conversation toward a more comfortable topic. The graceful young woman seemed relieved as they moved on to discuss simpler matters together. Cinchuredo, she stood close, feeling her skin turn warm. He gently barado her blushing face while holding her close. Meanwhile, he shifted restlessly beside her, leaning against her legs. Cinchuredo. Her tense posture began to melt, turning soft and relaxed. The gentle, chestnut-haired woman was slowly letting her guard down with him, emotionally and personally. As her defense softened, Ethan didn't hesitate. He leaned in closer, holding her hands gently in his. Marion let out a soft, emotional sigh. Cinchuredo, he leaned closer to her, speaking softly. The chestnut-haired girl was trembling, clearly uneasy with the situation. She wanted to pull away, yet she felt stuck. Finally, she placed one hand on his barado and barado his wrist with the other. Cinchuredo, HHHH. Marion's cry was one of pure relief. She felt a sudden rush of energy and excitement as she completed the challenge. Though it was intense and overwhelming, it was deeply rewarding. The unprecedented thrill made her whole barado shake, and a geyser of sparkling water erupted from the fountain. If Marion hadn't been so relaxed, it would have been difficult for Ethan to approach the situation so easily. Now, feeling completely overwhelmed, she gave him an enthusiastic barado and matched his energy with everything she had. Cinchuredo, the overwhelming surge of emotion was so powerful that she felt paralyzed, able only to cling to him and whisper his name as the moment washed over her. Ethan held her close with steady strength, a steady presence through the storm. The gentle, beautiful girl held on tightly. Cinchuredo soon reached her peak. She threw her arms around Ethan's neck and pulled him close in an emotional barado. While they held each other, Marion let out muffled, sobbing sounds. She held on to Ethan tightly and refused to let go. Ethan didn't stop. Instead, Cinchuredo. The life essence began to restore her vitality, filling her with a surge of overwhelming relief and renewal. She looked at Ethan with eyes full of gratitude and devotion. She pressed her barado gently to his cheek, then scooted to the side of the bed to make room for Burent. Like the twins, she closed her eyes and entered a meditative state to maximize the absorption of the essence. Outside, Ravel, who had been watching through the crack in the door, finally left. The scene felt too overwhelming. She needed some distance to clear her head. Furthermore, she needed to discuss Ethan's potential restoration ability with Rias. In the villa, Rias was quietly reading by moonlight. When she heard the knock, she said, "Come in." "Rias-sama, pardon the intrusion," Ravel said, bowing. What is the plan regarding Ethan Samus' ability to restore potential? Restoring potential was a game-changer. It made Ethan's value immeasurable. "I think repairing is a better word than restoring," Rias smiled. As someone who had experienced it herself, she understood it best. If it could truly restore and increase the cap of potential, then anyone Ethan interacted with would have infinite growth. That's not the case. Everyone has a cap. Ethan's ability doesn't raise the ceiling. It just fills the cup back up when it's been emptied. She explained that for Shualan and the others, their cups were empty. Ethan was refilling them so they could start growing again. I see. Ravel understood. It was like life force. He could refill it, but he couldn't make you immortal unless you reached a high enough level yourself. The truth about the potential restoration made Ravel feel a bit more at ease. She didn't have to worry about the secret being too dangerous, though it was still a prize many would bravado for. Back in the room, Ethan was already moving toward the wine-red-haired Burent. This time, there was no need for a long introduction. Burent was much more attentive than Marion, and after watching the entire show with her friend, she was already very excited and engaged. She had been sitting comfortably on the bed, paying close attention while she watched, completely absorbed in the moment. Seeing she was ready, Centuredo, Ethan's scalp tingled with excitement as he concentrated intensely on the moment. He focused on the task ahead, fully committed to the challenge before him. Centuredo, Burent was exhausted. Her skin flushed a deep pink, her bravado steaming and drenched in sweat. Ethan brushed a stray hair from her forehead, then picked her up and laid her down next to Marion. Once the moment faded, the cultivation technique kicked in, restoring her energy and vitality. She quickly closed her eyes to begin her meditation. Ethan looked around the room and felt a profound sense of accomplishment. He had just completed an intense training session with 4 skilled practitioners in a single night. Centuredo, her face was flushed, her eyes bright with excitement. The treatment was so effective. I want another round. Chapter 250. A vampire? Ethan's brow arched. It was just as he had calculated. The cycle had reached perfection. He glanced at the time. This time, he could afford to give them a bit more of his vital energy. There was only enough time for one more round before morning, and they could spend the following day slowly digesting the excess life energy. If they couldn't finish absorbing it by tomorrow, they could continue the day after. After all, they had nothing but time, and it was uncertain when their next session would be scheduled. Consequently, when the twins, Marion, and Burent finally prepared to return to the underworld, all 4 of them had full bellies from the meal. Shualan and the other girls were momentarily stunned, wondering if the 4 had somehow experienced a sudden change overnight. But even Ethan wasn't that fast. No one's belly grows that large in a single night. When they learned the truth that their stomachs were suddenly and unusually full, the girls could only exchange long, silent looks of surprise. Deep down, they grew even more impatient for their own turn to be treated. As the 4 girls continuously digested the energy within them, their strength and vitality began to recover at a terrifying pace. By the time they fully absorbed it, they would be nearly back to their peak condition. Strike while the iron is hot. Ethan and Ravel had originally planned to continue the recovery sessions back-to-back. At a rate of 3 or 4 patients a day, they could have treated all 14 patients in just 4 days. Once they regained a baseline of strength, the subsequent sessions could be handled more leisurely. However, the next morning, as Ethan walked into the classroom yawning, a piece of news forced him to put the treatments on hold. Becerra, where did you hear this news about a vampire? Everyone's talking about it. It's been going around for a few days now. I thought you already knew, Becerra Tojo replied. In Class 2A, Ethan's mind began to race, his fatigue vanishing. Although he hadn't slept a wink, he wasn't actually tired. He just yawned out of habit because he felt like he should be tired after pulling an all-nighter. The status of vampires in this world was peculiar. While they certainly existed, they didn't seem to have a unified racial concept or a clan of blood. They were more like anomalous individuals who had undergone a mutation. In the original timelines of both High School DxD and the Testament of Sister New Devil, vampires appeared, but there was almost zero lore regarding a vampire society. Back then, Ethan didn't think much of it demons existed, so why not vampires? But thinking about it now, the lack of information was suspicious. Ethan searched his memories. He vaguely recalled that in the DxD universe, one particular vampire wasn't even a true vampire, but rather the reincarnation of a fragment of the consciousness of the Celtic godslayer, Balor. On the other hand, the vampire in the Testament of Sister New Devil was the real deal, a half-breed, whose mother was a powerful true ancestor. If it were the latter, the situation wouldn't be too bad. That particular vampire could switch genders at will and was actually quite gentle. If he could put in the effort to make sure he permanently identified as she, that would be even better. But if it were the former, Ethan couldn't remember all the details, but he knew one thing for sure. That person was striking a delicate, golden-haired figure. This wasn't like Kiba Yudo. Kiba's appearance was already quite androgynous, so Ethan had accepted that variation. But this person had a very feminine appearance despite being male. A quiet, golden-haired young man, shy, and socially anxious boy who loved cute things and living in a cardboard box. More importantly, in the original novels, that cute boy grew up 30 years later into a tall, rugged, masculine hunk. The mere thought of that future destroyed any interest Ethan might have had. He prayed it wasn't him, and if it was, he had to stop Rias from taking him in as a pawn. Chapter 251. The search. Ethan told Ravel that the treatments would be delayed. He planned to investigate the vampire incident throughout the night. The meeting of the three factions was approaching. If he didn't resolve this now, the matter might be dragged out for months, and by then, the opportunity would be long gone. He was particularly concerned about the gender shifter. If they settled on being male during this period, or if the convergence of timelines caused Basara Tojo to win them over, Ethan would have nowhere to cry. He actually liked that character quite a bit, and, if possible, wanted to form a soul contract with her. Her name was Nino Tachibana, a half-vampire with platinum blonde, shoulder-length hair. Due to her mixed heritage, she would fluctuate between male and female until she reached adulthood, at which point her subconscious would decide her permanent gender. Her father was unknown, but her mother was the powerful Red Lotus true ancestor. Of course, Ethan wasn't 100% sure if this world followed that exact lore, but the probability was high. So far, while this world was a bit chaotic, the major characters hadn't changed much aside from Kiba Yudo, who had simply shifted to an alternate female timeline that already existed in concept. Ethan immediately sprang into action. His first thought was Rias, but since he was a member of the Occult Research Club himself and had only heard the news through Basara, he doubted Rias knew much more. His hunch was correct. After checking the Soul Network, he learned that the news was mostly spreading among the ordinary students. The ORC had been so busy lately dealing with Mio Naruse and the raiding game that they hadn't paid it much mind. Rias was just about to start an investigation, so when she saw Ethan was already on it, she happily handed the task over to him. Aside from the ORC, the most informed group in Kuo Academy was the Student Council. Because of the contract situation, Ethan had been avoiding Sona Citri since the raiding game. Now, it seemed he couldn't hide anymore. At 3 p.m., as soon as school ended, he headed straight for the Student Council room. Knock, knock. Kumin. Ethan slowly pushed the door open. Only Sona Citri and Tsubaki Shinra were inside. Oh, if it isn't Ethan Sama. To what do we owe the honor of your presence? I assume you have business with us, Sona said, adjusting her glasses. Her tone was cool and neutral as she looked back down at her paperwork. President, sarcasm doesn't really suit your style, Ethan muttered. The already cold atmosphere turned freezing. Just as Sona was about to angrily kick him out, Ethan spoke up. President Sona, I'm actually here to explain the situation regarding the contracts. Sona took a deep breath, suppressing her irritation. She wanted to see what kind of excuse he had. She was technically first in line, yet Ethan had been inseparable from Rias, helping her constantly and even signing a contract with her. Sona didn't necessarily want to force him into a contract, but his avoidant attitude had pissed her off. Now that the raiding game was over and Ravel had joined his side, there was no need to keep the truth of the soul contracts a secret anymore. Thus, Ethan explained everything that had happened since the intruder incident. Since the council already knew about the break-in at the mansion, the explanation went smoothly. So, that's how it is, Ethan said, taking a sip of the water Tsubaki handed him to soothe his throat. It's not that I don't want to sign with you. It's that I can't right now. Understanding the nature of the soul contract, Sona couldn't stay mad. She was a rational person and immediately began weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 252. Gasper, is it really here? Ethan hesitated. He had learned that Gasper had barely attended school since the opening ceremony. The building before him was a dilapidated, small Western-style house that looked eerie in the fading twilight. Using a sensory spell to confirm someone was inside, Ethan pushed open the front door. Dust swirled in the air, and he quickly cast a barrier to keep his clothes clean before exploring further. The house had 3 floors and a small yard. If it were well maintained, it would be quite comfortable, but in its current state, the space only made it feel more haunted. The yard was overgrown with weeds nearly waist-high. The first floor was caked in dust, except for the kitchen, which seemed to be in use. On the second floor, the bedrooms were empty and void of furniture. Ethan followed the scent of a living presence to the third floor. His shoes creaked loudly on the wooden stairs, adding to the horror movie vibe. Ethan wasn't afraid. In a world with angels and demons, ghosts were perfectly normal. He even carried the most powerful ghost around with him, the soul of the Red Dragon Emperor, Drake. However, he hated the filth. He had a slight case of germophobia, Censuredo, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. So the tape is actually the physical manifestation of a sealing ward. The shut-in was so terrified of people that he had sealed himself in, likely only coming out late at night to eat and bathe. It took Ethan 30 minutes to dismantle the ward before he could push the door open. Eek! A high-pitched, piercing scream, sounding exactly like a little girl being startled, echoed through the house. Ethan instinctively covered his ears and took 2 steps back. When the screaming stopped, he checked his surroundings to ensure the noise hadn't attracted any unwanted attention. The room looked like a typical girl's room, except for one thing. Where the bed should have been, there was a coffin. It was a classic, movie-style vampire coffin, hexagonal and ornate. It was encrusted with rhinestones and draped in semi-transparent white fabric with red embroidery. A coffin lid isn't enough? You need bed curtains too? How extra, Ethan thought. He didn't rush to open it. Instead, he rubbed his chin and observed. He had always wondered, isn't it stuffy and cramped in there? Even if you're a vampire and won't suffocate, it can't be comfortable. Why sleep in a box when you could have a soft bed? Inside the coffin, Gasper, wearing a simple dark outfit, was trembling, tears welling in his eyes. He had been terrified when someone broke in, and he was ready for the lid to be ripped off, but then the person just stopped. Did they leave? Gasper wondered. He decided to test the waters. "Pee, please. Is someone there? Do you need something?" The voice was surprisingly cute. Could it really be a girl? Ethan wondered. "Are you Gasper Vladi from Class 1F? Ethan asked. "I'm from the student council. I need you to cooperate with an investigation." But they said I didn't have to go to school anymore. Are you taking it back?" Gasper's slender body shook, but they were able to communicate through the wood. "This isn't about school attendance," Ethan explained. He knew Gasper had permission to stay home. Being in a normal class was just to help him fade into the background. Ethan briefly explained the vampire incident. Gasper's answer was immediate. "It's not me. I don't drink blood." "Then what do you do when you're hungry? Don't you starve?" Ethan asked. There were too many different vampire tropes, so he decided to use this chance to learn about vampires in this world. Though Gasper found Ethan annoying, being inside the safe space of the coffin allowed him to converse. To get rid of Ethan faster, he answered everything. Ethan learned that vampires in this world didn't fear sunlight once they reached B rank, and some noble bloodlines like Gasper or Nano were born immune to it. Blood was just a way to increase power. For hunger, normal food worked fine. "I have one last question," Ethan smiled. "Ask it." Gasper sighed. He had spoken more to Ethan in the last hour than he had to anyone in the past year. "Are you actually a girl?" Inside the coffin, Censuredo. "Not unless I see for myself." With that, Ethan stepped forward and reached for the coffin lid. He wasn't leaving until he confirmed Gasper's identity with his own eyes. Chapter 253, Final Inspection. Ethan stood before the coffin. Half a minute passed, yet there was no response from within. Since the occupant refused to cooperate, he decided to use a more bravado approach. The young blonde, Gasper Vladi, was harmless enough now, but 30 years down the line, who knew what had become? Unless, of course, the boy's potential failed to grow alongside his frame. If that happened, Ethan wouldn't mind helping him explore a new look. Not that Ethan would do it himself. Helping just meant introducing him to a few close friends, like Issei Hayudu and 2 others from their circle. Watching the transformation unfold from the sidelines was entertaining. Shaking off those stray thoughts, Ethan stepped forward and forced open the coffin lid. He met a bit of resistance, likely Gasper desperately holding it shut from the inside, but that pathetic strength was nothing compared to Ethan's power. The lid flew back. Nestled on a plush, crimson cushion was a young, blonde figure. Gasper turned his head, looking up at the intruder with teary eyes, looking every bit the pitiful, adorable damsel in distress. Hiss! Even though he had prepared himself, Ethan couldn't help but be startled. Only a man truly understands a man. From the facial expressions to the posture of his limbs, everything about Gasper was designed to look endearing and charming. Perhaps it was because Ethan spent every day surrounded by attractive young women, but he had developed a sort of gender intuition. Even though Gasper looked remarkably appealing, a lingering sense of dissonance remained in Ethan's gut, similar to when he first encountered the female Kiba Yudo. While Ethan observed Gasper, Gasper was cautiously studying Ethan. Seeing a handsome young man with a refined, gentle aura, the boy felt slightly relieved. It seemed all sentient beings were visual creatures at heart. Ethan's high charisma prevented the situation from turning immediately hostile. I really am a girl, sir," Gasper whispered, his voice soft and melodic. His eyes shimmered like pools of water as he looked timidly at Ethan, trying his best to play the part. For a split second, Ethan wavered. If it weren't for his prior knowledge and his honed instincts, he might have actually believed it. "Take off your coat and boots. I need to see for myself," Ethan said firmly. His gaze briefly dropped to the girl's outfit, then quickly looked away. Gasper blushed under Ethan's intense stare. As such an odd request, the Barado even meet. Ethan's Barado twitched. "You have no right to judge me," he said firmly. The more Gasper tried to act evasive, the more it proved he was hiding something. Under Ethan's unwavering gaze, the nervous blonde began to crack. "Censurado, censurado, censurado." The forbidden Baylor view the evil eye that stops time suddenly activated. While Ethan was frozen in time, Gasper scrambled away from his clutches and dove into a cardboard box in the corner of the room. He wanted to run out of the house, but his shut-in nature made the idea of going outside even more terrifying than staying with Ethan. Ethan felt a momentary blur, and then the blonde boy was gone. Truly a cheat-level ability, Ethan thought. From their brief contact, Gasper was only A rank at best, while Ethan was SS, nearly SSS. Yet, against Time Stop, he had almost no way to resist. It was only because his soul was so powerful that he felt a blur instead of just thinking Gasper had teleported. Fortunately, while the ability was broken, it had many limits. Given Gasper's timid personality, Ethan wasn't in any real danger. He turned around, determined to catch the blonde boy again for a full evidence collection. The moment Ethan opened the box, Gasper used his power again. He teleported back into the coffin and slammed the lid shut. Ethan wasn't in a rush. If the boy wanted to play hide-and-seek, Ethan would play until the boy's magic ran out. The game ended faster than expected. Gasper couldn't control his sacred gear well, and every time he stopped time, it drained a massive amount of mana. Because Ethan was so much stronger, the mana cost to freeze him was astronomical. After 5 rounds of jumping around, Ethan finally caught him in the corner box. Gasper was pale, gasping for breath, and crouched down while holding his head in despair. "Don't worry. If you don't want anyone to know, they'll keep your secret," Ethan said as he tossed Gasper's clothes and skirt back into the coffin. Gasper had recovered a bit of mana. His face wasn't pale anymore. Instead, Censurado small, hairless, and surprisingly cute. Ethan thought, curiosity satisfied, Censurado and the people in it were even scarier. Listening to the boys crying, Ethan felt a twinge of guilt. Now that his curiosity was sated, he realized he had been a bit excessive. "Why do you dress as a girl?" Ethan asked, trying to find a way to compensate him. "Be because it's more cute, Pia." Pia? Ethan blinked. The kid had even developed a verbal tic. He didn't plan on changing Gasper, so he skipped the judgment. "I'm not talking about the clothes. I mean, why are you so desperate for people to think you're female?" Gasper hesitated, but eventually spilled the truth. Although Ethan was a bit of a brute, Gasper could sense no malice from him. Being a shut-in was lonely, and deep down, he craved connection. Humans are social animals. Even the most introverted person eventually wants to talk to someone. In this world, Gasper hadn't met Rias or become her pawn. Because his mother was human, he was cast out by his family. In the human world, his vampire blood made him an outcast. He realized that girls received help more easily. Combined with his love for cute things, he began cross-dressing. It started as a hobby and turned into a full-time identity. When his sacred gear awakened, the Kuo Academy board invited him to school. The altered records and his permission to stay home were all part of the deal. Chapter 254. The Blood Barato Plant. Gasper hadn't wanted to go to school at first, but Kuo Academy offered him too much to refuse. Living alone was hard, and having strange powers only made things more complicated. He had attended Kuo Middle School for a few days before becoming a permanent shut-in. He planned to coast through university and then, according to a secret agreement, become a pawn for a certain devil in the Gremory family. But he hadn't expected his peace to be shattered only a month in a high school. "He'll be going now. Sorry for the trouble today," Ethan said, taking his leave. He had no intention of pressuring Gasper to change. With his arrival, the timeline was already shifting. If Gasper ever decided he wanted a different life, Ethan would step in to help as an apology for today. Gasper watched him leave with a complicated gaze. Ethan's intrusion was like a stone thrown into a still pond. The ripples would last a long time. Maybe, just maybe, he didn't want to be a shut-in forever. Ethan hurried back to Kuo Academy. Since Gasper and Nano were clear the next matter, Vampire Incident had to be someone else. Technically, Ethan could have ignored it since the victims were just anemic and needed a day of rest, but he had promised Rias and Sona. By the time he finished at Gasper's house, it was dark. He used a detection spell to scan the campus. It was a brute force method, but effective. He wasn't a genius type, but he had power to spare. Combining the girls' reports, he soon found a strange organism in the forest behind the dorms and the old school building. "Doesn't look like much," Ethan remarked, staring at a massive plant in a clearing. No other trees grew near it, making it stand out. More importantly, it was pulsing with a high level of mana. Just as he was about to strike, he heard footsteps. He ducked behind a tree. Two young students from the dorms walked into the clearing. Their eyes were glazed over, as though they were under the influence of a spell. Ethan noticed the girls were approaching cautiously. The girls stopped before the strange plant. Suddenly, the plant began to barato and move. Its thick stems coiled, and its branches stretched out like long limbs. The tips split open, revealing strange openings. A giant rose at the top bloomed, revealing a hideous yellow lizard head. Actually, it looked a bit like a dragon head, but it was so ugly that Ethan's first thought was lizard. It was 2 stories tall and as thick as a century-old oak. It was a monster. However, the monster didn't attack. It merely extended too long. Censurado, their pale skin flushed a deep crimson. Ethan could see a faint, red energy being drawn through the tendrils from the girls and into the plant. The process didn't last long. The tendrils detached, and the girls turned around, walking back toward the dorms in their trance. Once the witnesses were gone, Ethan decided to destroy the beast. He didn't like the way it looked too grotesque and unnatural, like something straight out of a dark fantasy nightmare. Was the universe trying to replace one bizarre plot barato with another to keep up with his power level? He incinerated the monster with a torrent of deep blue mana. The monster had an A rank level of power and massive vitality, but against an SS rank like Ethan, it was nothing. After 5 minutes of struggle, it was reduced to ash. Ethan prepared to track the mana trail to the creator, but he didn't have to. A scruffy-looking devil with a silver mohawk hairstyle stepped out from the shadows. My dream shattered. The strange devil looked at the ashes and wailed in despair. Hey, you make this thing? Ethan asked. The mohawk devil glanced at Ethan, then went back to mourning his dream. I killed it. You want revenge? The devil spoke flatly. I can't beat you. Ethan blinked. He sensed the guy was just a standard low-class devil. The mohawk devil began sifting through the ashes, seemingly collecting data and samples. Ethan didn't stop him. He was curious how a B-rank devil could create an A-rank monster. 30 minutes later, Ethan followed the guy to an underground lab filled with high-tech equipment and chemical vats. Do devils do science now? Ethan asked. TCH, the devil sneered. This is alchemy. It's far superior to your petty science. Chapter 255. Case closed and idle rumors, of course. There's some biotechnology and magic theory mixed in, the mohawk devil added. But alchemy is the core. Ethan watched him. The guy seemed to be a mad scientist obsessed with his craft. After a quick scan of the lab, Ethan returned to the main question. So that flesh-eating plant, you called it your dream. What's the deal? The devil stopped tinkering. You wouldn't understand. It's an invention meant to bless the world, and you destroyed it. Try me, the devil finally explained. He was a stray devil who had abandoned his master to focus on his research. The monster combined dragon traits with plant biology. Centurato, Ethan's forehead creased. This obsessive devotion felt oddly familiar. He didn't share the sentiment, he wasn't particularly interested, but he knew a certain red-haired eccentric who would probably worship this guy as a god. I see. Ethan Barato the devil by the collar. Mr. Stray Devil, in the name of the Gremory household, you're under arrest. He had expected a dangerous villain, but the guy was just a deviant with nothing useful in his head. Since he was a stray, Ethan had to do his job. The devil was stunned. They were having a nice chat. Why the sudden betrayal? He had appeared before Ethan, knowing he couldn't win. He was heartbroken that his dream was dead. I might not be a good devil, but this guy is a real dog, the stray thought. Ethan handed the mohawk devil over to Rias and explained the situation. I didn't think a stray would be hiding so close to the school. You've done well again, Ethan, Rias smiled. She had a Kino teleport the bound devil to a dungeon in the underworld. President, is this kind of technology common? Ethan asked. Not really common, but not unheard of, Rias explained, remembering Ethan was still relatively new to the supernatural world. Using alchemy and magic to create life forms has been around for a long time. They look strong, but they have flaws. No growth potential, no reproductive ability, and low intelligence. Making them better than that is too expensive for mass production. To think he'd go through all that just for his scheme and betray his master for it. Rias looked at the mohawk devil, who was currently kneeling in the magic circle, staring intensely at her and Aquino. He's a unique one, that's for sure. Huh, the devil chuckled darkly. You really are quite something, Princess Gremory. Ethan's eyes turned cold. He didn't appreciate the guy's bold attitude, but disrespecting his partner like that was a step too far. President, can I just defeat him? Rias saw the jealousy in Ethan's eyes and let out a playful, charming giggle. Ethan, sending him to the dungeon is a much worse fate. Then he'll give him a parting gift. Ethan summoned a light spear and struck the devil down. The holy light intensified the pain 1,000-fold. The mohawk devil screamed and writhed on the floor, the sensation of 10,000 insects biting his brain, searing through his nerves. It was too late for regrets. After the teleportation was complete, Ethan visited Sona to give her the report as well. He had to keep the balance between the two presidents. The next day, Ethan chatted with Becerra Tojo. 2 more girls were out with anemia, likely the ones Ethan had seen the night before. Don't worry, there won't be any more victims, Ethan said confidently. Becerra knew about Ethan's connection to the Gremory family and nodded in relief. By the way, Ethan, I heard a very cute blonde girl showed up in the first-year building today. Apparently, she's been out sick since school started. Ethan's lip twitched. I hope it's not what I think it is. Gasper shouldn't have been able to leave his house, let alone go to school, unless something or someone motivated him. Becerra, where do you get all this news? Ethan asked. The guy had only been here a few days and was already more informed than him. Oh, I made some friends. They tell me things, Becerra said, scratching the back of his neck sheepishly. Do these friends happen to have names? Becerra hesitated. Issei, Matsuda, and Motohama from Class 1 Ethan. That well-known trio. Figures. There is no one better at gathering information around campus than them. How did you meet them? They found me. Boys were a minority at Kuo. The moment Becerra transferred in, the trio had approached him under the banner of brotherhood. In reality, they wanted to expand their spy network into Class 2A. All the most popular students were in Ethan's class, but since Ethan and Kiba were the only boys there, the trio had no way in. Issei actually thought Ethan was a good guy. Ethan had given him dating advice before. But between the rumors of Ethan being a lady killer and Issei's own embarrassing failures, he had been too shy to talk to him. Becerra, while handsome, seemed more approachable, and he had two beautiful sisters. The trio was determined to be his best friends. Ethan knew the rumors about him were true apart from a few girls. He had basically won over the entire class with his charm. Every day at school, seeing how popular he was with the other students, Becerra felt his face grow warm with envy. Several times, he had seen Ethan leave with a group of girls during lunch, only for them to return shortly after. Chapter 256. Gasper Vladison's school life didn't allow for much public display of affection. Ethan and his female classmates had to behave carefully to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Consequently, Becerra Tojo and the Mischief Trio had actually become somewhat close. Because of his association with Issei and the others, Becerra's reputation had taken a slight hit, but he didn't mind. Becerra was a lot like Ethan. He didn't care about the opinions of others and followed his heart. When Ethan had watched the testament of Sister New Devil in his past life, he had always admired Becerra's decisive nature in pursuing the relationships he wanted, unlike Issei, who talked a big game but hesitated whenever things got personal. If it weren't for the female characters gravitating toward Issei at every turn, his romantic dream would never have left the ground. Through the trio, Becerra had gathered plenty of intel, mostly revolving around the girls of Kuo Academy. Currently, he had no plans for romance. With the Hero clan, his two mothers, and his two sisters to worry about, he simply lacked the mental energy. However, that didn't stop him from chatting about cute girls like any other teenage boy. Unlike the trio, however, Becerra's discussions were normal. When Issei and the others steered the conversation toward inappropriate territory, Becerra simply shut down and played dumb. Hearing Becerra's explanation, Ethan smirked and threw an arm around his friend's neck. He truly appreciated this man's presence. Becerra was reliable. Ethan was about to chat more with his future brother-in-law when he felt a sudden, jarring dissonance in the air. This is Gasper's evil eye? He looked at Becerra, whose expression had also turned grim. They locked eyes and spoke in unison. You felt it too? It's a powerful force, Becerra said, his right hand instinctively twitching toward where his sword would be. His banishing shift ability gave him a natural resistance to reality-warping effects. But even he felt the pressure. Yeah, Ethan nodded. He relied on his raw power to detect that momentary freeze. Sorry, let's talk later. Whether as a member of the student council or a member of the Gremory household, it was Ethan's duty to find out why Gasper had suddenly triggered his power. An uncontrollable time-stop ability was a recipe for disaster in a crowded school. Do you need backup? Becerra asked. He was still in physical therapy, and his hand shook when he gripped a hilt, but he wanted to help his friend. Because Ethan was so close to Mio and Maria, Becerra felt a natural kinship with him. If Ethan weren't constantly surrounded by women, the two would have been classic best friends. Even so, Ethan was Becerra's closest friend, no contest. Sometimes you just click with someone instantly, and other times, no matter how long you spend together, you remain mere acquaintances. No need. It shouldn't be a big problem. There shouldn't be any real danger at Kuo. It was more likely that Gasper, being as cute as he was, had been cornered by overenthusiastic students and panicked. Ethan rushed to Class 1F, but didn't see the blonde boy. He expanded his senses and finally caught a trace of Gasper's aura coming from the girls' bathroom at the end of the hall. Ring. The bell for the next period rang. The students in 1F blinked, looking confused. Is break time over already? Yeah, that felt way too fast. Stop complaining. Next is math. Get ready. Shoot, I was going to finish my homework during break. I'm dead. By the way, where did Vladi Singh go? No idea. She just vanished. Hearing the confused chatter, Ethan walked toward the girls' restroom. Since class was starting, it should be empty. Centurato, I forgot to introduce myself yesterday. I'm Ethan, a second year. I'm in the student council and the occult research club. A long silence followed before the door slowly creaked open. The blonde girl and the Kuo female uniform peeked out tentatively. W, what do you want with me, Pia? Can we drop the verbal tick? Ethan sighed. He could accept the unusual costume choices. Costumes had basically become the preferred accessories of refined men in his old world, but the Pia thing was just strange once you knew there was a person inside. Oh, okay. Gasper's slender shoulders slumped, his face looking heartbreakingly pitiful. Ethan sighed again. If you're so scared, why come to school? You just stopped time for the whole class, didn't you? I didn't mean to, Gasper whispered. They were all crowding around me, and I panicked. Class 1F had very few boys. A new, platinum blonde classmate with a petite frame had caught the attention of the boys, but they never got a chance to talk to her. Gasper's looks were well received by everyone, and the girls had been quite enthusiastic. One bold approach had startled the boy. Do you plan to keep coming to school? Yes. After a pause, Gasper nodded. I was scared, but everyone is so nice. I want to try and fit in. Ethan didn't ask why he had suddenly decided to leave his house. Whether he wanted to be a shut-in or a student was his choice. But now that he was here, things had to be handled properly. If you're going to stay, you can't be in a regular class. Your files and contract need to be updated. Rias was the one currently in charge of Kuo. Theoretically, the previous overseer should have told her about Gasper, but for some reason, she was in the dark. Gasper's potential was undeniable. While Ethan wasn't thrilled about having another male in Rias' peerage, a blonde young man was acceptable. Barely. Gasper looked reluctant. This meant another person would know his secret. It's necessary, Ethan said. If Gasper's power went out of control again, more people would notice. Rias and Sona wouldn't just ignore a time-stop phenomenon. After some convincing, the cute girl finally agreed. Mostly because he didn't have a choice. Ethan was going to tell Rias anyway. After school, Ethan led Gasper to the ORC clubroom. President Aquino Senpai, good afternoon. After a quick greeting, Ethan explained the situation. A half-vampire. Rias looked at the trembling Gasper. I've heard about you. There was quite a stir 5 years ago. When Gasper's sacred gear first awakened, every faction wanted him. Even a vampire clan that exiled him tried to reclaim him. Then he vanished. It turned out the Grimory family had hidden him away. Rias didn't know because the previous devil in charge of Kuo had been a traitor who was later executed by the family. Chapter 257. Epiphany and SSS rank. The previous overseer likely kept Gasper's secret, hoping to either use the boy's power for himself or sell him to a new master as a bargaining chip. Gasper was stunned for a moment, then sighed in relief. Thank goodness Ethan had forced him out of the house. If he had waited until university to reveal himself to the Grimories, they might not have even known who he was. With everything cleared up, Rias established a formal connection with Gasper. Respecting his wishes, his official records would still list him as female. As for how long that would last, only God knew. Ethan, however, made a mental note to warn the girls, including Aquino and the others who was close to that Gasper was a boy. He didn't want them being deceived by a girl who was actually a guy. Gasper pouted, wanting to complain that this was basically outing him. Centurato Ethan felt like Gasper was misunderstanding something. He couldn't help it. He was just nostalgic for the days of playing outdoor games and rock, paper, scissors from his childhood. Ethan, I want to take Gasper as my pawn. Rias sent a message through the Soul Network. Ethan wasn't surprised. Rias was compassionate. Even without considering Gasper's potential, his tragic past was enough to make her want to protect him. As for whether this was the convergence of timelines at work, it didn't matter anymore. If Rias had acted without asking him, Ethan might have been annoyed. But since she sought his approval, he was fine with it. Go ahead, Rias. Do what you think is right. You are our president, our master, and our lady, Ethan replied through the link. The moment he gave his blessing, Ethan felt a massive weight lift from his shoulders. Why spend his life worrying about potential rivals or timeline shifts? If he couldn't trust his closest Barato, who could he trust? They were all incredible, and once they chose a man, they were fiercely loyal. If anyone tried to come between them and undermine that bond, the girls themselves would probably be the ones to deal with him. The lingering anxiety in his heart vanished. With his mind clear, his mana began to flow with newfound speed. Even his chi, which had been stagnant for a long time, began to pulse with life. A light breeze kicked up in the clubroom, centering around Ethan. It grew into a small, localized cyclone of pure energy. This is... Before Ethan could even react, Rias gasped. Congratulations, Ethan. You're breaking through to SSS rank. So this is what it feels like. As the cyclone funneled pure energy into his body, Ethan felt a fundamental change. His martial arts path, which had been stuck at S rank, was finally dragged into the next realm by his surging mana. His chi condensed, turning from a mist into a milky white liquid, then solidified into a small, marble-sized pearl at his Dante. It was tiny, but the power radiating from it was immense. It reminded him of a golden core from cultivation novels, though it was milky white rather than gold. His martial arts had taken a massive leap, though the path forward still required exploration. But that was just the appetizer. His deep blue mana, which had been at its limit, shattered its shackles. Both in quantity and quality, it doubled. The sheer surge of power made Ethan feel invincible, as if he could take on the world. He quickly suppressed that ego he had felt Surzek's power before and knew he still had a long way to go to reach the peak. SSS rank was just below the Satan or Great Satan level. In a world where gods rarely walked, Ethan was now one of the strongest beings under the faction leaders. Even though he had just broken through, he doubted anyone in the same rank could touch him. And that was without using the boosted gear. With his increased strength, his mastery over the Longinus also deepened. Since his soul wasn't bound to it, he wasn't at the balance breaker stage yet, but he could see the finish line. Name, Ethan Talents. Fallen Angel, Bloodline, Devil, Bloodline, Power of Destruction, Lightning, Strike, Mirror, Reflection, Combat, Intuition, Weapon Apprentice. Skills: Mana Purification, Taijutsu Mastery, Pocket Space. Weapon: Boosted Gear Rating. SSS. As he accumulated more talents and skills, it became harder to get new ones from his partner training partners. His mana, constitution, and spirit grew, but the system didn't show those raw numbers, he could only feel them. Ethan checked his status and saw a new talent. Weapon Apprentice. Basic proficiency with all types of weapons. This wasn't taken from a single girl. It was the result of absorbing the essences of the twin sisters, Marion, Burent, and the others, which had finally merged during his epiphany. Before, he had gained fragments of various combat talents that weren't quite enough to manifest. Now, they had formed a cohesive whole. Ethan liked this one. He had always been a brawler. The swordsmanship he got from Sakura Miyajima had become obsolete as his raw power outstripped it. To master a weapon usually took decades, and since all his points were in taijutsu, he was a beast unarmed, but mediocre with a blade. With Weapon Apprentice, he could pick up any weapon, sword, spear, axe, hammer, whip, or staff and use it effectively. He might not be a master yet, but the talent was growable. By continuing his combat training with girls who possessed weapon talents, he could eventually upgrade this to Weapon Master or even God of Weapons. Ethan calmed his mana, feeling satisfied. Epiphanies were wonderful things. He wasn't usually the enlightenment type. He was more of a grind-through combat person. He didn't even fully understand why he had the breakthrough. He had just stopped worrying about Gasper and the timeline, and his power exploded. He looked over at Gasper, who had once again crawled into a cardboard box. The blonde boy was truly his lucky star. Once Gasper was officially reincarnated as a devil, Ethan decided he would be a big brother and help guide him through some focused mentorship. Rias was equally thrilled to see Ethan reach SSS rank. She wondered if their next intensive training session would help her break through her own limits. After much research, Censuredo, Chapter 258. The polluted pieces. The second requirement for successful partner cultivation was the partner's inherent potential. If a woman's limit was naturally A rank, no amount of rigorous training would push her to S rank. This was the case for many of the young practitioners Ethan had encountered, like the Takamine mother and daughters, Rina Hamasaki's group, or Sakura Miyajima. It wasn't that Ethan was unwilling to help, but rather that their potential was finite. They simply couldn't keep pace with his explosive growth. Most of them were currently stuck at the threshold of the A-rank life essence transition. For some, like Reina Karashiki, the limit was even more obvious. Since hitting C, her progress had ground to a halt. Without some world-shaking miracle, she would likely never advance further. Still, without Ethan, women like Reina would never have even glimpsed the supernatural world, let alone stepped onto the path of cultivation. Ethan had once worried about his own limits, but now that he had reached SSS rank, those fears had vanished. He felt no bottleneck, no invisible ceiling. As long as he remained diligent in his training, he would eventually accumulate enough power to challenge the Satan class, Great Satan, rank. However, there was a new drawback. Since reaching SSS rank, defeating opponents of a lower level provided much less experience for him, unless he successfully overcame an opponent of his own rank or higher. His progress would be a slow, steady grind of accumulation. Back in the clubroom, Rias suppressed her stray thoughts and pulled a shivering Gasper out of his cardboard box. The blond boy was still trembling, muttering about how scary the outside world was. Rias' natural aura of authority and safety eventually calmed him down. She had an innate charisma that made people want to follow her. "Little Gasper," Rias said softly, "would you be willing to become my servant?" Servant? Yes. Through the evil pieces, Rias held up a chess piece shimmering with a strange light. She gave him a brief rundown of the reincarnation process. Gasper didn't fully understand the mechanics, but he was drawn to the piece in Rias' hand. He nodded instinctively. Igriagis, willing pua. His voice shook, but his resolve was surprisingly firm. Rias smiled. Through her senses, she knew that of her remaining pieces, only the mutated bishop could handle Gasper's massive potential. She wasted no time and began the ritual. A crimson magic circle bearing the Gremory crest manifested beneath Gasper's feet. Reincarnation was usually a simple fusion of the tool and the soul. But just as the mutated bishop began to sink into Gasper's chest, the blood-red magic circle shattered. The ritual failed. Rias stared at the bishop piece as it returned to her hand, her brow furrowed.